A Rancher's Pretend Mail-Order Bride. Westward Hearts Book 2. Blythe Carver. Chapter 1. Mark Furnish sat atop his favorite horse, a black colt he'd named Star on account of the white star between its eyes, which stood out so clean and bright against the silky black coat. From this vantage point, the Furnish ranch stretched out before him for thousands of acres in all directions. To the west was the Carson Range, to the east was the long, wide expanse of land which sat between his home and Carson City. A great deal of it was land belonging to the ranch. In fact, while he could not be absolutely certain, he would have bet most of what was visible to him on that clear morning was indeed his. In moments such as this, with the sun rising over the tops of the distant mountains and painting the sky in hues he was certain no artist could ever recreate on canvas, Mark's heart swelled with pride he could not put to words. Golden sunlight revealed the land by inches, reminding him of everything his father had worked for. Everything that was his to hold on to and grow, to pass on to his son. If only he could hold on to it. Pride soured, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. That taste tinged the beauty of what stretched before him. He could no longer lose himself in reverie when he spied a flock of ducks taking wing after washing themselves in the river. No more did the sight of the faithful, frolicking collie dog who ran alongside the hands and their horses make him smile. That dog was just as hard a worker as any man on the place, himself included. What were they working for? That was the question which kept him awake nights. It had for months, since long before the arrival of the woman who would indirectly gain him a future foreman. And make a murderer out of him. It was not the killing of John Carter which weighed on Mark. He had not given the man much more than a moment's thought after the conclusion of an inquest which had lasted all of an hour, if that. Once the judge had seen the damage John did to Melissa's face and heard the sworn testimony of himself, the hands who were present at the time, and that of Jed Cunningham, the matter was closed. John Carter had been nothing more than a dog who'd needed putting down. That was not why Melissa's arrival had been fortuitous, however. It was the fact that she had not been his to claim for a wife. She'd already been in love with Jed, and he with her. While Mark needed a wife, badly, he'd not been able to stand in the way of two people longing to be together. With a sigh he pressed his heels to Star's ribs, signaling him to move on. There was much to be done, and no time to be spent admiring a sunrise which had come and gone. The wind picked up as he rode through the grass, one eye keeping watch for the holes left by cursed prairie dogs. The devils! They'd lost one of the horses only a week earlier, its leg badly broken after one hoof slipped into a blasted hole. There'd been no saving the poor beast. Mark hated waste, especially the waste of a beautiful and rather expensive animal. It was one thing a ranch did not need. Especially a ranch losing money the way this one was. It reminded him at times of a sack of grain slit with a sharp knife. He was watching money flow from his ranch like grain from an open sack. The drought. The sickness that followed. The loss of so many precious heads of cattle he'd branded and fed and helped round up alongside the ranch hands. Cattle who represented piles of money. Each of them was a pile of money on four legs. Money he'd lost. And now, there was nothing to make up for it. His hands tightened around the reins. Mark considered himself an intelligent man. A good businessman, his father had always claimed him the better of them, and he'd been the one to turn a modest purchase of land and a few hundred head into the thriving enterprise he'd left upon his untimely death. When he was a boy, Mark never understood why his father was so often wound up. Anxious. Easily angered. His mother had often made up excuses in her gentle way. He was worried about his work. Tired from working so hard. Work, work, work. The ranch had come first from the day they'd arrived until the day the man died of a brain hemorrhage, which Doc Perkins had attributed to overwork and tension. Mark had not needed his mother's excuses by then. He'd been a grown man the day his father slumped over behind his desk and died on the spot. Besides, Mother had been gone for 2 years by the time that day arrived, her grave long since filled, the grass growing over her. Grandfather Calvin had not come out for her funeral, and had certainly not come out for that of the son-in-law he'd hated since the day he'd announced having purchased the ranch. There had been no forgiveness, not even in the light of shared grief after Isabel Reynolds Furnish's death. If anything, her death was just one more thing to blame on her husband, Grandfather Calvin's son-in-law. Mark's bitter laughter faded in the wind, reaching no one's ears but his and Star's. To think the man who'd reviled the purchase of the ranch was the only one who could save it. If the good Lord had a sense of humor, the one upstairs was surely getting quite a bit of amusement out of Mark Furnish and his ranch. He kept the failings of the ranch away from the hands. They didn't need to know how dire the situation might become unless every option had been explored and come up short. The bank had come up short, that was for sure. Bile rose in Mark's throat whenever he remembered smug Mr. Bernstein in his little office, looking over the ranch's figures and announcing what a bad investment it had suddenly become. A bad investment? When Mark himself had invested in the town more times than he could remember. When his ranch and the money coming from it had built the very roof over their heads as they sat in that smoke-filled office. So much for investing in one's home. The minute he'd gone to them for help, they'd turned him away. Even though he owned the ranch free and clear. "How's it coming along here?" he asked, riding up alongside a group of men inspecting the fencing along the eastern border. "Don't forget to look out for those damned holes." "Found 2 today, filled 'em in, but you know what good that'll do." One of the men spat a mouthful of tobacco juice on the ground. Mark would never begrudge the men their habits, Lord knew he had some of his own, but he did thank his lucky stars he'd never picked up the chewing of tobacco. Smoking was another story. "I'd love to blast the lot of 'em off the face of the earth," Mark muttered, eyes sweeping the wide, flat land around them. "How's the fence looking?" "No cutting or tampering." "None that we've seen so far." That was a relief. The last thing he needed with the state the ranch was in was for angry, resentful neighbors to slice through his fencing in order to water their livestock. "Thank you," he said with a smile and a tip of his hat. He believed in always thanking the men, making sure they knew how he appreciated them. That might be all they'd have to take away from their time at the ranch once he was forced to sell. No wonder his father had died, and no wonder he'd died how he had. Did he carry these burdens on his shoulders? Did he secretly struggle as his son was now struggling? Why hadn't he ever told Mark how to handle such pressure? Because he'd never been good at handling it himself, and therefore had no advice to give. To the north of where he sat astride Star was the house. His house. How he'd labored over it, if not with his hands, with his mind. How he'd second-guessed every decision, down to the color of the horsehair sofa and chairs in the drawing room and the pattern on the as-yet unused china. Lena had helped, on the days when she could spare time away from her own home roughly 20 miles from his. There was a time when he'd imagined her to be the future lady of Furnish Ranch, and there had been a certain poetry in her being the one to instruct him on what his future wife might enjoy if and when she walked into his life. It was for the best that nothing had ever solidified between them, just as he knew it was for the best that Melissa had married Jed, and not him. While he needed a wife most desperately now, he would not have trapped her for the world. No matter what was at stake. How could he have lived with himself in the years thereafter? Though it would have made a nice touch for his wife to be with child when his grandfather came for a visit. The perfect excuse to throw himself on the old man's mercy. "Please help me maintain this as a legacy for my unborn child. Make it possible for us to avoid destitution." It was not meant to be. Something better was meant to be. It had to be. What else did he have to hang on to otherwise? He continued the ride to the house, its 4 floors looming larger the closer he drew. How he'd imagined his mail-order bride enjoying the sunsets with him from the porch, which wrapped around the entire first floor. Granted, he was rarely available to enjoy a sunset, but he could still dream of a time when he would be. How he'd imagined her tending his mother's rose garden, which Cook, his only live-in household servant, currently took care of. Lena and her brother Ryan lent out their girls once a week to do the dusting and changing of linens, the laundering of his clothing. As he lived alone and kept most of the upstairs rooms closed up, there wasn't much to be done. It ought to be a wife overseeing these tasks and so many more. He knew this, but that didn't mean the knowing of it had to give him any pleasure. The entire fiasco with Melissa had been ill-fated from the start. The pressure to look for a wife had led him to take desperate measures. Were it up to him alone, he never would have considered looking for a bride, especially not one he'd found through an ad in the newspapers up and down the East Coast. He'd thought that a touch of genius on his part. His grandfather would have liked to know Mark had married a girl from his side of the country. The fact that Melissa had hailed from Boston would have made it perfect. The Reynolds family was originally from Philadelphia, where Calvin still lived and served on his bank's board of directors. The same bank where he'd arranged a place for his son-in-law, Mark's father, albeit in the St. Louis branch. Another slight. Calvin had taken it personally when Paul Furnish walked out of the job he'd secured for him. "What a mess," Mark muttered, shaking his head at the foolishness of it all. Not being able to freely reach out to his grandfather as a grandson ought to, all thanks to the old man's pride and bad blood, which had nothing to do with Mark. Cook was finishing up cleaning what the men had left behind after a hasty breakfast. He fixed himself a cold plate of bacon and biscuits and a cup of hot, strong coffee, which likely would have stripped the varnish from the floor. It was time to retire to his study and pore over the books one more time. As though that would be of any help. Chapter 2. Ryan Belton stretched out his long legs in their tailored trousers, sighing as he lowered his glass to the table near the horsehair chair in which he relaxed. "I suppose you've heard by now that I'll be alone in that big old house fairly soon." Mark smirked at this, winking at Ryan's sister before replying. "I sent a note to Lena the day I heard of her betrothal, extending her my best wishes and fondest congratulations." Lena came to him and stood on tiptoe to peck his cheek with puckered lips. "It was very sweet of you, and I'm certain Edward would say the same." "That I was sweet?" Mark chuckled, perching on the arm of the chair opposite Ryan, the unused fireplace behind him. The drawing room glowed in warm amber light from the oil lamps in their cut glass shades, which sent beams of light shooting off in all directions. It may have been his favorite room in the house, and certainly the one he'd foreseen his future wife getting great use out of as she entertained guests. The only one doing the entertaining was him. Lena's dark eyes narrowed, and for a moment he was certain she would stick out her tongue as she had when they were children, teasing each other. "Yes, Mark." He would say you were very sweet and thoughtful, and might even need to lie down in a cool, dark room to recover. The three of them laughed as they'd been doing for years, for as long as any of them could remember. The Lord had not seen fit to give his parents more than one child, so the Beltons were as close to a brother and sister as he could ever hope. He might have done much worse for himself. The two of them shared his sense of humor and his love of the land, and he knew without asking that either of them would have given him their last cent. Not that he would ever ask. Ryan was his opposite in many ways as well. While Mark could admit his tendency to allow work to overwhelm him, to leave him tense and easily angered, Ryan's greatest skill resided in the ease with which he allowed all but the very worst news to roll off his back like water off a duck. Jordan Belton had believed life to be too short to waste a minute worrying about the future, but that easy sensibility had belied a sharp insight and strong work ethic, all of which he'd passed on to his son. Paul Furnish had passed things down to his son as well. Work ethic, pride, the penchant to go through his days wound as tight as a spring ready to pop. And the ability to hide that tight woundedness behind an easy smile and a kind demeanor. As he was right then at that very moment while entertaining his closest friends in his home, smiling as Lena spoke of the wedding arrangements. With a toss of her black curls she scowled at her brother. "There is only one item which still plagues me, and certain brothers of mine are of no assistance." "What would that be?" Mark asked, sipping his whiskey and imagining she referred to something trivial. Ryan blew out an exasperated sigh. "She frets over how I'll take care of myself once she's gone. As though I were a child in need of his mother." "Do not test me in front of Mark, brother," Lena warned, and there was more than just a slight edge to her voice. Lena was a lovely, clever, and amusing young woman, but there was a limit to her patience and good humor. And he'd learned more than once, much more than once, how suddenly and how hot her temper could flare. Like a match sparking to life. Ryan shrugged, waving her off with his free hand. I'm a grown man, woman. A grown man who would not know how to boil a potato if I presented him with the pot, the water, the potato, and the cook stove, she retorted with a sour smile. That's why people hire workers to do the cooking for them. A cook who needs orders, she reminded him. And we both know that if I am not there to oversee, if that poor woman is forced to cook for you on whatever whim strikes your fancy on that particular day, she won't be long for the ranch. No sane woman would. And that's just the cooking. There's the cleaning, washing and mending, the tending of the gardens, the managing of the household accounts. Lord woman, Ryan growled. You're enough to make a man take to drink. And you are more than enough to make a saint take to swearing, she replied, all sweetness and sugar. Mark burst out laughing, his troubles forgotten for the moment. His friends had a way of helping him forget, even when they were not aware they were doing so. I must call an end to the fight, he said with a chuckle. It doesn't seem fair to stand here watching my friend being pummeled to death. You think she's pummeling me to death? Ryan demanded, merely half serious. You might help a man furnish. I know better than to take sides against Lena, he added, while the lady in question folded her arms in triumph. I never could win against the pair of you. Ryan brushed off the sleeves of his dark coat, as though they'd become coated in dust as a result of fighting. You won't have me to bicker with for much longer, Lena reminded him, which is why we truly need to discuss taking on more help at the ranch. Can we simply sit and enjoy the company of our host without going over and over the same argument? We could just as easily stay at the house if this is all we plan to discuss tonight. Lena whirled on Mark, the full skirts of her pink gown swinging. I believe he should place an ad for a mail-order bride. Mark winced before he could keep himself from doing so. It had only been 3 months since his disappointment with Melissa. And instantly, Lena realized her mistake. She covered her mouth with one shaking hand, the pearl ring her intended had given her gleaming lustrously on her third finger. Oh, Mark. That was cruel of me to mention. I wasn't thinking. You know how I don't think when I'm upset over something. It's no bother, he assured her, patting her back. Truly. Certain things aren't intended to work as we wish they would. I don't begrudge anyone involved and never have. This was the truth. While Melissa's marriage to Jed had been a disappointment, it was not a matter of romantic disappointment. In fact, he had no wish to take a wife, and had only placed his ad out of necessity. He merely wished his plans had not been dashed as a result. That he might not now ask himself how he could keep the ranch afloat. You're a bigger man than I, Mark, Ryan declared. I don't know that I would have handled myself with half the understanding you did. Arranging for the wedding to take place in your own parlor. Mark bristled at this, though he took pains to conceal his irritation. There were times when his friend did not know when to leave a subject alone. One would think they'd known each other long enough that Ryan would know better than to push onward. Lena, the more sensitive of the two, touched his arm. My brother is right. You are a bigger man than him. But most men are. All three burst out laughing. Another of Lena's special talents was knowing how to diffuse tension. Later, as they enjoyed their supper, a special one in honor of Lena's engagement, she cleared her throat. This is wonderful. I've never eaten chicken prepared so deliciously. I must have the recipe. I'll speak to the cook and have her write it up for you, Mark promised. She glanced at Ryan, seated across from her at Mark's left. Perhaps the cook you bring in when I'm gone will be able to prepare it for you. This again? Ryan looked at Mark, who felt compelled to speak up. Perhaps it is not as terrible an idea as you believe, he proposed, wiping his mouth on a linen napkin, before reaching for a second helping of the roast chicken. Lena was right. It was delicious. I should have known you would be on her side, Ryan grumbled. What's so bad about it? Having a wife to help you run the ranch, to provide company once Lena is no longer living at home. And this, he knew in his heart, was Lena's true concern. The ranch was prosperous enough that he might hire any number of workers to run the house, which was not half the size of his own. It was the loneliness she worried over. He was familiar enough with their habits to know they spent evenings together, him reading and going over his ledgers while she knitted, embroidered, read books of her own. He'd spent many cozy evenings in Ryan's office while the pair of them had done just that. Lena had sometimes read aloud from whatever she happened to choose that evening, whenever something struck her as amusing or of interest. While he would be glad to provide companionship for his friend whenever possible, the ranch was an hour's drive even at a stately pace. And he rarely had the time to spare. Lena would never phrase her concerns so plainly, of course, as she did not wish to bruise her brother's pride. For all their squabbling, they loved each other deeply and understood one another. Ryan had never been alone in the house before. It would certainly be an adjustment, as Mark knew well. His friend shook his head, stubborn as always. "I have no desire to take a wife, as you both know very well. If I want for companionship, I'll get a dog." Mark shrugged, with a look at Lena, his way of saying he'd done his share and could expect no better from an obstinate cuss such as her brother. Truth was, as much amusement as he took from pushing Ryan into something he had no desire to partake in himself, it did seem rather unfair to press the matter any further. The two of them would have it out once they climbed into their buggy and rode home. He allowed them to do just that after extending his goodbyes. The sound of their conflicting voice faded slowly with each turn of the buggy wheels. He chuckled, but there was little humor in it. Now that the Beltons were gone, he was alone with his thoughts. His worries. Night was falling, their supper having been an early one due his guests' long drive ahead. The wide, empty sky was a soft indigo above his head, which turned even lighter as he looked to the west, where the blazing sun had just disappeared beneath the horizon. The night sounds were beginning. Crickets chirping merrily, roughly 1,000 frogs down by the river. They were many acres from where he stood in front of his home, yet they sang upwind from him, and thus might have been just underfoot. Their song normally soothed him. Tonight it made his head ache. He might go inside, he thought. Bury his head in a book. Forget everything for a short while. Or he might go elsewhere for the evening. He could make it to town before it became too late, perhaps have a drink, and get the news of what went on in Carson City. Reading a newspaper was one matter, but hearing it from the mouths of others was something else. He'd always enjoyed people, listening to their views on life and hearing what bothered them. Besides, it was important for a man in his position to be well known for something other than his acreage. Important to him anyhow. He never did much like the notion of infamy for the sake of it, simply because of the amount of money he had. The amount strangers believed he had. He saddled Star and took him out, taking the familiar road out of his ranch and into Carson City proper. By the time he arrived, it was fully dark, and those in town who enjoyed themselves at such times were certainly doing so. Gas lights on every post lining Carson Street on both sides revealed citizens and visitors strolling along the boardwalks in front of the stores, the bank, the bakers. Lights blazed in the first-floor windows of the hotel which sat tall and proud on Carson Street, the restaurant still quite busy. Men walked into and out of the saloon on the following block, which was where he intended to go. He tied Star to the post running the length of the boardwalk before stepping up onto the boards, nodding in greeting to a vaguely familiar gentleman he passed on the way inside. It was difficult to know everyone, the city booming as it was. It seemed there were always new faces on every visit. Yet they all seemed to know his name once they found out who it was they spoke with. Melissa had once told him that even Jed, who'd spent much of his life in Texas, knew the Furnish name. Then again, he'd been raised a rancher's son. There was at least a reason for it. News traveled fast in Carson City, that was for certain. Perhaps that was how his name had become such a familiar one. The largest landowner in the state was bound to earn the interest of citizens and visitors alike. "Mr. Furnish. It's good to see you." The owner, Henry Lawrence, was nearly on top of Mark the moment he stepped foot through the swinging doors. "Don't hardly see enough of you, and that's a fact." Mark smiled down at the little man with the pince-nez glasses balanced on the bridge of his narrow nose. For a saloon owner, who most might imagine to be coarse and unkempt, he was quite the opposite. Always well-groomed, his dark hair parted square down the middle and shining under layers of pomade, thin mustache neatly trimmed, his linen shirts starched and spotless. But his eyes were hard, shrewd. As they were for most men of business. "I expect ranch life keeps you quite busy," Mr. Lawrence continued. "That it does, though I ought to make it a point to come out more often, and that's a fact," Mark admitted as he looked about the place. There were 2 floors, the upstairs hall open to the view of those downstairs. The upstairs rooms were often taken by men who either could not afford the prices of the town's hotel or boarding house, or who preferred their accommodations a bit more entertaining. For along with the highly polished bar which stretched from one end of the first floor to the other on the far wall, along with the cut-glass chandeliers and shining brass fixtures on the walls, along with the piano player in one corner, and of course the rows of bottles and kegs of beer behind the bar, Henry Lawrence's saloon featured one further special touch: beautiful young women hired to keep patrons happy. And they were beautiful, for certain. Buxom young things with bright smiles, their waists cinched to nearly nothing in the low-cut corseted dresses they wore. If such revealing garments could be referred to as dresses. He'd seen drawings of ladies' nightgowns in the mail-order catalog which covered more than this. They sat with the men, either at the tables where card games were often played, or at the bar where they encouraged the patrons to drink. That was always the goal, naturally. To encourage the men to spend their money. And it normally meant making them feel important. Clever, handsome and such. Touching an arm, a shoulder, casting lingering looks that any man would mistake for the look of true interest or attraction. Laughing a bit too loudly while leaning forward, exposing more smooth décolletage than before. Always while leaning forward, it seemed. He sneered at just such a display not far from where he sat at the bar, in a darkened corner where the gaslight did not touch. He preferred it that way while first getting a feel for a room and those in it, especially when a great deal of alcohol was involved. It was then that he noticed that one of the girls wasn't behaving as the others did. She stood by the piano, her back to the wall. Her light brown, mostly blonde hair was done in a mass of curls piled high up on her head, a bright red feather sticking up from the side. Compared to the others, she was just as beautiful, if not more so. Even from across the room, he could tell that the eyes regarding the patrons with the same bemusement as his own were green. Her ruby lips, no doubt helped by the same paint the others wore, curved in a wry smile as she watched a hand of cards come to a close, with one of the players falling to the floor in a drunken stupor. She looked away and their gazes locked for a heartbeat, but she was clearly disinterested as her eyes moved elsewhere. He ought to have taken his from her, certainly. She was not the sort of woman a man ought to spend too much time admiring, for she might decide to take advantage of that admiration. That did not stop him, maybe because she didn't seem like the other girls in the saloon. She held her head higher, looking down on the others. How did a girl like her end up in a place like this?
Chapter 3. Belinda. She turned her head at the sound of the owner's voice. What a small little man, not simply because he was shorter than she. He had a small mind. And one motto. Anything for money. Yes, Mr. Lawrence. She need not ask. His complaint was always the same. Do you see that man in the corner of the bar, by the wall? He stood facing her, with his back to the man in question. Yes, she'd noticed him, try though he might to keep himself half hidden. Who wouldn't notice the dark hair, the fine-looking clothing? He was handsome indeed, with his sharp jaw and generous mouth, though in the end it mattered little what a man looked like on the outside. They were all the same under the skin. He might just as well be one of the drunken brutes, falling over the table while trying to play a hand of cards. I do, she answered noncommittal. Do you know who that is? I do not. I haven't seen him here in these last weeks. It had only been 2 weeks since she had taken the job at the saloon. In that time, hundreds of men had been through. Travelers from the train and stage mostly, looking for a drink and a good time with one of the girls. He had not been one of them. Belinda would have remembered him. That's Mark Furnish. You've never heard of Mark Furnish? When she shook her head, Mr. Lawrence shook his as well, with a heavy sigh. He's only the richest man in the state, with the biggest ranch this side of the country. And he's looking at you. The richest man in the state? What difference did that make? Men only spent as much as they could spend on drinking before they passed out. It mattered little how large their account at the bank happened to be. Mr. Lawrence glared at her silence, taking it for the response she intended it to be. We've had this discussion before, Belinda. You know what you need to do. And I have told you, sir, that I will not invite any of the men upstairs, she hissed. I did not agree to this position with that sort of work in mind. I've never done any such thing, and I have no intention of doing it. Who do you think you are? He took her by the arm, pulling her into the corner and pinning her there with a small body which could seem awfully large when he wanted it to. What makes you think you're so much better than anybody else here? These girls are just as good as you. No better, because they know how to listen to the man who pays their wages. She knew this was correct, of course, but when she'd agreed to take the job in the saloon, he had certainly not informed her of the second-floor work. He leaned in just a bit closer, his eyes spitting fire behind that ridiculous pince-nez. Get to work. You know what I mean, girl. I don't care if you spend all night upstairs on your back, so long as you make the customers happy and keep them coming back for more. If only the patrons knew what the saloon's jovial owner was truly like. He strode away, checking on the condition of a table full of cowboys who seemed intent on drinking the place dry. Before leaving them, Mr. Lawrence cast a meaningful look her way. Indeed, the rest of the girls were involved elsewhere. Lila was at the bar, swooning over a braggart's tall tale. Violet sat between a pair of arm-wrestling lumberjacks, making a big show of feeling their bulging muscles. Dina all but draped herself over the back of a poker player, while Carrie was behind one of the other players and whispered in his ear, throwing off his concentration and laughing enticingly as a result. Belinda had already seen Sally and Marie escorting their men upstairs. That left only her. She was the only one of the group available to entertain the cowboys. If only the dreadful corset Dina laced for her that evening wasn't so tight. She could hardly draw breath between the painful whalebones and the heavy haze of cigar smoke which formed a cloud over the heads of the men she approached. Good evening, gentlemen, she cooed, favoring them with a wide smile. The sort of smile men enjoyed, thinking it was for them and them alone, even though she was speaking to the entire table. Well, how do you do, ma'am? One of them asked, tipping the hat he had not removed on stepping inside. None of them had. That was one thing her father had always insisted upon, that men remove their hats indoors. You all looked as though you were having a nice time here. I thought I'd join you. It was all so uncomfortable, so false. Pretending to be more interested in them than she was. Which was not at all. But this was her job, and she'd taken it knowing at least that she would need to befriend the men and fool them into thinking she liked them. Really, she loathed them. Anyone foolish enough to believe a woman in a job such as hers truly liked them was hardly worthy of her contempt. But she needed the money. It was as simple as that. You want to join us, darlin'? He kicked a chair out for her. Join us for a drink, then. She sat in the chair, smiling to herself as she imagined what the man would do if she asked him to pull it out, rather than kick it away from the table, and accepted one of the short glasses of whiskey lined up along the table. She knew Sam watered it down before opening the bar every evening, so she was not surprised when it went down smoother than the unwatered version would have. What's a pretty thing like you doin' in a place like this? The other men began playing a hand of poker, none of them seeming as though they were very interested, while this man did not bother with the pretense of caring at all. He wanted to speak to her. The gleam in his gray eyes told her he wanted more than that. Why did they assume that just because she worked where she did, dressed as she was, meant she wished for things to go further? She understood how lonely men could get, and how they needed certain things more than women did. Another teaching her father had driven into her head, but did they ever think about anything else? Earning a living, enjoying myself, she replied with a forced smile she hoped looked natural. He stank of whiskey, smoke, leather, and horses. Normally, the smell of leather was a pleasant one, and pipe smoke always brought back memories of quiet evenings in the parsonage. Cigar smoke, on the other hand? It turned her stomach, especially when it clogged the air as it did now. "You don't look like you're enjoying yourself too much," he leered, his gaze making a slow tour of her body. She'd never felt so exposed. "Can I tell you a secret?" she whispered with a sly smile. "Of course. I wasn't enjoying myself very much, until I came over here." This had the desired effect. He did have a nice smile. In fact, if she met him on the street, say as she was leaving the boarding house or the mercantile, she might find him interesting. Attractive, even. Now, he was merely a means to an end. The end being that she would keep her job one day longer if she simply behaved herself and pretended to find him charming, fascinating, while reminding him from time to time to order more drinks, naturally. She looked at the bar, where Sam caught her eye and nodded in understanding before setting up another row of glasses. Upon turning back to her new friend, her gaze fell on Mr. Mark Furnish, Mr. Wealthy Rancher. Why was he watching her? And why did he not even have the courtesy to look away when their eyes met, so he at least did not look as though he'd been watching? Did being the biggest landowner in Nevada give him the belief that he might stare outright at a woman? "You have eyes for every man in this saloon but me," the cowboy chuckled. "I'm beginning to think you don't like me very much, darlin'." "How could that possibly be true?" she smiled, all while that insolent rancher's gaze burned into the side of her head. Ignoring him was like trying to ignore an itch. No matter how she fought, she wanted to scratch just to relieve the discomfort. But what could she do, even if she did manage to glare in return? He might be the type to take it as an invitation. If he was capable of unnerving her without having said a word, or even being within 5 feet of her, what would he do once he interpreted her attention as something more? "I think you need a rest," the cowboy purred close to her ear. One of the girls, she did not notice which, dropped off their drinks. He tossed back 2 glasses of whiskey like it was apple cider, then flashed a roguish smile. "What makes you say that?" she giggled, batting her eyelashes for effect. "I could just see the look on Mr. Lawrence's face if I decided to take a nap on the job." "I wasn't talking about nappin', darlin'." He leaned nearer, the smell of whiskey all but overpowering her as his breath hit her face. "I was talking about going upstairs and getting into bed." She swallowed over the lump of discomfort, suddenly lodged square in the center of her throat. This was exactly what she did not want. He placed his hand upon hers, fingers closing around her smaller ones. "Smile. Do not offend him." "I don't know about that," she whispered, casting her eyes downward. "Would the fresh and innocent act work?" It ought to, since it wasn't an act. She had never debased herself, and had no intention of doing so. "What's the matter?" he asked. "My money not good enough?" "It sure is shootin' good enough when I'm in here any other time. And I've sure spent enough already on this watered-down whiskey. But it's not good enough when I want to get what I came in for." She stood, knees shaking beneath her lace-trimmed skirts and petticoats. If you want that sort of entertainment today, I'm sure one of the other girls." "I want you." He stood so fast and so suddenly, he all but knocked his chair to the floor. In an instant, one arm was around her waist, pulling her to him, while he held her head still with the other hand and covered her mouth with his. She screamed, but that scream was lost in his mouth as he thrust his tongue between her lips. Her hands against his chest, she shoved as hard as she could. For all her effort, he did not budge an inch. She may as well have been shoving a brick wall. "Hey." Just like that, it ended. She fell backward when the cowboy's arm suddenly released her, landing on a chair as 2 men faced off. One was the cowboy. The other, Mark Furnish. "She said she was not interested, sir." He bent at the waist, to pick the cowboy's hat up from where it had fallen off, onto the floor. Brushing it off before returning it, he added, "One of the other girls in the saloon is sure to accept your offer." "I didn't ask you," the cowboy snarled, taking back his hat and thrusting it onto his head. "Mind your own business, and don't get between a man and the woman he's paying for." The saloon went silent, even the music from the piano ceasing as the men stood face to face. Both were impressively built, tall and broad-shouldered, their bodies taut with muscle thanks to the work they did outdoors. It could very well be an all-out brawl, especially seeing as how the cowboy's friends were now standing to take his side in the fight which was sure to ensue. "You have not paid for this, woman," Mark reminded him. For his part, he managed to sound cool and calm. That boded well. "I had planned to. Now get out of the way, and let me get on with it." He tried to push past Mark. He failed. The man did not budge. Belinda bit back a gasp. Time slowed down, at least in her mind. The cowboy's upper lip curled in a snarl, as one of his hands curled into a fist. He cocked that fist, ready to strike a blow. Mark threw up his left arm to block the punch, while delivering a sharp blow to the cowboy's chin. The man fell backward into the table, breaking it, the cards and glasses falling to the floor with him on top of them. "What is this?" Mr. Lawrence demanded, running into the room from somewhere in the back. "This is not an establishment where men resort to fisticuffs." That was a lie. She'd seen 3 fistfights in 2 weeks. The owner peered at Mark Furnish through his glasses. "Out. I want you out, now." Then, he turned his attention to her. "You too. Out. Don't ever come back here. You're more trouble than you're worth." Belinda's heart sank faster than a stone. But, Mr. Lawrence." "She didn't do anything," Mark insisted. "I told you to get out of here. I don't care who you are. I don't want the patronage of somebody who thinks he can break my place up," Mr. Lawrence spat, shooting bullets at Mark through his eyes. Mark pulled a wad of bills out from the pocket of his coat and peeled several off, handing them over. "For the damages." Belinda stood, tears welling in her eyes. Everyone was staring at her. Maybe they would believe the flush of her cheeks was rouge instead of near crippling embarrassment. "Get out, and don't ever let me see either of you again," Mr. Lawrence screamed as she pushed her way through the swinging doors and out into the night. She no longer had a job. She had no way to live. All thanks to Mark Furnish.
Chapter 4. Mark's knuckles stung considerably. He'd been ordered never to return to the saloon. Neither of these facts mattered as he watched the beautiful, teary-eyed girl with the feather in her hair as she looked up and down the street, arms crossed over her chest as though she felt the need to cover herself. He could not blame her. How she shook. He'd gotten her fired when all he'd wanted was to help her. "I'm sorry," he murmured, feeling like the world's biggest fool and likely sounding like one too. "Truly. I never thought." "No. You never thought." She turned away from him and began marching, down the boardwalk. The heels of her satin shoes clicked smartly against the wood. "Where will you go?" he asked as he followed her. Why on earth was he doing so? His feet seemed to move of their own accord. He had never been the type of man to leave a person in a tight situation on their own. If she was in trouble, he could not simply ride home and ice his knuckles. "What does it matter to you?" she hissed. "Please. Leave me alone now. Just because you stuck up for me in there doesn't mean you get a turn with me now." "Is that what you think?" he asked, aghast that she would even think such a thing. "You don't know me at all, miss, if that's what you think I have in mind." "I don't know what you have in mind, sir, and I do not care." She stopped suddenly, whirling on him, and he pulled up short to keep from crashing into her. "You just lost me my job. I have no idea how I'll pay for my room at the boarding house. There isn't a single job in town. Trust me, I check every day, because working in that saloon was hardly a dream come true for me. Unless a miracle comes my way, I'm going to starve to death." Mark wished he might sink into the very boards beneath his feet. Anything would be better than facing her, the bitterness in her eyes, in her voice. She was a fierce thing for certain, and she'd turned that fierceness on him. "Have you eaten your supper?" he asked. "What? Have you eaten? You mentioned starving to death, and I thought you might be hungry now." She blinked, then shook her head as if to shake her thoughts free. "You must be joking. You think you can make up what you did to me, by buying my supper. I never said it would make up for it, he reminded her. But I did feel it was the right thing to do. The least I can do. I can agree with you on that, she muttered. Please. The restaurant is open, see, the lights are on, there are people seated inside. He pointed across the street. Ruby is an excellent cook. If I didn't live so far from town, I would take every meal there. I've often wanted to go inside, she admitted. It smells wonderful. Come on then. He offered her his arm, which she eyed warily. Then her mouth fell open. I'm not dressed for supper in a restaurant. No, she was not at that. He took off his coat and helped her into it. It hung on her, reminding him of a child dressing up in their parents' clothing, but it covered her more effectively than her current costume. As an afterthought, she reached up and pulled the feather from her hair, crushing it beneath her heel, before placing her hand on his extended arm and crossing the street at his side. He had the sense of having won a battle. But not the war. They crossed the street in silence, with the gentleman who Mark recognized to be Ruby's brother giving them a wide-eyed stare as they stepped inside. It's very late, he said, standing near the door where he customarily greeted guests. He did not wear a smile. Mark's eyes swept the room, noting the patrons who stared openly at the woman on his arm. He realized he did not know her name. He wished to speak up for her, but did not know her name. Rufus. Mark dropped the man a wink and a sly smile. We both know how much time you spend over at Henry Lawrence's establishment. I would wager every woman in the place knows you. Well? The balding rotund man flushed beet red. I've seen you many times, the woman beside him whispered. Now she confirms it, Mark concluded. Do you mean to tell me a woman you would gladly spend the evening with is not good enough to take supper in this establishment? Especially when, as my guest, she'll be free to order whatever her heart desires. Rufus gulped. So long as you don't linger over the decision. I don't know that Ruby would be too pleased. As I'm sure she wouldn't be pleased if she knew where you spend your free nights, Mark whispered. The hypocrite. In fact, he was willing to bet every man in the place who dared cast a disparaging look their way was a hypocrite. While they might not all have enjoyed the private company of one of Henry Lawrence's girls, they'd all more than likely gotten an eyeful, even a handful, in passing. Rufus hurried them to a table at the rear of the restaurant, which Mark supposed would be the young woman's preference. While his coat covered what her costume did not, she still wore an excessive amount of face paint, and her legs were exposed below the knee. Shapely legs to be certain, clad in black stockings. He did not mind the view, even though he knew how improper it was to look. He pulled out her chair, noting how she avoided looking at him as she sat. Thank you, she murmured. You're welcome. He sat opposite her, studying her face as she looked around the room. There was a light in her eyes that he thought might be awe. You said it smelled wonderful, I assume when you passed by as you walked through town, he remembered. And you've always wished to pay a visit. Why is it you were never able to do so prior to now? I had no money. As simple as that. He had to remind himself that not everyone was born as he was. Not everyone was as fortunate. He'd never had to consider whether he could afford a meal at the town's restaurant. His only question had been in regard to what he'd choose to eat. Rufus handed them both a short list of what was available in the kitchen. He'd eaten more than his fill at supper, though that had been many hours earlier. He still had a long ride ahead of him when this was through. I'll have the steak, he decided. The woman-girl, whoever she was, blinked rapidly. It all looks delicious. They make a wonderful steak, Mark suggested. She chewed her lip before nodding. I believe I shall have the same then. With all the trimmings, please, Mark added before Rufus went to the kitchen. He settled back in his chair. She looked nice in his coat, truth be told. Prettier than she had before. I cannot possibly repay you for this, she whispered. I did not bring you here with hope of repayment. Remember, this is my small way of repaying the injustice that was done to you this evening. The light left her eyes. Yes. That. I am so terribly sorry. I never meant. I know you didn't. That would make you a terrible person, and you don't seem terrible, she admitted. A bit rude perhaps, but not terrible. Rude? Her earbobs danced as she nodded. You were watching me. Staring at me. It made me uncomfortable. You understand now why I did that, don't you? I was concerned for you. I didn't like the looks of that man. I didn't like the way he touched you. That was not for you to say, she pointed out, raising an eyebrow. Was it? Frankly, nothing that happened in that saloon was outside what I was expected to do as a girl employed by Henry Lawrence. If you had paid a mind to business that was yours, I would still be employed at this moment. And likely fending off a brute bent on having his way with you, or losing the fight and having no choice. She gasped a bit, her body going rigid. And he felt terrible. I need to keep apologizing for the stupid things I say and do, he said, once again wishing he could dissolve or float away. Never had he experienced this level of discomfort around a woman before. Not even Melissa, and the sight of her beauty, especially after having spent 2 weeks worrying for her safety, had all but knocked him to the floor on their first meeting. Even so, he had been able to speak to her without tripping over his tongue. Then again, he had not been the cause of Melissa losing her position. How did someone like you wind up in a place like that? He asked. Why not make an even bigger fool of himself, since he had already started? She folded her hands on her lap, taking a deep breath before replying, I told you. There is nowhere to work in town. No one needs assistance. Except Mr. Lawrence. What brought you to Carson City? Her ruby lips pressed into a thin line. The wrong question, evidently. Could be he ought to stop talking altogether. Still, she did answer. I wished for a new start. I grew up in a settlement near San Francisco, where my father was building a community around his church. A preacher. She nodded. It was rather primitive. And you wanted something more settled. Yes? She looked over his shoulder, out the window. Anywhere but at him. There was more to her story she was unwilling to tell, of this he was certain. Why would she be at all eager to open her life's history? She owed him no explanations. It was a relief to find Rufus exiting the kitchen a moment later, wheeling a cart upon which 2 slabs of meat sent steam wafting up into the air. His mouth watered, and the way his companion swallowed told him how hungry she was. All of this, she whispered once the meal had been placed before them. Along with the steaks, both of which were roughly as large as the plates on which they sat, were baked potatoes, baby peas in cream sauce, fresh rolls and butter. No sooner had he given her an encouraging nod than she dug in with knife and fork. Lord, but she must have been hungry. When was the last time she'd eaten a decent meal? He enjoyed his meal more slowly, savoring the flavorful beef, the rich cream sauce. I must ask you a personal question, he murmured between bites. You've already asked several, she pointed out without raising her eyes from the plate. I never asked your name. She choked a bit on her laughter. Oh. Belinda Blevins. She extended a hand clad in a fingerless mesh glove, which he shook firmly over the top of the table. Charmed, he murmured, and he meant it. Perhaps more than he ever had before. You live in the boarding house? She nodded, taking a dainty swipe at her lips with her napkin. The only dainty thing she'd done since tucking into her food, the steak was already halfway to being a memory, the peas all but gone. If she dragged a roll through the sauce, he would not have been a bit surprised. You said you would not have enough to pay for your room, he reminded her. How much is it per day? She swallowed a mouthful of potato before shaking her head. That is none of your concern, I'm sure. I only wish to be of help. Yes, well, that sort of help leads to other things, she pointed out. I only just left a position where I learned that the hard way. I will say that I've paid up through the end of the month. That was only 10 days away. He might be able to find her a position. Or? No, that was too much. He couldn't. Do they feed you at the boarding house? He asked, a plan forming itself in the back of his mind in spite of his better judgment. She hesitated, teeth digging into her lip instead of her steak. Yes. I mean, not myself personally. Why not yourself? I did not have the money it took to pay for my meals. You earned a living at the saloon, did you not? She snorted. A living? Hardly. It's more than likely that I still owe Mr. Lawrence for this. She gestured to herself, which he took to mean her costume. He took a portion of my earnings every week to pay him back for this. And since I never had gentlemen upstairs, I earned nothing extra for myself. Damn that man. Mark had half a mind to purchase the saloon, if only to give those girls a better life. I snuck what food I could from the kitchen in the saloon, she admitted. No wonder she ate as though she'd never tasted food before. And he'd made it so she had no way to find food. I'm very sorry. Truly. What you've told me is an affront to decency. I wish I had known the man took such advantage of you ladies. She chewed more slowly now that she'd satisfied her appetite, studying him. This happens all the time. Everywhere. Not just in Carson City, though I'm certain there are many girls here with stories similar to mine. Are you simply unaware of the rest of the world, Mr. Furnish? Her accusation cut him to the quick. Yes, he was rather unaware of the goings-on behind closed doors. I run a ranch, he replied, his tone clipped and far cooler than previously. It tends to take up my time. All of it. I understand it's quite an impressive ranch. Mr. Lawrence told me of it in brief detail when... Her cheeks darkened. When he encouraged you to approach me. I thought that was the general idea. Mark glowered inside, wishing he had the man before him that he might team him a thing or two about running a business. When a man owned the only saloon in town, he could make his own rules. It would be a waste of valuable time. Which reminded Mark of how little time he had, what with the meal all but finished and the matter of a certain plan to discuss. It was not a full-out plan, the details had not yet crystallized, but he had the gist of it already percolating. If he did not at least suggest it to the woman, he would regret it. This was not a business meeting, and as such his back straightened, his chin lifted. I have a proposition for you, which I know you're going to take the wrong way.
Chapter 5. Belinda wished more heartily than ever that her stays had not been pulled so tight. If she made it through the rest of their time together without belching in the man's face, it would be a minor miracle. But the food. Oh, it was heavenly. A life of sparse living, barely scraping enough to keep themselves breathing, and now? Now to dine on such succulent meat, such rich sauce. Butter dripping down her potatoes, melting into the fresh, yeasty rolls. Now she faced grave discomfort. A punishment for gluttony, her father would surmise. Mark Furnish watched her, waiting for a response to his startling statement. A proposition, she whispered. Indeed. He leaned in, folding his hands upon the table where he'd pushed his plate aside. First of all, I want you to know something about me. I am a gentleman. I do not believe in mistreating women, nor in treating them as though they were mere cattle. Did he wish for applause? She held her tongue, both because she did not wish to offend the man who had fed her so well, and because she was uncertain of what would slip out of her mouth. Men would never know the pains women took to appear feminine. She nodded, raising her brows for him to go on. Second, I want you to know that there are no strings attached. Once your terms of service are complete and fulfilled according to my requirements, you will be free to go on with your life in any way you please. This was beginning to sound more and more unsavory with each passing moment. She stood, head erect, and walked calmly and quietly to the door. He was not going to make a fool out of her, nor would he make her his harlot. No matter how many fine meals he purchased on her behalf, or how contrite he seemed, and especially no matter how much of a gentleman he believed himself to be. Once she was outside, she looked both ways to make certain she was alone, before covering her mouth with one hand and releasing the belch, which had been threatening to make itself known. Sweet relief, and she'd saved herself even worse humiliation than he'd just put her through. There was a limit, to what a woman could endure. She then hurried down the boardwalk, knowing she would not be alone for long. He would follow. If he were like other men, which she now knew he was, he'd demand some sort of repayment for the money he'd laid out. She'd been a fool to trust him even for a moment. A hungry fool. Wait, Belinda, wait. He was quick. She had to give him that much. Do not make me chase you down the street while shouting your name. Do not shout my name then, she hissed over one shoulder, still moving at a brisk pace. Belinda, please. He caught up to her and touched her elbow. You realize you're wearing my coat. I will not force you to remove it out here on the street, but I would appreciate getting it back when we reach the boarding house. She rolled her eyes but stopped. She'd already been branded a scarlet woman by half the town's members. She did not need to be branded a thief on top of that. Thank you for stopping. He touched a hand to his stomach. I'm not certain how much more I could have run on a full belly. Now, I would like to speak to you calmly and maturely. May I please? If you wish. Do not expect me to listen or agree with whatever it is you intend to say. I would expect nothing less by now. He looked around as she had upon leaving Ruby's, which told her of his desire for privacy. If there is something to be said, you might as well say it out in the open, she challenged. If you are the gentleman you claim to be, there can be no shame in whatever it is. You are a very difficult woman, he scowled. Fine then. I shall admit something to you, which I would not admit to another living soul. I would rather you not tell anyone else for, well, it's a matter of pride. She frowned, taking half a step back. This was not what she'd expected. What if he told her something dreadful? He cleared his throat. I need a loan on my ranch. She gaped at him. I understood you to be quite wealthy. I am, that is, I know it appears that way. And I am well off at the moment. Not that I mean to brag, he was quick to add, but these are the facts. My ranch is losing money at an astonishing rate. I've had a string of misadventures, bad luck, whatever it is you wish to call it. I need a great deal of money in order to ensure the future of the ranch. Why not go to the bank? She asked. I've tried. It didn't work. Based on the money I've lost over the last year, I'm simply not a good bet when it comes to repayment. They are not willing to risk it. His eyes narrowed, his jaw tightened. I can trust you not to share this with anybody? I don't know anyone in town. Not really. He nodded. That's good enough. I still don't understand what this has to do with me, she admitted. I have not gotten to your part in the arrangement yet. You see, there's one more option. One last possible answer. What is it? My grandfather is coming to visit next month. He's a wealthy man, quite wealthy, and with only one grandchild. You. Correct. I need a loan from him. Desperately. Or I'll lose everything my father worked so hard to build. The ranch is all I have. Her heart went out to him, for he sounded sincere, and sincerely distraught over the notion of losing his ranch. I am sorry to hear of your misfortune. You could help reverse it. I could? Yes. You. How would I do that? He took a deep breath. By pretending to be my wife when my grandfather comes to visit. She waited for the rest of the joke. Nothing came. It was not a joke. Laughter burst forth nonetheless, unbidden and uncontrollable. Absolutely not. Belinda. No. I will not. For his sake, she kept her voice at a whisper. I will not pretend to be your wife or anyone else's wife. I will not allow you to make a fool of me. I do not wish to make a fool of you, he hissed in reply. You will have nowhere to live once the month is up. Nothing to eat either. I am willing to offer you a room in my home, and all the food you can eat. I shall buy your clothing too, that you might have anything you need. All I ask in return is that you pretend to be my wife. And exactly how far would this pretending go, Mr. Furnish? She asked, ready to explode in furious shame. Who do you think I am? You pretended as though you thought me better than the class of girls willing to take their guests upstairs in the saloon, yet you approach me with a notion such as this." His lips barely moved when he replied, "I do not intend to sleep with you, if that is what you're concerned with." "It's part of my concern, yes." "What about little displays of affection? Kindnesses, tender words, the holding of hands? What about kissing?" While she could think of at least a dozen less pleasurable pastimes than kissing this handsome man, she would not be coerced into doing so. "I only need to make it look as though I have a wife and a secure, stable life on the ranch. My grandfather needs to know of my seriousness in creating, well, a legacy. Something that will be passed down through the generations. If he sees my wife, believes there is a chance that I will give him great-grandchildren someday, and knows that my failure will leave them destitute, he's certain to agree to a loan. But I need that wife." "Why not find a wife then?" "I do not wish to be wed. I merely need to make it look as though I am." "I am sure you'll find a suitable woman for your scheme," she replied. "As I said before, I'm not the only one in Carson City with a sad, desperate tale to tell. But you are the one I happen to be standing before at this minute, and I happen to enjoy your company, when you aren't denying me at every turn." His gaze shifted downward, fixing on the hat he held in both hands. "I believe it would be in the best interest of us both, if you agreed." She had not a single intention of doing so. However, curiosity egged her on. "And just what would happen to your so-called wife after you obtained your loan?" "I suppose she would go on with nothing more to show for her time and efforts than a memory." "I told you I would purchase clothing which you would be welcome to keep," he reminded her. "Do not speak as though I would be the one taking advantage of your generosity," she warned him. "I'm merely asking because I pity the foolish girl who would agree." He nodded, mouth pursed. He did have a nice mouth. She reminded herself that this sort of thinking had led her down the wrong path before. "As I was saying," he continued, "the woman in question would be welcome to keep the garments purchased on her behalf. She would also be entitled to a portion of the money I obtained from my grandfather." She bit her tongue to keep from blurting out her acceptance. Money of her own? She might be able to purchase a little piece of land, perhaps a small house. Something that belonged only to her. In less than the time it took for her heart to beat, the entire setup sprang to life in her head. A modest little house. White with green trim. A flower garden in front where she would grow roses. All the roses the ground could hold. And a vegetable garden in back. A porch which faced west, where she could sit in a rocking chair at the end of a long but happy day watching the night fall. It was all so clear, her heart ached with the knowing that it wasn't real. Wasn't hers. Yet. How much money would she get? Oh, but the words strained to leave her mouth. Every stitch of self-control at her disposal needed use just then. "It sounds like a fine opportunity for the woman willing to pretend for you," she allowed. "Unfortunately, Mr. Furnish, it is not in my nature to practice deception. You saw me back there in the saloon. I was no good even at pretending to want the company of the men." Mark laughed. "I noticed that, yes. But since there are a few weeks before my grandfather arrives, I'd hoped for the chance to get to know my pretend bride. We might learn more about each other, work out a story about how we met and how long our marriage has lasted. I'm not a disagreeable fellow. You would find I'm actually rather pleasant, were you the woman who agreed to this," he was quick to add. "Which I am not. And to Hades with her pride, for the notion of having a home with a porch and a garden and sweet blessed peace and quiet might be hers if not for it." "Which you are not," he agreed with a frown. "So be it then. I'd best allow you to be on your way, it is late, and you shall have a time of looking for a new position in the morning." "I shall at that." Her heart was heavy as they turned in the direction of the boarding house, only 1 block further down the street. Yes, she would have a time of it indeed. No job. No food except that which she'd squirreled away in the drawer of her bedside table. A few apples, hard cheese and orange, all of it wrapped in cloth to keep them away from pests. That would not last long at all. She might agree to Mr. Furnish's proposition. There was merely a half block in which to make her decision. Saying yes would mean food, clothing, a comfortable bed, a home of her own someday. All for the sake of a few lies told to an old man. They would still be lies, and she'd been raised better than that. She'd simply have to find another way. She'd managed so far. Thank you for the meal, Mr. Furnish. She slipped out of the coat once they reached the stairs leading up to the front porch of Mrs. Nettle's boarding house, a 3-story home which housed several young women. Soon there would be one less. Thank you for the company, Miss Blevins. Mark tipped his hat to her and watched as she walked up the steps, using a key kept in her net reticule to open the front door. Mrs. Nettle was strict with her curfew policy, but she'd allowed Belinda to skirt the rules as her work meant spending late nights on Carson Street. Only she had been given a key with which to unlock the door. She looked over her shoulder to find Mark still standing there, waiting for her to get inside safely. He was a gentleman, just as he'd promised. To Hades with her pride.
Chapter 6. Mark's coat smelled of her, some sort of sweet perfume he could not quite place. Lilac, perhaps. He would not wear it home, as the scent would drive him half mad the entire way. Half mad with enchantment. Plain and simple. And a deep, throbbing desire. He'd never wanted a woman as strongly as he wanted her, nor as quickly. But the woman wanted nothing to do with him. It was not the first time a woman to whom he felt an instant attraction rejected him out of hand. He watched her disappear behind the door, the lace curtain hanging on the inside blurring her figure. Her shadow lingered there rather than retreating. Would she change her mind? If she had not done so yet, hunger might convince her to. But was that a fair way to get what he wanted? By using the poor thing's hunger against her? He decided it was not. Once he was completely certain of her having stepped away from the door, he wondered about a way to ensure she would at least eat during the rest of her stay at Mrs. Nettle's establishment. If it weren't so late, he would call on the lady herself and speak to her about paying whatever it took to get the girl fed. He would send someone to the house in the morning, he decided, with a note and money enough to settle her up. Perhaps he would even include more and ask that the woman offer Belinda a free week or two. Whatever she needed. It would be better to send one of the hands, he decided. If Belinda happened to see him, there was no telling how she would react. He lifted the coat to his nose and inhaled her scent. It would be better for him not to see her, too. No telling how he would react. Mark was knee-deep in ledgers when Willie returned, knocking tentatively on the door to the study, before swinging it slowly open. He glanced up just long enough to see who was visiting. Yes, he asked. How did it go? It didn't go too well, Mr. Furnish. He grimaced, running a hand over cheeks full of stubble. Mark pushed back from the desk, standing. What happened? Knowing the woman in question as little as he did, he was still aware that nearly anything could have gone wrong. She was simply that unpredictable. Even knowing that as well as he did, there was no guessing what Willie was about to announce. She wasn't there. Mrs. Nettle. The girl. Miss Blevins. Mark blinked, his mind struggling to keep up. She was out for the day. That made no difference, if anything. It made it easier for you to leave the money and explain why I was sending it. Did you leave the money? I don't mean she was out for the day. She was gone. She plumb up and left. Mark's legs folded beneath him. Lucky the chair was right there to catch him. She left. That's what Mrs. Nettle told me. A forwarding address, he asked, hoping against hope. She never got anything in the post, Mrs. Nettle said, so there was no need to have anything forwarded. Willie shifted from one foot to the other. I asked, sir. I did. Whether Miss Blevins said where she was going. She didn't. Just said she couldn't stay any longer. Mark felt numb all over, like when his foot fell asleep, but at this moment throughout his body. She was gone. Just like that. He would never see her again. And it was probably his fault. Why else would she run off as she had, especially when she'd paid up until the end of the month? She had nowhere to go. He said nothing when Willie all but tiptoed across the room and placed the envelope on his desk. He'd spent a solid hour writing and rewriting the letter to Mrs. Nettle, trying to find the right way to convince her to conspire with him. All for nothing. He did not bother checking the inside of the envelope to count the money. He trusted Willie, as he trusted all of his men. A pretty pass things would come to if he didn't. It wasn't as though he could have moved to pluck it from the corner of the desk, even if he wished to. His body was still numb. Why did he care as much as he did? The girl would come to a bad end. He would never not blame himself for it, question what he might have said or done to convince her. Or how he might have backed down before it. He frightened her clean out of Carson City. There was no chance of getting his head back into his work, not just then. He pushed the ledgers aside, folding his arms on top of the desk and resting his forehead against them. How had everything gone sour so quickly? Just a year earlier, he'd been on top of the world. Misfortune? Yes, he'd heard of it, but it had never paid him a visit. He'd known it was possible to have cattle fall ill, but his had been healthy. He'd known it was possible for water levels to run low during drought, but Nevada had never seen a drought like the previous summers. None of this had ever taken place while his father was alive. How was he to know what a terrible mess things could fall into? Belinda was right. He had no idea what life was like for regular folk like her. He might just become one of those regular folk, and soon. Another knock on the door. What? He snapped before he could stop himself. Again it opened slowly. Very slowly, the hinges creaking as it did. Inch by inch, the woman standing in the doorway revealed herself. A woman holding a valise, light brown curls framing her pale, frightened face. She had been wearing a great deal of face paint when he saw her last. But he would know her green eyes anywhere. Belinda. He shot up from his chair. What are you doing here? She raised her dimpled chin. I have decided to accept your offer after all. If it still stands. He thought for a moment that he must have been dreaming. Was it possible she'd come around so quickly? How did you get here? I rode with the mail carrier, she explained. A resourceful young woman, to be sure. I would have sent a buggy for you. I did not know how to contact you. Fair enough. He realized then that they remained in place, both of them, on opposite sides of the room. Please come in. Have a seat. She stepped into the office, eyes going over the books lining the walls to her left and right. Thank you, she murmured when he took the valise from her hand and set it down. Would you like something from the kitchen? Tea, perhaps? Coffee? He so rarely entertained women in his home. Only Lena was a regular visitor. Lena had never held his entire future in the palm of her hand. Tea would be nice. Thank you. She arranged the skirt of her much simpler, more modest calico dress and applied a handkerchief to her brow while he walked down the hall to the kitchen and asked cook to bring a tray of tea and whatever was left from breakfast. The girl had most likely not eaten. When he returned, he observed her fully for the first time. The sunlight flooding through the windows behind his desk revealed strands of gold woven through her sandy brown hair. She turned her face to the side, revealing a profile he thought he might find on a cameo. A proud tilt to her head, a strong nose and chin, a slender neck. There was a purity to her, which the face paint and fancy hairdress had hidden. It served to deepen her beauty. He cleared his throat, as she had not appeared to notice his return. I must ask why you suddenly changed your mind. He sat behind the desk, once again ready to transact business. The handkerchief she held twisted between her hands. I admit, I was unable to sleep for thinking. I dismissed you far too quickly, without proper consideration. I would not disagree with that, he replied, hiding a smile. And while your actions of last evening did result in my losing my position at the saloon, you acted out of chivalry. I was rude to freeze you as I did. This was all wrong. Her words were practiced, as though she'd spent the night memorizing them. The woman he saw before him might have been far lovelier than the one he'd met before, and that woman had been quite lovely, indeed, but she had nothing of the spirit he'd begrudgingly respected. "Would you please do something for me?" he asked. "What is it?" "Speak freely. Tell me what you truly think. Why are you here?" A line appeared over the bridge of her nose, between her brows. "Because you asked me to come." "But what made you come? Truly, now. I can withstand a blow to my pride, if that's what you fear." The line deepened, her brows now almost completely drawn together. Could she trust him? He resolved not to speak until she decided. He would not sway her. Her shoulders squared. "I need the money you promised." That he could understand and even work with. It was business. Nothing more. "I won't ask what it's for, as your affairs are none of my concern." "Thank you. I'm only glad you finally saw reason." "You needn't sound so smug, Mr. Furnish," she replied with icy calm. "You need me as much as I need you."
Chapter 7. Only once Belinda had finished a pot of tea and 2 biscuits with butter and strawberry jam did she lift her gaze to where Mark Furnish wrote up a contract detailing their arrangement. Sitting behind his desk, head bent over his work, he was somehow more handsome than before. Perhaps because he was not aware of himself while working. There was no pretense to him then. A lock of hair the color of dark wood fell across his forehead, which he pushed back with an impatient sigh. "Blevins?" he asked without looking up. "That's correct." She chewed her lip, watching his pen move swiftly over the paper. She'd know soon enough what he was writing, but that did not squelch her curiosity. Her decision was the right one, of this she had no doubt. A night spent torturing herself, turning the problem over and over again in her mind until her head had throbbed most horribly. In the end, reason and hunger had joined forces to overthrow pride. This was a nice room. Pleasant. Masculine to be sure, with its dark paneled walls, the scent of leather-bound books on the shelves mixing with the scents of tobacco and horse, and a spicy cologne she supposed belonged to her soon-to-be so-called husband. Outside the window stretched green flat land. The puffiest white clouds she'd ever seen piled up upon the horizon, and made her long to touch them. She imagined they would feel like fresh cotton. Mark sat up, straightened the pair of papers he'd just filled with neat, orderly script. "Please review this and share your thoughts. I want you to feel as though your needs are addressed." She'd never been treated this way before. As though she mattered. "I." He frowned, papers held in midair. "Can you read?" "Of course I can read," she snapped. When his face fell a bit, guilt washed over her. "I can read. I've simply never read a contract before." "Oh. Is that all? I've kept it simple enough." He chuckled, grimacing. "I didn't go to law school myself." She could not help but smile, taking what he offered. He had a way of putting a person at ease. Perhaps he would not be difficult to live with. "You'll see it entails everything we discussed last night," he explained as she read. "My grandfather will arrive in 3 weeks. During that time, we shall get to know each other. You shall learn about ranching and the doings of the house, that you might appear learned on these subjects." "I see," she murmured as she read this very section. "I shall take you into town to purchase everything you need." She paused in her reading, her eyes meeting his over the top of the first page. "Are you certain that is wise?" Why wouldn't it be? He was either the kindest, sweetest man she'd ever met or the least intelligent. Either way, he did not seem to understand what he planned to undertake. "What if someone recognizes me?" "They will surely recognize you, and if they see us together." He appeared unimpressed. "They will assume we are husband and wife, because I will lead them to believe that we are." "What happens when our arrangement ends?" "If anyone asks, which they will not, they can believe you went to live with family." "I would not have them believing we were separated, or..." Her voice dropped to a scandalized whisper. "Divorced." The way he chuckled fanned her already high level of anxiety, turning it into blazing anger. "Do not laugh at me," she warned. "We shall never come to an agreement if you laugh at me. That was not my intention, I assure you. I merely wished you to know how slight a concern that is. The commonness of divorce out here on the plains might surprise you. Women decide the land and the life is too much for them to handle all the time. She drew herself up, chest out, shoulders back. I am not just any woman. That you are not, he agreed, his voice suddenly low. There was nothing untoward about his manner, yet he made her blush. She raised the contract in front of her face, in order to hide her sudden shyness. Perhaps some woman about the place might come to town with me, she suggested. That is a good idea, he conceded. A reasonable man, at least. A good sign. You've named this date as the day our agreement is to be finalized, yet there is no end date. I do not know exactly when my grandfather will arrive. It could be one day, could be another, but he will stay for a week. That much has been decided. He's a busy man, it's likely he has business elsewhere. I shall do everything in my power to make it as pleasant an experience as possible for both of you, he replied, all self-assurance. She could not argue, for he knew she had nothing and no one waiting for her. No responsibilities to keep in mind, no loved ones in need of her presence. The peril of having revealed too much of herself to him. But how could she have known what he would suggest, with no end date set? It was possible that she'd intended to lay guilt upon his head for being the cause of her losing her job. Look who was getting the last laugh. She flipped to the next page. Terms of payment, she whispered, her pulse picking up speed. This was it. The reason she'd come, risking her pride on the chance that he would still be agreeable. When she saw the number, her stomach dropped. The words blurred before her eyes. Is this true? She breathed. The amount? Did you perhaps make a mistake? He waved the paper at himself with a crook of his fingers, and she held it out with a shaking hand. It was necessary for him to hold the page steady in order to read. Yes. That is what I meant to write. $10,000. You would give me $10,000? It seemed no matter how many times she said it, either in her head or aloud, the words made no greater sense. $10,000. So much more than she had ever expected. Is it not enough? He asked, eyebrows lifting. I could make it more, though I would need to adjust the amount I asked my grandfather for. And he would give it to you? Well, yes. That is the purpose of this exercise, is it not? It seemed too much, enough that her hands shook not out of excitement but out of fear. The sum he referenced was not an amount of money a man would part with lightly. What would happen to both of them if the old man found out he'd been duped? Mark leaned forward, frowning as though he understood the meaning of her hesitation and felt it unnecessary. My grandfather is not a villain from a play or a book, Miss Blevins. There is no need for him to know of our deception, so long as we both do our part. He made sense, or perhaps she was merely desperate. $10,000 could buy a lot of dreams. What of the cook? The ranch hands? We'll simply tell them we were married. Last night even. We can say you swept me off my feet, and I took you to the justice of the peace in the middle of the night, then let you return home to pack your things. You were in such a rush for us to be together again, you could not wait for me to send a buggy. He shrugged. What do you think? I think you missed your calling. Meaning? Meaning you ought to have taken to the stage, or to writing those novels and plays you only just spoke of, she grinned. To answer your question, you know your people better than I do. If you think they will believe the story, by all means. I've never given them reason to distrust me. You are now. Yes, well. His face darkened, his eyes narrowed. She suddenly remembered the man who'd felled an angry cowboy with a single blow, who would not back down even when pushed. Sometimes we have to do the wrong things for the right reason. As I'm doing by perpetuating this lie, she observed. You would be doing me a great favor, not to mention the many people the ranch employs, all of whom would lose their positions if the ranch goes under. She cringed. All right, you need not pile on any further guilt. I understand completely. He coughed to cover up a chuckle, but she heard it nonetheless. Is there anything you wish for me to add? Her mind raced almost as fast as her pulse, going through every foreseeable scenario. Would you expect me to be affectionate while your grandfather is in our presence? He coughed again, this time more sincerely. She realized with no small degree of wonder that she had embarrassed him. It made her feel strange, almost empowered. I suppose. Not overly so, he would take offense to that, I'm sure. I would imagine. I believe he would be satisfied with the tone of voice. A few looks, gestures, words of endearment. It was her turn to blush with embarrassment. I see. Do you feel you could bring yourself to behave this way? She could not look at him. She'd die if she tried. I believe so. Good. Was there pleasure in his voice? She supposed so. He was still just a man. A nice man, but no better than his gender would allow him to be. With this in mind, she hardened her resolve. I would like it if you would add those terms to the contract, please. I would not want there to be any misunderstandings later. Also, please add that I will sleep alone. His mouth fell open. Miss Blevins? Rather than back down from his show of temper, she flared up to meet it. You told me to add anything I thought was missing. I am not protesting the addition, only that you feel the need to state it. I would never force you to share a bed with me. Oh. She shrugged. You must understand. Having met the men at the saloon. I have no doubt. He bent over the page and added a line referencing displays of affection limited to warm looks and words, the occasional kiss on the cheek. She thought she could handle that well. After that, a line explaining their separate beds. How unfortunate that whenever he moved, a bit of his cologne wafted toward her nose. How unfortunate that it made her feel heady, flushed all over. Is that all? He looked up of a sudden, forcing her to arrange her face in bland lines so as not to give away how he moved her. I believe so, she breathed. Anything to get out of these close quarters. She needed to put space between them, and a great deal of it. A good thing they were to share such an enormous home then. She might not have to be with him at all until this grandfather of his came to visit. Only at meals, she supposed, where they would learn enough about each other to perform believably as husband and wife. Mark's signature was a large, important scrawl. A confident signature, if signatures could be referred to as confident. Miss Blevins? He dipped the pen into the inkwell and held it out to her. She tried in vain to ignore the thrill of their fingers brushing together as she accepted. Belinda Blevins. Much smaller than his, in neat script her father had insisted upon. It was she who transcribed his sermons for him, as he'd been unable to read his own writing and days later would forget what he'd planned out. When the time came to deliver to his congregation, he would have been lost without her. What a strange thing to remember, now of all times. One more thing, I almost forgot. Mark opened the desk's top drawer and withdrew a small box. I purchased this a while back with the intention of giving it to someone else. If it doesn't fit, I can have the man in town resize it. He opened the box to reveal a gold band, which he withdrew. Might I put it on for you? She shook her head. I would rather do it myself if you don't mind. Oh. Of course. He placed it in her upturned palm and watched as she slid it over her third finger. It fits, she whispered. Oh goodness. This makes everything seem real.
Chapter 8. Mark pushed back his hat, wiping sweat from his brow. The day had turned into a warm one, warmer than they normally turned at this point in the late summer. A day which seemed to drag on into eternity. The growing heat did not make it any less irksome. He normally enjoyed a long ride, enjoyed watching the hands wrangle the livestock and lead them to water. He would from time to time join them, just for the sheer thrill of being part of things, rather than watching from afar. In the week since his would-be bride had joined him, he wanted less and less to do with being away from the house. Away from her. She simply made life more pleasant by being part of it. That entrancing floral scent he'd taken note of after their first meeting, It hung in the air long after she left the room. Hearing the little tune she hummed to herself as she went about the business of housework, the notes carrying through the open study windows, while she was outside tending the white roses his mother had planted many years earlier. He'd once asked her exactly what she hummed. "I guess it's something I made up," she'd smiled, bashful. "I wasn't aware of humming it." "I'll stop if it bothers you." "Not at all," he'd insisted. In fact, he would miss it when she was gone. He'd miss her company at mealtimes, too. Before she came, he would have taken breakfast and dinner with the men, where they sat at a pair of long tables beneath an awning outside the kitchen door. Now he felt it a better use of his time to take meals with her. As he was so busy during the day, and sometimes was not able to make it home until supper, time spent at the breakfast and supper tables meant time getting to know his not-quite wife. They discussed their favorite books, and he'd recommended a handful from his library, that she might have a selection of common topics to bring up in conversation. They spoke of the foods they preferred, their personal habits, their beliefs when it came to politics. She was surprisingly informed for a woman, and believed, as he did, that Reconstruction was little more than a thinly veiled means to exact revenge for the Confederacy's secession. He'd begun to explain the workings of the ranch as well, though it was clear she had a lot to learn. On more than one occasion, he'd asked about the settlement she'd come from. He held a vague memory of her saying she'd lived outside San Francisco. She'd shut up instantly, her mouth closing as though she'd sewn it. He had not asked again. It didn't matter if he knew little about her coming up, he decided, riding Star out to where a pair of hands worked on something he could not see from a distance. On closer inspection, it became clear that a calf had tangled itself in the barbed wire which comprised his fencing. He hated the fence, even more so upon witnessing an innocent calf caught in the barbs. Sadly, this was the way many ranchers were forced to go as the world changed and a man's word of honor was as good as nothing. He trusted Ryan naturally, but Ryan was not the only ranch bordering his own. A man with as much land as he owned had many neighbors, and it was not always possible to keep a watchful eye on those who would lead their own cattle to water in the river which ran through Furnish Ranch. One of the men rose, hands on hips, watching the other finish the job of unwinding the wire. Mark recognized Jed as the one still hard at work, and understood why without being told. The man had a way with animals. There, he heard Jed comforting the calf, soothing it into peacefulness as he worked to free it. If the beast fought and kicked, it would only become more hopelessly entangled. Mark had seen it before. A heartbreaking sight, indeed. He held back, waiting downwind of the scene so as to not further upset the calf with his or Star's scent. Jed moved slowly but purposefully, unwrapping the calf's leg until finally it was free. He clapped in appreciation before walking Star the rest of the way, and his soon-to-be foreman smiled in his normal self-deprecating manner. "Didn't know the boss was watching," he grinned. "I have eyes everywhere. Don't you know that?" The men shared a healthy respect for each other. Mark admired Jed's work ethic and sense of fairness, not to mention relying upon his knowledge of ranching. Strange, considering the way they'd started out together. How Jed's original intention was to steal from Mark with the purpose of buying a ranch of his own, by holding Mark's intended mail-order bride hostage. Except she was not truly a hostage and had not been for quite some time, as the two of them, she and Jed, had fallen in love along the way. Hence Mark's ownership of a wedding band, currently sitting on the finger of yet another would-be bride, though this one was pretend. "I'd been meaning to have a word with you," Mark explained, cutting his eyes to where the second hand still stood. As always, Jed was smart enough to take his boss's meaning. "I'd been intending to ride out along the length of the fence for a spell, inspecting. Would you join me?" They rode together then, miles of ugly barbed wire marring the otherwise picturesque scene. Jed sighed, and Mark knew why. They shared the same sentiment when it came to the fencing, but they also knew it was a necessary evil. "What was it you wished to talk about?" he asked, catching Mark's eye from the corner of his own. "My grandfather will be visiting the ranch in 2 weeks or so," Mark began. "The purpose of his visit is to arrange a loan for the ranch." "A loan?" "Grant you, I don't know if he'll wish to be reimbursed," he admitted, "but yes. You know as well as I do how tight a spot we're in, so I might as well not bother playing innocent. Jed tipped the brim of his hat forward, shielding his eyes. Yeah, I had a feeling. Didn't want to say anything to you until you mentioned it first. I appreciate that, as I appreciate the discretion I'm sure you've exercised with the other men. For this, he was rewarded with a look he could only describe as withering. Naturally, Jed knew when to be discreet. Mark would not have kept him on otherwise, regardless of whether or not the man's wife was expecting. Certain things a man simply could not abide. My grandfather is a difficult man, Mark confided. He would not have confided this to any man but Jed, really. Not even Ryan, for he knew Ryan would only try to help, and Mark's pride would not allow it. In spite of their beginnings, he trusted Jed more than anyone else on the place. I believe he can be made to come around on the ranch when he sees how important it would be to pass it down to the next generation. Which is why you all of a sudden have a wife in the house. Mark's head snapped around to glare at his foreman. I do not take that lightly, he warned. Nor should you. I didn't mean to insult you, truly. I merely found it interesting that you'd suddenly taken a wife without so much as mentioning it to Melissa. Mark looked away again at the mention of the woman who might have been his, had fate not stepped in. She'd taken to calling on him now and then, checking on him as though she were obligated to do so. Perhaps she felt a sort of responsibility toward him, after the disappointment she'd delivered. It was rather sudden, he admitted. And yes, it does have to do with my grandfather's visit. I need him to believe I'm serious about building a legacy. Aren't you? Of course. Mark scratched the back of his neck, where sweat beaded beneath his hair. I just hadn't given it much thought yet. That was the reason I wrote for a wife months ago. I foresaw something like this happening. Needing my grandfather's help. He'd been laying the groundwork, preparing for the just-in-case. But now the just-in-case had become imperative, and had a timeline that needed to be met. I am sorry, then, for having gotten in the way of that. Don't be a fool, Mark scoffed not unkindly. This is my ranch, and I take ownership of what happens on it and to it. You are not to blame for anything. Jed cleared his throat in a way which told Mark he had something difficult to say. Do you think your missus would mind meeting mine? It isn't Melissa's way to complain, but I have the feeling she would like spending time with another woman. Funny, since that's just what I was about to speak to you about. Do you think Melissa would mind accompanying Belinda to town? I promised to buy her anything she needed, and have fallen short in the last week, with so much work to be done to prepare for the sale of our bloodline. A rancher whose spread operated nearby was bringing several dozen cows in that they might be impregnated by his most exceptional steers. The influx of capital would be a relief, but not a permanent one. I'll ask her about it tonight, but I can't imagine she'd not oblige. She's been itching for a trip to town, truth be told, and I haven't had much time to accompany her. I don't like the idea of her going alone in her condition. How is she faring? She had to be nearing her time by Mark's calculation, and was roughly as big as a house, though he'd never tell her that. Better all the time, Jed grinned. I swear the woman's a wonder. Yes. She was. I hope you don't mind, but I arranged an escort for you. On your trip to town, that is. Belinda looked up from her soup, and as always the sight of her wide green eyes all but knocked him from his chair. Oh? Who might that be? She had a way of asking questions. As though everything in life was of interest, as though she could not wait to hear the answer. Melissa Cunningham. I've mentioned her before, at least I think I have. The line appeared between her brows, then smoothed out. Oh yes. You mentioned her. The wife of the man who's to be your foreman soon. Correct. They live in the smaller house across the way, the one I grew up in. That's important to remember. Belinda tapped a finger to the side of her head. I remember. I've been meaning to pay a call, but there's been so much to learn here. About the ranch, about the household. About me, he teased. I didn't think I was that difficult to know. Oh, Mark Furnish. You are not difficult at all. He knew he ought to bristle at the way she rolled her eyes, but he simply couldn't bring himself to mind. I spoke to Jed today. As Melissa is expecting, he doesn't like the notion of sending her all the way to town by her lonesome. I thought you could help each other in that way. She's a charming woman, really, and I think you two will get along wonderfully well. Besides, he added with a half-smile, I'm sure you would like the female company after spending so much time around men. I didn't wish to complain, she whispered, then smiled, returning to her soup. He'd all but lost his appetite, though not in a bad way. Not as he would if he'd witnessed something terrible, but as he would when his stomach tightened at the sight of her smile, as if he'd fallen from his horse and hit the ground with a sickening thud. He looked down at his plate, as gazing upon her was entirely too much for his long, lonely self to manage. Are you happy here? Happy? She surprised him by laughing softly, lowering her spoon again. He could not see it, but he heard the clink it made. I know this will sound dreadful, but the last thing I want to be is happy. Why? That would only make it more difficult to leave when the time comes, wouldn't it? She made sense, reluctant though he was to admit it. He gazed across the table from beneath lowered brows. I suppose that means I ought to do everything in my power to make you unhappy then. She snickered. I doubt you could if you tried, sir. I mean no offense, but I don't think you could make anyone unhappy. I don't know if I ought to take that as a compliment or a comment on my character. It's a compliment to your character. Is that acceptable? Her eyes twinkled as she went back to eating. How was he supposed to return to having supper with a bunch of stinking, foul-mouthed men after he'd known the pleasure of dining with her?
Chapter 9. The sun shone brilliantly as Belinda stepped out from beneath the shade of the porch, tying the ribbons of a straw bonnet beneath her chin. There was truly something special about being here. She felt healthier than she had in years, probably because she was eating better than she ever had. To say the food growing up had been sparse would be an insult to sparse food. She'd started to fill out a bit as a result, which was why a trip to town could not have come at a better time. While her stays could stand loosening, her dresses would not stretch accordingly. It was a surprise to find the buggy waiting, a driver behind the reins. A very pretty driver, who happened to be quite heavy with child. You must be Belinda, she smiled, tucking a strand of wind-blown blonde hair behind one ear. I'm sorry I haven't called before now. I've been busy canning for days on end, getting ready for winter. I would help you. You ought to have mentioned it to Mark. She stopped herself before calling him Mr. Furnish. A wife wouldn't be so formal when speaking about her husband, unless she was speaking to a servant, which Melissa Cunningham was not. I thought the two of you might want a little time to yourselves, Melissa replied, offering a soft smile. He chose well for himself. I must give him that much. Belinda could only offer a shy smile in reply, as Melissa tapped the reins to the team's backs and started them on their way. I've never seen a woman drive a buggy, Belinda admitted with a laugh. That must sound awfully backward. Not at all. I only learned how when my husband taught me, early on in our acquaintance. Would you like to try? Belinda burst into gales of laughter. I don't know. We'll see how you feel on the way home then, Melissa winked. She surely did drive with a great deal of confidence, Belinda noted. Thank you for taking time from your canning to come out with me. Not at all. I've been on Jed's back to take me out to town for weeks now, but he's been too busy. Besides, I would imagine it's much more pleasant to go out with a woman than it is with a man. Men just don't understand certain things. Put Jed on horseback, and ask him to wrangle a calf and he'd have it done as quick as you please. Her voice took on a dry tone. Ask him to pick out a bolt of linen for work shirts, and you might as well ask him to build a railroad single-handed. Their laughter rang out in the open air. Belinda had forgotten how good it felt to laugh like that, the way a woman could only laugh with another woman. Melissa had a way about her that made Belinda feel instantly at ease, as though they'd been friends for years rather than acquaintances of only a few minutes. Tell me about yourself, Melissa invited. We have a long ride before us, and plenty of time to catch up. I've wanted to know you ever since I first heard you'd come to live in the house. This touched Belinda far more than she could have said. Someone wanted to know her. I've never had female friends or many friends at all, she admitted. That's one thing we have in common. No. You seem so personable and generous. As do you. Which tells me we both have a story to share. She nodded in encouragement. Unless I'm prying by asking. Oh, please let me know if I am. I'm so ungraceful when it comes to these matters. You aren't prying truly. The fact was, Belinda had always wished for a friend she might bare her heart to. I was extremely sheltered, I suppose is the word. My father was a preacher. Is a preacher. I suppose he still is. I haven't seen him in a long time. I'm sorry, Melissa murmured. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's for the best, I'm certain. You did not part as friends then. Worse than enemies. Belinda sighed as memories came back one after another. I haven't told Mark of any of this. It's difficult for me to speak of. I won't say a word. Do you know how we met? She blurted it out without forethought. The curiosity was simply too much. Melissa winced. I have heard things. Word gets around. Some of the men visited town a few weeks back. That was all she would say. It was all she needed to say. I hope Mark hasn't heard of this. Mark doesn't care, who knows. Belinda gaped at her in surprise. Melissa nodded. Truly. You might be surprised how little he cares what others think. Really? She couldn't help but be skeptical, but Melissa merely nodded. We can talk about that when it's my turn. Go on. She sat back, hand folded in her lap. Opening the door to her memories left her quaking inside, but she'd never had the freedom to talk them before. My father did not allow me to have friends. They were a bad influence, no matter who they happened to be. People on the whole were bad. They would lead me down the wrong path, into sinfulness. I get the idea. That's very sad. I was afraid of the world for a long time, she explained. He taught me life was full of danger. I couldn't trust anyone. Sinners, hellfire. He was keeping me safe. I believed him, why would I not? He was my father. He would only want to protect me. Of course. Why would you believe anything else? I'm sure in his way, that was what he thought he was doing. I suppose, Belinda shrugged. Perhaps he did believe it himself. Not that it helped her in any way. Not that it improved her life. What did that mean for you? What did that do to you? Belinda looked down at her hands, twisting together. Her stomach tightened at the memory of her joy, how short-lived it was. She'd been so painfully backward and easily fooled. A man took advantage of me. Not that he had his way with me, she was quick to add. I wouldn't allow it, which was when he grew tired of me. I decided to get off the train in Carson City, and he was all too happy to see me go. I certainly couldn't return home after that. Oh, my dear. Melissa held both reins in her left hand, so she might pat Belinda's leg with her right. I'm terribly sorry. What made you go with him? I thought he wanted me. Me myself. I thought he wanted to marry me, as he'd made it sound as though he did. Not what he truly wanted. She winced at the memory of her embarrassment when the truth came to light. Looking back, of course, I see how he never once asked me or even said the word straight out. He was charming and worldly, too clever to step into a trap. A salesman, if you can imagine, on his way through before heading east. Melissa's nose wrinkled. I can imagine. Traveling salesmen do not have a good reputation. Now I know, Belinda grimaced. Then? I thought he was sincere. I thought he loved me. She didn't intend to sound so small. Her voice held a quaver which she couldn't seem to overcome. But when she spoke of Daniel, there was little helping her distress. I assume you ran away from your father then. He would not have allowed you to go. Of course. Belinda laughed, but there was a bitter edge to it. He wouldn't even allow me to see Daniel when he invited me for a walk. To run away with him, to get on a train with a man I wasn't married to. A stranger? She shook her head. He was right naturally, but he'd been wrong about so many things. Perhaps if he'd been better to me, less strict, more reasonable about allowing me to find my way, I wouldn't have been so easily taken in. I had no one to talk to about it. Since I wasn't allowed friends, one of them might have instructed me. You didn't do anything wrong. I don't know about that. You didn't. You had no way of knowing what was going on. Some girls make mistakes like that, and some aren't lucky enough to get out of them the way you did. Consider yourself lucky and smart enough to have left him when you did. It was only a month ago that I got off the train, Belinda admitted. It feels like yesterday. You'll get over it as time goes on. Trust me. There was a quiet sureness in her words, which left Belinda wondering just how well Melissa knew of what she spoke. Now you know about me. I was sheltered, smothered, and I allowed a man to fool me by convincing me to run away with him for a marriage which was never going to take place. What about you? They both chuckled, and when they did, it seemed there was not so much to be ashamed of. Maybe Melissa was right, and it would get better with time, especially if she stopped blaming herself. Melissa heaved a deep breath, the breath a woman took when she was about to reveal something uncomfortable. Well, I suppose Mark told you all about me. He hasn't. He's very discreet. I've asked about you and Jed, and he's only ever told me you've been here several months and you're a charming woman and Jed is a wonder with animals. Trying to get more than that out of him is like talking to a wall. She expected Melissa to laugh at this. Instead, she made a thoughtful noise, her brows lifting. Is that so? I suppose he didn't tell you this child isn't Jed's then. Belinda stiffened. He didn't. It was an old reaction, one bred from years of her father's strict teachings. No matter how wrong she knew it was, she couldn't quell that first burst of discomfort on hearing something unpleasant. Melissa giggled. You don't need to look so scandalized. Though it is a difficult story. I was married to another man who was awful to me, and I needed to escape him. Oh. As always, Belinda felt like a fool for having judged too quickly. Over the course of the drive, the entire tale came out. How she'd been beaten, and knew she had to get away with her baby. How she'd met Jed along the way, and how they'd traveled together to Carson City. Belinda gasped in all the right places, teared up when the story took an emotional turn. To think someone had once been so cruel to this lovely woman. What a blessing that she'd been able to find love with Jed, security, tenderness. I suppose your former husband granted you a divorce? How did you manage that? Melissa frowned. He didn't tell you that, either. It makes sense. Perhaps it shouldn't be me who tells you. I'll burst if you don't. So she did. Mark shot him in the study when he attacked me. John threatened to kill me, and there was no pulling him from me, so Mark did what he had to do. This knocked Belinda breathless. Mark? He hardly seemed the type. And yet? The image of him standing tall and immovable in the saloon came to mind. Hadn't she thought that night that he looked dangerous? Like he might kill the man he'd struck. That was how she remembered it, at least. I owe him my life, Melissa assured her. I hope you don't think less of him for having done it. Not at all. To be frank, he did something similar for me when a man tried to attack me at the saloon. Only he didn't use a gun. And he got me fired. Melissa's laughter rang out. He does mean well. I suppose he does. They arrived in town soon after, and Belinda reminded herself to hold her head high. Even if anyone recognized her, she'd never brought shame upon herself while working in the saloon. And everyone needed a way to earn a living. They came to a stop in front of the dressmaker's shop, and when they did, something about Melissa's story returned to tug at the corner of her mind. Or rather, something missing from the story. Who did you come here to marry? She asked, turning to Melissa. How did you come to arrive at Furnish Ranch? Melissa blinked, her mouth falling open a bit. I thought you would have guessed that was what I meant. I thought he would have at least told you how we met, even if he told you nothing about my life. A lump formed in Belinda's throat. He was engaged to Melissa? The ring on her left hand suddenly took on new meaning. He told her he bought it with someone else in mind, and she'd been too overwhelmed to ask who. He didn't tell you that, either? Melissa touched her arm. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out that way. I ought to have known better. Darn that Mark Furnish. Belinda stared ahead, lost in the dismay that Melissa's revelation had brought upon her, and questioning why she felt dismayed at all.
Chapter 10. Mark slumped in his chair, the letter still in his hands. He'd read it enough times that he'd all but memorized it, yet the message still made little sense. As though his mind refused to understand or even accept it. How had he forgotten the one final point he'd needed to add to the contract? The light coming through the windows behind him was turning a warm amber shade, telling him the lateness of the hour. Belinda was bound to return soon, likely with bright eyes and a wide smile, full of enthusiasm and ready to show him what she'd purchased. He tried not to imagine how her face would fall when he told her what she needed to know. What was he going to say? How was he going to say it without hurting her? The front door opened and closed, the sound echoing through the front hall. Belinda, he called out, wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. Her footfalls clicked against the wood floors. She would have armfuls of packages, and a dozen stories of the time she'd spent with Melissa. He hoped they'd become friends. There was no reason for them not to, the both of them being intelligent and charming and full of life. Yes, Belinda was full of life. So full she burst into the study with fists clenched and eyes spitting fire. He jumped from his chair, dropping the letter on the desk. It wasn't important at the moment. What happened? Are you injured? Is Melissa well? Melissa is very well, she snarled. Why didn't you tell me she came here to be your wife? Mark stared open-mouthed. What? How? Oh. Yes. Oh. Oh, she told me so. She came here as your mail-order bride. Belinda held up her left hand. Was this supposed to be hers? Were you speaking of her when you said this was purchased for someone else? What surprised him most about this, even more than the fact that she'd stormed in this way and bombarded him in such a manner, was how upset it seemed to make her. As though she took personally the fact that he'd once promised himself to another woman. Answer me, please. It was nearly a growl. Yes. It was Melissa I purchased the ring for. She was supposed to be my wife. Why did you not tell me this? Why did I have to tell you? What difference does it make? You've never told me anything about your growing up, what brought you to Carson City, any of it. And I haven't made you tell me about any of it. That isn't the same. Why isn't it? Because you didn't go to town today with anyone from my life. You weren't made to look like a fool by someone I was once betrothed to. Someone you killed for in this very room. Is that what bothers you? He wasn't certain if he felt relief or disappointment at that. Yes. I felt like a fool. I didn't know that the man who was supposed to be my husband was supposed to marry the woman I was with. She behaved as though she expected me to take it badly, and she felt terrible about it. And I felt terrible because of that, because she's such a wonderful person and maybe the first friend I've ever made, and she doesn't deserve to feel terrible simply because you didn't see fit to tell me this ring was supposed to belong to her. Her chest rose and fell almost violently as she breathed through clenched teeth. He waited, in case she had more to say. When she remained silent except for that heavy breathing, he ventured a reply. I truly didn't think it would matter. You didn't think I would ever meet her? That she might tell me things? I simply didn't think. Is there anything else you didn't think to tell me? While we're speaking on it. He winced, his thoughts returning to the letter on his desk. It's strange that you should mention it, as there was something I wished to discuss with you when you returned. Her shoulders fell. What is it? He looked her up and down. Would you like a drink? Do you drink? We've never discussed it. If she believed this to be an untoward question, she did not show it. I had no choice but to drink at the saloon. I didn't enjoy it, but the whiskey was watered down, he finished, nodding. I'll add water to yours. But I do think we ought to sit down, share a drink, and speak seriously. To her credit, she took a seat in one of the chairs positioned before the fireplace without asking further questions or in fact saying anything at all. Whether this silence was a result of having calmed down or simply a lull in the middle of the storm, he was not sure. He'd soon find out once he told her of the letter's contents. She accepted a crystal tumbler into which he'd poured a finger of whiskey and 2 of water before sitting with his own drink, 2 fingers, no water. He watched over the rim of his glass as she took a tentative sip, eyebrows lifting in surprise. Perhaps because the whiskey he stalked was far superior to anything in that saloon. What is it you wish to discuss then? She asked, visibly calmer. He loathed the fact that she would not be for long. She would hate him, plain and simple, and the way the knowing of it twisted in his heart like a knife unsettled him, to say the least. I received a letter from my grandfather today. He moved his trip up thanks to a last-minute cancellation of other plans. Her eyes narrowed. How far up? According to the letter, he expects to arrive 3 days from now. Just like that, her eyes went from narrow to wide open. 3 days? When we were supposed to have 2 more weeks. And he expects you to be ready for him. I'm sure he didn't give it a moment's thought, Mark snickered. All right then. 3 days. I'm sure that's enough time for us to practice. I can pretend. We'll be fine. When he didn't agree right off, she frowned. Won't we? As it turns out, there is an additional problem I had not foreseen. I should have. I blame no one but myself for this. It was an oversight on my part, and it's downright unforgivable. She took another sip of her drink, then braced herself. He gave her credit for that. Please. Out with it before I burst. He gave her credit for that too. There was nothing to be done but to say it. He believes you're with child. For a long silent moment, her face didn't move. Nothing moved. She merely stared at him, blank-faced, long enough that he thought there might be something wrong with her. He'd heard of people who'd received a great shock going into a state or some such thing. Belinda. Did you hear me? He leaned closer. Belinda. He thinks? I am with child. She stared at him, unblinking. It was quite unnerving. Yes? And how would he come to think such a thing? That is a very specific thing to believe. Her words were like bullets flying hard and fast. If I remember correctly, I once mentioned to him that my wife and I were looking forward to starting a family. In the context of building a legacy for my family. According to the letter I just read, he took that to mean my wife would already be with child by now. I can't write to him and tell him you aren't. He's already on his way. The worry line between he brows appeared again. Then tell him when he gets here that there is no child yet. Mark grimaced. That would discourage him from giving me the loan for the ranch. We can tell him we intend to. No. You don't know him. It won't be enough. Mark stood, shaking his head, finishing off his drink before setting the glass down on his desk. This is what we have to do. We can alter the contract if you wish. No. He turned back to her. Excuse me? I said no. I will not go this far. You don't know how difficult this already is for me. I hate lying, it's not one of my strengths. I feel dreadful enough about this as it is. But to force me to pretend I'm having your child. Belinda, please. No. She stood, eyes welling. I won't. Get Melissa to do it, as she was supposed to be your wife. I can't do that. Why not? She would do it for you. I can't do that to Jed. Pretending another man's wife is my own? Never. After what you did for him. And yes, I know about that as well. Melissa told me everything. He owes you a great debt. His wife will not be what he uses to pay that debt. It's not what a man does. Is lying what a man does? You seem to be very interested in what men do and don't do, but you're the first person to lie to their grandfather about having a wife, starting a family. It isn't the same. It is. We've discussed this. It's all for a bigger reason, much bigger than your squeamishness. She reeled back as if he'd struck her. Then her face hardened. Squeamishness? I am squeamish over spiders and snakes. This is not squeamishness. It's no wonder you have to pretend to have a wife. I can't imagine a woman putting up with a man who considers her deep discomfort to be mere squeamishness. He stood there, mouth agape, as she turned on her heel and stormed out of the room. You signed a contract, he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the study and into the hall. His fist slammed against the top of the desk of its own accord. He had to vent his frustration somehow. If you think you can get out of it, you have another thing coming. Immediately, he felt like a monster. A brute. No better than the man he'd shot dead in that very room for threatening to kill Melissa. He had just threatened Belinda, to whom he owed the future of his ranch. He'd always thought of himself as being better than that. He'd held himself above such base, brutish men. Yet the moment life had taken a turn and things had stopped going his way, he'd come to see his true colors, including the cowardly yellow stripe up his back. Who had he become?
Chapter 11. Squeamishness? Squeamishness. Belinda rolled onto her back, the pillow soaked with rage-filled tear. Squeamishness. How dare he? Did he believe he owned her simply because she'd signed a contract? Why had she ever signed it? Fresh tears coursed down the sides of her head, rolling back from the corners of her eyes and dampening her hair. Because she had been desperate at the time, and desperation made a person do things which were rather, desperate. But she had believed him. She trusted him. Trusted that he would be the good, stand-up, solid man he pretended to be. That he would be honest. That he would not leave out key points of his life. That he would not change the terms of their agreement a mere 3 days before his grandfather was to arrive. She ought to have known better. Darn him, she should have. He was just a man, was he not? Men were not to be trusted, no matter how they smiled and bowed and professed their admiration. No matter how kind they appeared on the surface. That kindness was merely a false front. No. She threw an arm over her eyes, blocking out the light from the oil lamp by the bed. No, that wasn't true. Those were her father's words, words which managed to come back unbidden whenever she let her guard down and allowed them to come. She could not believe them. Believing them, believing him, had only ever brought her loneliness. Misery. He'd held her back from understanding the true ways of the world, and had, if anything, made it easier for strangers to take advantage of her. Yet in times of great emotion, it was second nature to go back to the teachings on which she'd been brought up. Squeamishness. Oh, she could have thrown that glass at him. She'd wanted to. She'd wanted to hurl it into the fireplace and watch as hundreds of shards showered down, glittering like diamonds. She'd wanted to claw his eyes out, frankly. Her hands had all but twitched with the desire to strike him, to hurt him as he'd hurt her. The word hurt hardly described it. He'd cut her to the quick. She lowered her arm to look up at the ceiling. It held no answers, no comfort. What was she to do? He'd been right when he'd threatened her. She had no recourse but to stay, for she had signed her name. He had money, failing ranch or no. If angered enough, he could gather lawyers and take her to court for breaking their agreement. Then again, the contract said nothing about a baby, real or no. She knew little about the law, but knew she was well within her rights to argue this point. Where would that leave her? For if the old man viewed a child as one of the conditions of his loan and a child did not exist, at least if she didn't pretend one did, the loan would not be granted. She would get no money. Her dreams began to fade. It was an impossible position. The idea of lying so egregiously twisted her stomach in knots and made her skin feel crawly, as though bugs ran rampant over it. If she ate a decent meal throughout the grandfather's visit, it would be a major feat. She sat up in the big, soft bed, whose feather mattress always seemed to form itself around her body. She'd miss it if she left. A seemingly insignificant matter, but when a person had never slept so soundly before and likely would never have the means to purchase such a bed. One last tear cut a path down her cheek. She rubbed it away with a closed fist, before going to the wash basin and cleaning her damp, sticky face. A glance in the looking glass beside it told her what she could have guessed on her own: swollen red eyes, puffy cheeks and nose. She always looked like an overripe tomato when she cried. Oh, but he'd infuriated her so. And when she could not give voice to her rage, the only thing left to do was cry. What a beautiful, gilded cage she lived in. The bedroom was a peaceful haven, all lace and frills and sweetness, right down to the lavender sachets in the armoire and the chest of drawers where she kept her underthings. She'd never known such a life. Never had she even dreamed it was possible. Such luxury was a sin, at least in the eyes of Reverend Nigel Blevins. Again she pushed thoughts of her father aside. He could not help her. Instead of dwelling on old pain, she went to the two doors in the far wall, lace curtains hanging before them, and swung them open to let the night air in. It was cool on her face, still damp from washing. Stepping out onto the balcony afforded her a view of the south side of the ranch. To the unpracticed eye, it looked like a wide, empty stretch of land. She knew better now. This was Furnish land, the land upon which his cattle grazed. Never would she have imagined living this life. She'd seen ranchers before, out in California, had watched from the back of a wagon as men on horseback drove hundreds of grunting, snorting beasts across land. Nothing like this. Nothing even close to it. There was a serenity here she would never have expected. A rough, dirty life, to be sure. No end to the dust which seemed to work its way in through every crack, every chink. No end to the work either. But at night, when the frogs sang along the river and the breeze blew in, when the moon painted the tops of the distant foothills in silvery light, and distant coyotes howled their lonely cries, she felt a peace no amount of preaching or praying had ever granted. It was easy at times like this to see why a person would fall in love with this life, in spite of the hardships and the fact that so much of one's success depended upon fickle Mother Nature. The pounding of hoofbeats broke the otherwise peaceful scene, and Belinda looked out to where a cloud of dust rose and billowed. Her heart caught as she watched it grow larger, the horse in question drawing nearer the house. Until the moon's light hit the white star between the horse's eyes, and she recognized it. And therefore its rider. He pushed the horse faster, his cries rising over the pounding of the hooves. Yeah, he urged, riding hard. Perhaps too hard. Mark slowed the horse once they reached the fenced-in pen, then brought it around to run at a more leisurely pace in the opposite direction. They both needed cooling off, it seemed. Did he know she watched? There was no reason why he should, as he hadn't looked up once. It was only him and the horse, nothing else. She stood half concealed behind a pillar, wondering about the man in the saddle. He was not a bad man. She knew this. He defended her, fed her, had been nothing but kind and deferential ever since. If only he wasn't so infuriating. If only he didn't make her blood rush so. Even now, when he was not speaking to her or even acknowledging her presence, the sight of him made her jaw clench and her pulse throb. Certainly not because he looked so fine on top of his magnificent horse. Absolutely not. He made her angry, furiously so. That was why. Wasn't it? Why, if he infuriated her, could she not tiptoe back into her room and close the doors? Why did she remain rooted in place, watching his every move? After what seemed a long time, he dismounted and led Star to the stables. She thought she heard him murmuring to the horse, his voice carrying up to the balcony. She closed her eyes and imagined the words were for her, then opened them and snarled at herself for being a ninny. Why, oh why did she insist on getting her heart into trouble? Why did she insist on retreating to her bedroom and closing the doors, then going out into the hall and down the stairs? Why did she step outside, walked down the steps and out to the stables. What was her intention? He was still inside, brushing the horse before putting it in for the night. The soft snorts of the horses already in their stalls was a sort of music. She stayed back at first, watching as Mark stroked Star's side with long, gentle movements. What should she do? What could she do? Now that she was just outside the stables, she wished more than anything that she'd stayed put. No chance of making it back without him seeing her. She settled for clearing her throat, so as not to startle him when he looked over Star's back and saw her. "I know you're there," he murmured without looking, still intent on his work. She gulped. "How?" "I heard you. You have a gentle walk, to be sure, but you crunched some gravel out in front of the house. I knew it could only be you, since who else would come out?" There he went, thinking he was smarter than everyone else. "You ought to join up with a detective agency," she observed. He glanced at her from over the horse's back. "Thank you." It was not a compliment. "I realize that." She chewed her lip. This was not starting off well. "Do you often ride at night?" "Only when I know I won't be able to sleep, unless I do. When I have a lot on my mind, for instance." "I see." "Do you?" Another look, this one best described as doleful. The fact that he behaved as though he were the injured party set her blood to simmering once again, forcing her to remind herself of what was at stake. "I do see," she replied. "I see that we're both in a tight situation, which neither of us knows how to navigate." He nodded. A succinct description. "And we ought to help each other." "You need to help me." He came around the horse's rear, facing her straight on. "I need you to help me." "Yes. By helping me, you'll be helping yourself. But first, you need to do what you promised." "I did not promise to add an additional lie." "You are correct, and that was a terrible oversight on my part. I'd be glad to increase the amount of money you receive when it's over." She could hardly believe her ears. Just when it seemed they were about to reach a middle ground where they might work out a solution, he said something like that. "Mark, do you hear yourself?" His face showed frank surprise. "I believe that's the first time you've ever addressed me by my Christian name." It was at that. "Because I need to show you how important this is," she reasoned. "The time has come for us to leave formality aside. I am Belinda, and you are Mark, and the fact that you think this is nothing more than a matter of money leaves me feeling rather insulted. Like I was nothing better than a saloon girl." Understanding dawned in his eyes. "I've been insensitive. Forgive me, please." She nodded, then watched as he led Star to his stall. He truly was a beautiful horse, one she'd admired since the first time she saw Mark sitting astride him. They left the stables together, walking out to the pen. Mark rested his crossed arms over the top of the highest rail, one foot resting on the lowest. She mimicked his stance, though the fact that she was somewhat shorter than he meant she could only reach the second to highest rail. He sighed as he took in the breadth of his domain. "I just want to keep this," he confessed. "And I see now that I've been insensitive to what this means to you. You're an honest woman, a decent one, and I'm asking you to go against your nature. In the beginning, I told myself this was as much for you as it was for me. You would have a place to stay, food to eat, a way of starting a new life for yourself. Now I see those were all just ways for me to justify asking you to lie." He turned his head, looking down at her. "This is the only thing I've ever wanted. From the day I was born, this is all there's ever been. I was never given a choice, but I didn't want one. I was in the saddle before I could read or write, and I've been there ever since. My sweat and blood are in this soil, and that of my father and all the men who've ever given of themselves to make this ranch what it is. I'm damn proud of it, pardon my language, and I'll be damned if I see it go to anybody else. It ought to stay with those who made it what it is. This was my father's dream, and it's my dream, and I won't let it go." She only realized when he went quiet again that she'd stopped breathing. When he looked at her the way he did, it wasn't for her. Not really. He looked at her, but he saw his ranch. His work. His life. His all. That was where the dark passion in his eyes came from. Not from anything he felt for her. Even so, she could not help being moved. "I've never had anything like that," she confessed. "Nothing I truly cared about. My father had his congregation. I worked with him on that dream. And now I'm working with you on yours. What about your dream then? What will you do with the money you get from me? There has to be something in your mind. Something you want." A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she pictured it, so clear that it might as well have been a painting or daguerreotype. She'd gone over it so many times, imagining the very floorboards of the porch and the colors of the roses before it. "Yes. There is something I want. Something very dear to me. I was never able to even imagine it until you came along. You and this arrangement of ours." She chuckled, turning to him and resting the side of her face against her arm. "Did you ever have a secret? Something you wanted but were afraid to even admit it to yourself? Something that made you feel foolish just for thinking it?" "I guess everybody has," he reasoned. "I've always wanted a house of my own," she confessed. "Nothing big. Just something I could call mine. Something secure. Something I know will be there no matter what." He pursed his lips, brows drawing together as they did when he was thinking something over. "You didn't have a stable life growing up, did you? I mean, you moved around, you didn't have a place that was just your own." She nodded. "We went where the Spirit told my father to go. The little settlement outside San Francisco was the longest we'd ever spent in one place. Otherwise, I'm fairly certain I saw the entire state of California. I was so glad when we settled down in a real parsonage, with a real wood floor I could sweep instead of hard dirt." "It sounds like you had a difficult time of it." "It wasn't all difficult. I don't want you to think that. But as I grew older..." Belinda turned her face away, looking out across the moonlit grass. "It became harder to bear. I'm sorry. Truly. When I told Melissa all about it today, that was the first time I ever told anybody why I ran off as I did. I thought it was finally my chance to have an adventure and find something for myself. For me." Her voice cracked a bit, and she took a moment to settle herself before sighing. "It looks like all I managed to do for myself was wind up in a saloon. If I might, I'd venture to say you made out pretty well in the end. You could have done much worse. I suppose I was meant to meet you that night. I suppose you were, though I would still have a position there if it weren't for you." She realized too late that she was teasing, and this was hardly the time to tease. He took it well. "A good point, but let's be fair, Henry would have fired you by now since you wouldn't play along." "Also a fair point." He sighed, standing straight and tall and facing her. "It would mean a lot to me if you agreed to go along with our agreement. We can make any further changes you feel necessary, but it will be important to at least pretend there's a child. And don't worry," he was quick to add, "because it's not as though a gentleman discusses such things with a lady. Especially not an older gentleman. We only need mention it once or twice perhaps." "If that," he replied. "We ought to, I don't know, work out a date the child will be due. Otherwise, there should be no trouble." When he put it that way, this was nothing more than a pleasant lie to make an old man happy. Nothing more. "All right then," she whispered, looking up into his shining eyes and wishing she didn't want so much for him to keep his dreams intact.
Chapter 12. Mark paced the hall from the front door to the rear. 22 long strides both ways. Why wouldn't it be? The length of the hall did not change according to the direction in which he traveled. The hands clasped behind his back were cold, clammy. He'd have to wipe them on the legs of his trousers before shaking grandfather's hand. Another thing to remember. So many things to remember. Belinda. He'll be here any time now. What was taking her so long? He did not necessarily need her downstairs when the old man arrived, but he did need her with him. Otherwise, everything rattling around in his head might just kill him. He'd never known this sort of anxiety. as though his entire life balanced on what was going to happen in the next several days. Because it did, and not just his life. So many others. Pots clanged in the kitchen, jarring his nerves further each time he reached the rear of the house on his long walks to nowhere. Cook had brought in a pair of girls from town to help with the preparation of the meals. The girls, Georgina and Vera, would also help Belinda in the keeping of the house. Grandfather Calvin was rather particular, as Mark remembered, and would not hesitate to raise complaints. He passed a mirror which hung on the wall between the dining room and the study, and doubled back to look frankly at himself. He looked haunted. As though he'd seen something truly gruesome, nightmarish. A slow breath in, a slow exhale. Again. And again. This was merely his grandfather, whom he wished to entertain. He hoped the old man would be proud of what his grandson had accomplished. It would take quite a bit of convincing in order for that to be the case. Calvin Reynolds had all but disowned his only daughter when her husband, Mark's father, had decided to make the move out west. He'd given her in marriage to a man of business, one like himself. Not to a rancher. Belinda. Mark ran his hands along the sides of his head, smoothing down his hair, then over the back of his neck. He could do this. He had to do this. "I'll be down directly," she called from the bedroom. "Do stop fidgeting." How did she know he was? He checked the levels of port and claret in the decanters. Calvin preferred port after dinner, never a whiskey drinker. His brand of cigars sat in a box in the drawing room, along with one in the study, and another on the table beside the bed in which he'd be sleeping. Belinda's footfalls on the stairs brought him out of the drawing room and into the hall. He was looking down, adjusting his freshly starched cuffs, and only looked up when she was halfway down. "I checked your grandfather's bedroom one last time," she assured him. "Everything looks perfect. Not a speck of dust to be found, though I can't imagine how long that will last once he opens the window." Little of what she said made sense, as he could hardly hear a word over the throbbing of his heart. Could she see it pounding beneath his coat? She had to see it. A vision of Grace floated down the stairs, her hand grazing the heavy wooden banister. "You should see yourself," she murmured with a smile. "You look as though you've just seen a ghost." He paused, mouth open. "Ah yes. I did see myself. I look better now, if you can believe it." "I believe it." The skirts of her silk dress rustled softly. How she'd managed to find green silk the same color as her eyes was beyond him, but she'd done it. It was cut low in the front, but not obscenely low. Nothing immodest. Grandfather Calvin would not have approved otherwise. Short sleeves which ended halfway to her elbows and puffed slightly. At her astonishingly tiny waist, a bunch of white roses. The skirt was narrow, not like the old-fashioned bell skirts which his mother had struggled with, drawn up at the back in puffs like her sleeves, trimmed with more flowers, and layers of lace peeped out along the front. She smelled like a garden, but was far more beautiful than the largest, the lushest one he'd ever seen. "What do you think? Considering I only ordered it 3 days ago, I believe the dressmaker did a commendable job." She expected him to speak. What could he say? How did you ever dream of such a gown?" Her cheeks colored prettily. "It's the latest in Godey's ladies' book." "I don't know what that is." "I wouldn't expect you to." He wished he could conjure the words to tell her how beautiful she was. How utterly perfect. How any man would be obscenely fortunate to call her his wife. It had never been easy for him to express what was in his heart. He'd never had reason to, truly. Now he longed to tell her so many things he'd never felt capable of. Even during his ill-advised, strange interlude with Lena, when childhood friendship had mistaken itself for something more tender, he'd never felt compelled as he did now to speak words of passion, words of admiration for beauty he'd never known existed. You would make any man proud," he assured her, watching as her cheeks colored again. She lowered her eyes, looking down at the fingers which twisted together. "Thank you." He reached for her hands, covered them with his in an effort to calm her. "We've come quite far, I believe. And I thank you." Their eyes met. He could have swum in those green waters. What would it be like to kiss her? Buggy wheels rolled along the trail leading in from the road. His hands tightened reflexively. "We'll do fine," she whispered. "Promise?" he chuckled. She said not a word. Instead, she leaned forward and touched her lips to his, the quickest kiss, over in the blink of an eye, but enough to set his blood to racing. "All right, husband. Let us greet our grandfather." He wished he could have kissed her again. More deeply. For good and for all. He settled instead for offering his arm. She rested her hand on his elbow and walked alongside him to the porch, silk and lace rustling all the while. Every movement sent the sweet, heady scent of roses to his nose. How very different from that night on Carson Street, when he'd taken her to Ruby's in his coat to cover her half-naked body. The buggy, a red-wheeled leather rig pulled by a pair of white mares, rolled up to the house moments later. Mark watched his grandfather's face with great interest, waiting for any lift of an eyebrow or the quirking up of a corner of his mouth. He'd aged naturally. It had been 10 years since last they'd seen each other. In his grandfather's eyes, he would also have aged. What had once been a rich dark hair like his own had faded until it was nearly all white, matching the flecked mustache and beard. He wore spectacles now with thin wire frames. He was still as spry as ever, or he appeared so as he climbed down from beside the driver, though he also carried a walking stick. On top was a silver lion's head. Naturally, Calvin Reynolds, titan of industry, thought of himself as a lion. "Grandfather." Mark welcomed him with a genuine smile. There was something reassuring about seeing him again. A connection to his mother, to his history. "Grandson." Calvin accepted Mark's hand, then turned to Belinda. She curtsied. "Mr. Reynolds. It is certainly a pleasure to meet you. Mark has spoken so warmly of you. I was thrilled to find you'd moved up the date of your arrival." For the first time, Mark witnessed his grandfather at a loss for words. He was either bowled over by her beauty, or simply unable to believe his grandson had married a woman so charming. "Grandfather Calvin, this is Belinda. My wife." He'd practiced the words time and again, trying them on as though he would try on a suit of clothes. "My wife. Belinda, my wife." He wanted to sound as natural as possible. "Belinda." Calvin bent over her outstretched hand, ever the gentleman. "Please come inside. I'm sure you must be tired and dusty from your travels." "I am rather," Calvin announced. "Though I'm more eager to have something to eat and a glass of port. I haven't had a decent meal since. I cannot remember the last time I had one, frankly." He marched up the steps and into the house as though he owned it, with Mark and Belinda trailing behind him. "It's a fine house," he announced over his shoulder. "That's as grand a compliment as we're going to get," Mark whispered to a giggling Belinda. Perhaps this wouldn't be quite as difficult as he thought.
13. This was the man Mark was so concerned with. This old man with his lion-headed walking stick. After he'd washed up and changed out of his dusty traveling clothes, he joined them in the drawing room. His sharp eyes, the same blue as Mark's, took in everything. Even when he sat still, his eyes never stopped moving about. She could all but see the thoughts turning in his head. Judgments on what he observed. "Is this your first trip this far west, Grandfather Calvin?" she asked. "Please call me Calvin," he invited. "And yes, this is the first time I've been this far away from Philadelphia." "I've always wanted to see Philadelphia," she smiled. "I've heard so many wonderful things." "Where are your people from?" "My grandson has not spoken much of them." Her people. She had no people. "My father was born in Texas. He is a preacher. He took me with him, as he traveled wherever he felt there were people who needed saving." Calvin blinked, his lips pursing as he took this in. Just as Mark did in such moments. Did he know how they shared this trait? She resolved to tell him when they were alone, that she might laugh at his astonishment. "I suppose he never thought of saving sinners in an established city like Philadelphia then." His tone was stiff, formal. She had failed the first test. Was she supposed to lie about that too? A glance at Mark revealed nothing of how he felt about this. There were already so many out west, she replied, her smile as bright as ever. After all, so many men came out to make their fortune in the gold rush. Imagine the work there was to do: greed, larceny, suspicion. Like shooting fish in a barrel, my father used to say. Calvin paused, brows lowering, before laughter bubbled out of him, as though he tried to hold it back but was unable to. She joined him, relieved. It seemed she'd passed after all. Mark beamed. She'd pleased him. This delighted her more than she'd expected. Vera knocked on the doorframe. Supper is served in the dining room. She was a sweet girl, and clearly overwhelmed by the presence of their new visitor. Belinda had sat down with both she and Georgina the day before, and explained how important this visit was, not to mention the demanding nature of their guest. When he has arrived and we sit down to dinner, please go upstairs and see to turning down his bed, she'd requested. Brush his traveling clothes free of dust as well. Then, help yourselves to dinner in the kitchen. She hoped they remembered. She prayed they did. Cook meanwhile would serve supper. Belinda had seen to the purchase of a fresh dress and apron for the otherwise rather unkempt woman who'd cooked and served meals for dozens of men at a time over 20 years and more. It was natural that she be in need of a new dress. Mark's appreciative glance did not go unnoticed as he held out her chair before seating himself. She was at his right hand, Calvin at his left. The table held candles in silver holders, small bowls of white roses she'd snipped herself from the garden that morning, and delicate china they'd never used before. From what Cook had intimated, it was purchased with the wedding feast in mind. The feast which was supposed to take place after Mark and Melissa's wedding. I would like to propose a toast if I might, Calvin said on raising his glass of rich red wine. To my grandson and granddaughter and their family. There it was. Mark looked at Belinda. She looked at him. They raised their glasses in response, and she was sure to lower her gaze, demure. She supposed a woman would be demure at such a time, when a man she'd only just met made reference to the life growing inside her. Yet just as Mark had predicted, discussion of the baby ended there. Thank goodness. I do wish I could see the two of you settled in a more established place, Calvin murmured, cutting into his roast chicken. Belinda closed her eyes for a moment. Just a moment. What a thinly veiled criticism. Mark cleared his throat. Did you not travel through Carson City proper? He asked, taking a long sip of water as if to moisten a suddenly dry mouth. I did. Calvin shrugged, lifting the fork to his mouth. And? They waited as the man took his time to chew slowly. Deliberately. It was torture, exactly as he wanted it to be. Finally he spoke. And it was hardly worth referring to as a city. It is the capital of Nevada, Belinda pointed out. And quite busy, especially with the railroad bringing people and goods into the city. I know how railroads work, he informed her. But I thank you for illuminating me on their process. Now just a minute. Mark's jaw jumped, the muscles dancing as he fought to retain control of his temper. He would not win out for long. She knew this, having been on the receiving end of his temper in the past. Belinda lowered her knife and fork to the plate, before squeezing her hands together beneath the table. I wonder, how many different types of crime are there in a city such as, say, Philadelphia? I could not say, Calvin murmured. He studied her, eyes narrowing behind his thin-rimmed glasses, then lowered his own fork and knife. Mark cleared his throat as though to send her a message. She pretended not to hear. What of disease? She asked. I understand there was a terrible yellow fever epidemic there. Granted, it was many years ago. The better part of a century. Yet it was quite deadly. Deadly enough that a preacher's daughter, who spent her life in California, heard of it many decades later. Yes, it was quite deadly. Before I was born, naturally. Naturally, she smiled. I did not believe you were of such an advanced age. I thank you for your fairness, he replied with a nod. My point, of course, is that life in a large city such as Philadelphia or New York or even Boston means people living side by side, cramped together, meaning the swift movement of a plague such as yellow fever. Crime is rampant too, I'm certain. San Francisco had its share, and it isn't nearly as established as those East Coast cities which have stood since the beginning of our great country. He remained silent, one eyebrow lifting. She did not know if this meant appreciation or growing ire, so she went ahead before he could interrupt her. If I had a choice between raising a family in a city where my children could easily contract a deadly illness, or have their belongings stolen or their purse strings cut while walking down the street, or out here in the clean, fresh air, where a thriving town is merely a buggy ride away, I know what my choice is. Calvin's lips twitched. What if the child becomes ill? Where is the nearest doctor? He lives 20 minutes to the south, between this ranch and the far border of the Belton Ranch, she smiled. Not ideal, I'll grant you, but still better than driving all the way to town. While I lived outside San Francisco, there was not a doctor to speak of in the settlement. One had to ride into the city to fetch him, and heaven forbid he be on a call. Calvin lifted his fork and knife again. I always say, when a man knows he's been outsmarted, it's best to put down his weapons and move on. You were wonderful. Mark's face would have glowed even without the light from the candelabra he'd carried upstairs to guide the way through the dark hallway. Simply wonderful. Thank you, she whispered in reply. You don't think I angered him? He shook his head. No. The opposite. The sheer relief on his face might have lit the hall all on its own without the help of the candles. She could have burst with sheer exhilaration. Yes, she had bested Calvin, and he had conceded defeat. That had never happened for her before, especially not with such a strong personality as the man in question. Mark looked down the hall to where his grandfather had excused himself. There was a faint light coming from beneath the door. He seemed satisfied tonight. He did. Were you? He turned to her with a smile, his eyes traveling her face. I was. Her heart caught in her throat. Sometimes when he looked at her, for instance, as he did right then, she couldn't breathe. There were moments when she wasn't sure she'd live through it, even as she wished he'd never take his eyes from her. He cleared his throat with a soft cough behind his closed fist. I suppose we ought to get to bed. I suppose so, she breathed, lingering in front of her door. His was across the hall, an entire hallway between them. Neither of them had ever gone near the other's door, at least she never had. She assumed he hadn't come near hers as she slept. He wouldn't if he was the gentleman he claimed to be. He waited until she was inside her room, before continuing across the hall, as he always did. She lit the oil lamp, then leaned against the bed for a moment to catch her breath. Her heart still thudded away like a drum beneath the hands she crossed over her chest. It was a success. He was happy. Calvin seemed satisfied for the time being. All was well. Mark thought she did a wonderful job. He was pleased with her, perhaps even proud of her. It took a long time for her to undress, as she'd never managed something so unwieldy. But it was a beautiful gown. Exquisite. She hoped she had another chance to wear it someday. Especially when Mark had looked at her the way he had on first seeing her in it. She plucked one of the roses from the bustle on the back of the gown, before fetching a book from her bedside table. A History of Philadelphia, a book Mark's mother had purchased years earlier and left in the study library. Thank you, Mrs. Furnish, she whispered, pressing the rose in the center of the book for safekeeping. She wondered what the lady herself would think if she knew what Belinda had used the book for. Perhaps she would find it amusing. When a soft knock sounded at the door, she jumped and held the top of her wrapper closed as though he could see her through the wood. Yes, she murmured, tiptoeing over. Can I come in, please? His mouth must have all but been pressed against the crack between door and frame. She looked down at herself, suddenly wishing her nightclothes were prettier, and was certain to hold the wrapper closed before opening the door. What do you want? Why do you want to come in? Mark was in his nightclothes as well, a nightshirt which came to his knees and a striped dressing gown over the top belted at the waist. When she spied the pillows and blankets in his arms, she blanched. What is that for? He looked down the hall, then back at her. He waved a hand, shooing her back, and she knew she had no choice but to allow him in before Calvin stepped out into the hall at the sound of their voices. "What are you doing in here?" she hissed upon closing the door behind her. This was entirely untested, unforeseen, unwise. He stared at her for a moment. "I'm going to have to sleep with you, of course."
Chapter 14. On second thought, Mark realized he might have worded that better. The color drained from her face until she was as pale as the white wrapper she wore. A ridiculous thing truly, with ruffles down the front and puffed sleeves which reached her wrists, a hem which swept the floor. "I didn't mean with you," he hissed. "I meant in this room. On the floor. We need never touch." She released a long, shaky breath, but still, her eyes were as wide as an owl's and full of fear. "Why?" "Because we're supposed to be husband and wife, remember? Husbands and wives share a bed." She shook her head, and he noticed the knuckles of the hand with which she held her wrapper closed were bone white. "Not always. They have separate rooms sometimes." "How would you know that?" "I do is all. Why can't we be a married couple with separate bedrooms?" "Because it doesn't fit with the life we're trying to build." "You mean the lie we're trying to build?" "This again?" he sighed. "I thought we were through with that." She insisted on being difficult, even when they'd done so well together that evening. She had awed him, inspired him, given him strength when his domineering grandfather had done his best to shake his confidence. "I didn't realize we were going to have to share a room." "I didn't realize you didn't realize it. You told me I would have my own bed." "Which you will still have," he pointed out, the limits of his patience tested to their breaking point. If she didn't stop this soon, he would shout the house down and then they would all be left with nothing. "I will sleep on the floor. I'm not certain how much more generous I can be." That was certainly the wrong word to use. "Generous?" she hissed, and now her face had gone from paper white to fire red. "You consider this generosity?" "I grant you, not the best word." "Not at all. Try to see this from my side. If he comes out during the night for any reason and hears sounds coming from both rooms, what is he going to think? He's going to think we sleep better separately than we do together." He sat on the bed, all attempts at propriety long gone. "Belinda, I'm going to put this to you as plainly as I can, and I hope it does not offend you. But when a man and woman have been married for a short time, as we are trying to convince him we've been, they don't sleep apart. They just don't." Her face turned entirely red, all the way to the roots of her backswept hair. She'd brushed out the curls, he noted, having braided it for bed. It was wrong of him to imagine unwinding that braid and letting her hair slide through his hands. Terribly wrong indeed. "All right then. If this is how you believe it to be." She all but stomped her feet, walking to the far side of the bed and throwing back the blankets with great gusto. As unfortunate as the situation was, and how gravely important it still was for Calvin to believe them happily married, Mark found himself biting his lip to hide a smile. She was a slight thing, stronger than she appeared but still just a bit bigger than a bird, yet she took up quite a bit of space and made quite a lot of noise when she put her mind to it. "Thank you for agreeing to this," he muttered while spreading blankets on the floor. The fact was he saw little reason to thank her. This was merely common sense at work, the two of them sharing a room. But the more he did to placate her, the better he would be in the end. That was what he hoped, at the very least. "As if I had a choice," she hissed. He looked up in time to find her climbing into bed with the wrapper still on. "Do you intend to sleep in that ridiculous thing?" he asked, hands on the belt of his dressing gown. He'd intended to remove it, as most sane people would. "I do not find it ridiculous. I find it pretty." She huffed, rolling onto her side so as to show him her back. "I never owned anything this pretty before." He winced, free to do so as she could not see him. "I didn't mean to be insulting. Though it does seem a bit much to sleep in. But it is attractive." "You just called it ridiculous." "I was wrong to say that." "Yes. You were." For someone so easily offended, she'd done admirably well against his grandfather. How could a woman with such brash confidence turn into a pouting, childish thing only hours later? I wasn't able to tell you out in the hall just what a wonderful job you did tonight. He stretched out on his back, hands behind his head, a feather pillow the only bit of comfort allowed him on an otherwise unforgiving wooden floor. There was no movement from the bed, no rustling of linens. Thank you. But you did mention it in the hall. I couldn't go into it, I mean. How wonderful you were. He chuckled at the memory of his grandfather's perturbance. I guess he isn't used to women who insist on being heard out. He'd rather speak over them. Men too, for that matter. His opinion is the only opinion. I got that impression. It seems to be a character trait which passed itself down through the generations. He rolled his eyes, refusing to take the bait. There would be no further argument tonight, not when they'd have to be up early in the morning to begin their charade again. I noticed on the night table. The book about Philadelphia. I suppose that's how you knew about the epidemic. Yes. That's how. What ever gave you such a brilliant idea? Reading it, I mean? This resulted in movement above. The blankets shifted as she likely turned herself over. He could not see from his position. Brilliant. If I could think of a better word, one more complimentary, I would use it. Truly, you're a wonder. You're only saying that so I'll continue to go along with you. I am not. He turned on his side, propping up on one elbow that he might see onto the bed. She was in a similar position, looking down at him. I'm not. I didn't expect this level of... I don't know what to call it. Dedication. She chewed her lip and ducked her head, and he reminded himself how unaccustomed she was to praise. What foolish men she had known, starting with her father. For if any woman deserved praise, it was her. No just of her beauty or her wit, but for the fact that she'd taken it on herself to learn about her opponent in advance of his arrival. You described him as a formidable person, and he is, she whispered. I thought we'd be better off knowing all we could about where he comes from. A stroke of genius. Stop teasing me. I'm not. I'm truly not. He hoped she could tell from the light of the oil lamp she'd left burning on the table how sincere he was. There was not a trace of humor in his declaration. She went from looking at him to staring at the hem of one cuff, the tiny ruffle which ran around it. It's that I don't know whether you're saying these things to convince me to stay and keep working hard, or that you mean it. Nobody has ever called me smart before. I always thought I was rather dim-witted. Why ever would you think that? Dim-witted is the last thing I would ever call you. I knew the night we met how intelligent you are. It's part of what drew me to you. No, that wouldn't do it all. It's part of what made me consider you for this. My grandfather would never approve of a flighty, giggling wife. No, he seems rather serious. Mark chuckled at her gentle, generous description. To say the least. No, he would expect me to find a woman like my mother. He adored her. She kept studying that ruffle. He rolled onto his back again, sighing. Which is why he hated my father for bringing her out here. St. Louis was one thing, already far from Philadelphia, but a major city with plenty of prospects for their fortune to grow. Even though my father grew his fortune out here, it wasn't enough. What was she like? Lovely, Mark smiled. Cultured, charming, witty. Accomplished, as they used to describe women. She played the violin and sang beautifully, could read French and German. They considered her one of the great beauties in Philadelphia, and from what I heard she was pursued by dozens of men looking to wed her. She chose your father. She did, and he never got over being dazed by her. Dazzled by her. But she was lonely out here. Never really happy. There are things a child understands without being told, and I knew when she was in one of her low moods. See, she'd been brought up with friends everywhere, all within walking distance. Out here she had no one but my father, and soon me. A burden for a child, Belinda whispered. I know that feeling. I suppose you do. though I don't blame her for it, not in the least. He noted the way she remained silent, as though she did not share his sentiment when it came to her father. She married a businessman who decided he'd rather be a rancher. And he never once stopped working to make her happy. But something was missing. Is that why? He waited, the only sound in the room that of their breathing. Is that why you have no wish to marry? Because she was unhappy, and he couldn't make her happy no matter how he tried. He snorted. I never thought of it before. It could be partly. But mainly, I just don't wish to be told what to do and how to do it. I like making my own decisions. She made a small noise. HMPH. A lot of good that will do you, when it comes time to pass this on to somebody else. You won't live forever, I'm sorry to say. He snorted. So long as you're sorry to say it. Minutes passed, both of them silent, until her soft breathing told him she was likely asleep. Or pretending to be. For his part, he spent much too long commanding himself not to watch her as she slept, or even to steal a glimpse of her. No matter how great the temptation. It seemed he was in for a string of sleepless nights.
Chapter 15. Where's my grandson? Belinda straightened and delivered Calvin a cordial smile. She'd just finished setting the breakfast table. He always rides out in the morning before breakfast. He visits with the foreman and discusses the work to be done that day. I see. Calvin's eyes softened, his brow smoothed as much as it could for a man of his advanced age. Belinda would have placed him at around 65, perhaps 70. Good morning. Good morning to you. Would you like coffee? Please. Black, no sugar. He took a seat at the table, the same as he'd sat in for supper. How was your night? I hope you slept comfortably. She poured from the samovar atop the buffet, where cook had already laid out several domed platters. Belinda gave her credit. They never ate so formally otherwise, but cook was taking to the change in procedure beautifully well. Very soundly indeed. High praise, she thought, as she carried the china cup and saucer to Calvin. I would expect it had to do with the length of the journey and how tiring it was, though a comfortable bed is welcome on all occasions. I would imagine so. I know I never slept so comfortably before I came to live here. It seemed a safe thing to admit. I expect a preacher's daughter lived rather simply. She poured a cup for herself and joined him. We did. There wasn't much in the way of comfort. I wonder that my grandson found you, and that you turned out to be a rather learned young woman, if you don't mind my saying so. She minded very much, as this was perhaps the most backhanded compliment she'd ever heard. He was impressed with her, but only inasmuch as he expected her to be backward, simple, and rather limited due to her upbringing. Her tiny spoon made a soft clinking noise as she stirred sugar into the coffee. I made it a point to read everything I could find. My father was not exactly an advocate for women's education, but he did not stop me from learning what I could. I believe women ought to be educated, Calvin declared, placing the cup in the saucer. However, I believe there ought to be a range of areas in which that education takes place. I see. She willed her hand not to shake as she raised the coffee to her lips. I expect you'll arrange for the proper schooling of the child then, as I cannot imagine there being a school this far outside the city proper. Why was there always the feeling of tiptoeing over broken glass whenever she spoke with the man? Everything was a challenge, everything was a test. Mark believed she could do this. He was proud of her. This gave her extra confidence, and she raised her chin. I see no reason why a tutor would not be sufficient. And as the foreman and his wife will soon have a child of their own, the pair of them might be tutored together. Calvin's eyes widened to their largest, all but bulging from his head. You cannot mean it. Why shouldn't I? Good morning. I hope I didn't keep you. Mark stopped dead in his tracks when he reached the doorway leading from the hall, instantly feeling and seeing the tension in the room. What did I miss? Your wife has some rather peculiar ideas when it comes to education, Calvin snapped. She tells me you plan to tutor the child alongside the foreman's child. Belinda cast an apologetic look at her would-be husband. I merely raised the idea. It was a suggestion, nothing more. There's more than enough time to work out the details, Mark decreed as he strode into the room. This was not good enough for his grandfather. To think. One tutor for the son of the ranch's owner and the foreman's child both? What if theirs is a girl? She knew she ought to let the matter go. She knew it would displease Mark thoroughly if she pursued the matter, but the man was simply too much to be believed. What if ours is a girl? Enough. Mark bent to brush his lips against her cheek in a perfunctory manner, but when he caught her eyes as he pulled back, the warning in his needed no explanation. She responded with the slightest of nods. It was time to hold her tongue. He smiled at his grandfather. We ought to take our breakfast so we can be off. Where are you off to this morning? Belinda asked, flexing her fingers under the table. She'd gripped the coffee cup hard enough that they'd cramped. I'm taking Grandfather Calvin out in the buggy to have a look about the place, Mark explained, and the excitement and nerves were evident in his voice. This was where he would prove himself worthy of the sizable loan he would request. Calvin needed to see the ranch at its best today, and Belinda would have wagered her portion of the loan that this was exactly what he'd intimated to Jed before coming in for breakfast. I hope you enjoy the ride, Belinda smiled as she rose to uncover the platters, revealing eggs, sausages, ham steaks, fresh biscuits. It looks as though it should be a beautiful day for it. The fresh air will do you good, Mark predicted, trying hard to keep a jovial attitude. Too much smoke out there in Philadelphia. Philadelphia has a great many things one does not find out here, Calvin replied. With her back to him, Belinda gritted her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut, fighting tooth and nail to refrain from delivering a scathing retort. It was a relief when the men stepped outside and into the buggy. Belinda watched, waving as they rolled off. Only when they were well away from the house did she sag against one of the posts. Moments later, Melissa hurried over. Or rather, hurried as much as was possible for a woman in her advanced state of pregnancy. Well, how are things progressing? One look at Belinda's exhausted, pained face was answer enough, as Melissa's smile turned to a frown. I'm sorry. What's happened? Belinda waved her onto the porch, where they sat in rocking chairs. She'd always found the act of rocking calming in the past, and hoped the same would be true now. I can see why Mark was so worked up over this visit, she grumbled, hands gripping the curved ends of the chair's arms hard enough to hurt, chair rocking violently. The man is impossible to please. He hates everything about this place, it's clear. Too far from the city, which he does not even find acceptable when compared to the high standards of Philadelphia society. He doesn't approve of women being educated outside the old-fashioned boundaries of a few decades ago. Oh no, Melissa groaned. Mark told me his mother could read 3 languages, play the violin, and sing. Is that all women are allowed to do, according to this man? When we raise our children, we won't have their social standing in mind. She stopped herself at this. She even went still, no longer rocking. When we raise our children. Had that truly come out of her mouth? Melissa, of course, saw nothing strange in this, as she believed them to be married. He does sound terribly old-fashioned indeed. Belinda began rocking again, now more concerned with her slip of the tongue than anything Calvin Reynolds had said or done. I'm afraid the ranch will never suit his standards, and he won't care to help Mark keep it going. Do you truly think he would refuse his grandson? I don't know. I fear he will. He resents this life, this ranch. I'm sure it isn't what he had in mind for his daughter or grandson. Not at all. Why would he wish for Mark to stay here? He might just as well offer him a position elsewhere and encourage him to become a man of business. Mark would hate that. He would. Belinda let out a gusty sigh, her head touching the chair's high back. He needs this land. He needs this life. It's all he's ever wanted. He was born to it. If he lived in some smoke-filled city cramped with so many people, he would die. His spirit, I mean. It would simply cease to be. He might continue to live and breathe, but nothing of his true self would survive. Like a flower when it hasn't had enough sun or water. It won't grow. She closed her eyes against the tears which threatened to well up. It wasn't fair. He worked so hard and was honest and good. He'd merely had a run of bad luck. Why should the rest of his life suffer because of one bad year, over which he had no control? He is fortunate to have a wife who loves him as you do. Her eyes flew open, and the words were on the tip of her tongue. But I don't love him. That would never do. She could never so much as breathe such a sentiment. Their entire arrangement was based upon a fake marriage. What makes you think I love him so much? She asked instead, reminding herself to take care to be cautious. It wouldn't do for her to give away their scheme, even to a friend. You want his dreams to come true. It means a great deal to you, I can tell. That was how it went for Jed and I. Belinda's palms went damp. This did not bode well then. Did it now? Oh yes. When I cared more about what was good for him than I did about myself. I should have seen it at the time, but I was too stubborn to. And I suppose my situation was a unique one, what with being determined to find a good father for my baby and everything. Yes. That is rather unique. Belinda picked at the wood with her nails, suddenly fraught with nerves. How did you discover you were in love with Jed? Was it sudden or did it take time? Melissa's fond, sweet smile warmed Belinda's heart. If that was what loving and being loved in return did to a person, she wanted it for herself. It took time, I suppose. I started to hate him less and like him more. That was a big step. They laughed over this. And soon I felt a kinship. Like we were working for the same goal. I wanted him to have what he needed, because he seemed to be a good man under all his pretending to be otherwise. But you were still going to marry Mark when you arrived? At first, yes. Mark saw what I didn't want to see, that Jed and I were meant to be together. Belinda sighed. If Mark was so wise, capable of knowing when two strangers were meant to be, perhaps he would see something between them. She didn't want him to. Did she? I had better let you go about your day. Melissa hoisted herself out of the chair, with a great deal of heavy breathing and more than a little grunting. What do you have planned today? Belinda asked. Oh, I'm uncertain. I suddenly want to wash the windows and weed the garden and scrub the floors. She shrugged with a good-natured smile before lumbering down the steps. I'll have to let you know how much I actually manage. Do you want help? Anything would be preferable to waiting in the house for the men to return, and she hated the thought of a woman in Melissa's condition working so hard. But she seemed cheerful enough about it. No, I'm sure you have work of your own. I'll check in with you tomorrow morning. She waved goodbye before pressing both hands to her lower back as she walked to the little house. Never had Belinda felt so fond of someone, and so jealous all at once.
Chapter 16. This fencing is quite unsightly, Calvin sniffed. He sat straight-backed, one arm extended to hold onto the lion's head on top of the walking stick. Anyone would think he was the owner of the place, riding around with an imperious look on his face. I have to agree with you, Mark admitted. Why do you use it then? To keep outsiders where they belong. Outside. Do you have that much trouble with outsiders then? I have in the past. Several smaller ranches border this land to the north and west, and the river which flows through the ranch bends around the northeast corner. These men want the water for their cattle, and I've got to consider the needs of mine. Not to mention the fact that I own the land, so the water is for my use by law. Calvin nodded. I'd imagine it keeps your cattle on your land, and keeps them from straying. That's what branding's for. One or two head wander off, they can be identified and brought back. Calvin winced. Branding. That has always sounded to me like a rather barbaric practice. Mark snorted. Keep that in mind the next time you enjoy a nice steak on a business trip to New York. I hear Delmonico's has an excellent reputation. Calvin rewarded him with a half smile, but it was better than nothing. I'll do just that, he replied in a dry tone. It doesn't hurt the calves. Truly. His grandfather looked less than convinced. You've used leather, have you not? You're sitting on a leather-covered seat at this very minute. It's quite durable, leather. Thick. That's cowhide. They can barely feel it. It's more the fear you have to worry about, the way they want to fight the brand. If someone were coming after me with a branding iron, I believe I would fight as well. As would I, Mark admitted. But it's truly for the best in the end. We know which ones are ours, and those who find a straggler know where they belong. If you say so. The whole thing still sounds rather barbaric, Mark muttered. Calvin merely shrugged. This was not going well. I believe I'll have a nap, Calvin announced when they reached the house. Are you feeling well? Mark climbed out and came around that he might help his grandfather down. The man merely shook off his hand. Perfectly well. It's simply become my custom to nap in the early afternoon. I'm sure Cook is preparing dinner for us. Calvin walked up the steps. I'll take it cold when I awaken. There was no talking to him. Mark's shoulders slumped as he watched his grandfather climb the stairs to the second floor. He was getting old, no doubt, though he moved well enough. But there was no concealing how greatly the ride around the ranch had tired him. He sounded more irritable than ever. Belinda stepped out from the kitchen at the sound of their voices. Judging by the flour on her hands and face, she'd been helping the kitchen staff in preparing baked goods. He simply turned toward the study without saying a word. She followed, closing the door behind her. Well? Well, what? He went straight for the whiskey, pouring a healthy dose into a glass and tossing it down his throat with a quick, practiced motion. Elbow out, wrist locked, he threw his head back. You know what? She sat by the fireplace, sighing. I take it you're unhappy. I've been happier. He perched on the side of his desk, still holding the empty glass. I hadn't intended on asking him today, you understand. I'd hoped to wait until he came around on the idea of a ranch, of ranch life as a whole. I wanted him to see this as a legitimate way for a man to make his fortune. I take it a half-day's ride wasn't enough. Not hardly. I don't know what it's going to take. Perhaps it's a matter of simply being honest with him. He smiled. Yes, and we've seen how far honesty gets a person when dealing with him. He does not take kindly to opinions which are not his own. Her face screwed up in distaste. Yes, I've found that to be the case. You ought not to have kept on with it. I should have known you would bring that up. It was this morning, hours ago, and the man is disagreeable to nearly everyone, I would wager. One disagreement is just like the next. I'll smooth things over at supper. I hope you do, he mumbled, looking down into the empty tumbler. The facets of the crystal sent rainbows shooting out in all directions when the sun hit them just right. I hope you aren't placing the entire success of this endeavor on my shoulders, Mark Furnish. Don't make it sound as though I'd be to blame if he turns you down. I never said you would be. No, but you made it sound as though I would be. I hope you do, she mimicked. I don't sound like that, he snapped at the nasty tone she took. It sounded that way to me. Oh, damn it all. He began to pace. Damn everything. It looks like there's no way out of this. No way for me to get what I want. I've never. Never what? She asked when he failed to complete his thought. I've never been refused before, and I know how that sounds, so you need not tell me so, he warned. This is my first experience with real disappointment. I've been spoiled, I suppose. I'm the first person to admit it. But it means I don't know what to do. And almost all I've ever known my entire life has been disappointment, she mused. He glanced at her, saw the way she rested her elbows on the arms of the chair, tenting her fingers beneath her chin. What are you thinking? Shish. She did not look at him, choosing to stare out the window instead. I'm thinking. He shushed. Anything she could come up with would be better than the nothing he had so far managed to do. They had 5 days left in which to make up his grandfather's mind. There was no time to waste. What if? She looked up at him. Is there anything of your mother's here? Of course, he replied with a shrug. He came to a stop in front of her, standing with feet at shoulder width, hands behind his back. She lived on this ranch for 25 years. And you didn't sell or give away her things? The look of shock his face undoubtedly wore answered her question, but he explained, I brought her things here and stored them in the attic on the 4th floor on emptying out the house Jed and Melissa now live in. Right then. What if you brought out something of your mother's? Something to remind him that she was once part of this place. Surely, it must have meant something to her, even if she was not always happy here. It was his turn to stare, this time at the silk-papered wall. She would have enjoyed it. In fact, though he'd built the house for the bride he knew he would someday have no choice but to wed, he had chosen many of the decoration and furnishings with his mother's delicate, refined tastes in mind. When the idea hit him, it was like a bolt out of the blue. His hair all but stood on end. I've got it. Once again, you're a genius. And once again she blushed and averted her eyes.
Chapter 17. The gown she'd chosen for supper that night was less impressive than the green silk. That had been a deliberate choice in hopes of setting a good example on the first night. Tonight she'd wear a light pink tea gown with sleeves that ended at the elbows in layers of lace and a lace-trimmed skirt. Calvin wouldn't know the difference between it and dinner dress, and neither would Mark. Men so rarely knew. Was it the color of the silk which made her cheeks appear so rosy, or was it excitement which changed her color? If she was right, and she prayed most fervently that she would be, her idea would soften Calvin and remind him of how much Furnish family history existed right there on the ranch. She'd brushed her long hair until it shone, then coiled the top half and wrapped it in a wide bun while using curling tongs on the rest. She swept the curls over one shoulder and arranged them fetchingly. For whom? Certainly not for Calvin, who she would not have wished to attract even if he were half his true age. He would have made such a formidable husband. She pitied the woman who'd married him, though Mark had assured her they'd been devoted to each other. Why did it matter what Mark thought of her hair, her dress? She'd spent her life in the service of avoiding the male gaze, but now she invited it. At the saloon, the way the men had ogled her, leered at her. The entire contents of their small, filthy minds had been on display at those times, and they'd turned her stomach. She'd felt soiled through no fault of her own. Now? All she could remember was the look on Mark's face when he'd seen her in the green silk. The utter astonishment in his eyes. How tongue-tied he'd become. He might have believed it went unnoticed, but it hadn't. She would hold that moment close to her heart forever, for it represented the first time she'd ever felt beautiful. Not desired or worse, lusted over. Simply beautiful, as something to be admired. Male voices rose up the stairs as she stepped out into the hall. Calvin had not left his bedroom since returning from the ride, taking a cold dinner in bed. Vera had delivered it, knees shaking all the while, and had reported him sitting up with his back propped by pillows. This was enough to make Belinda wonder at his health. He appeared robust, but the trip had taken something out of him. Perhaps that was the reason behind his difficult attitude. Or perhaps he was simply a difficult old man who enjoyed making life difficult for those around him. That was just as possible, probably more so. Ah, there she is. Looking lovely. Mark came to her when she entered the drawing room, taking her hand and pressing his lips to her cheek. Pink is your color. I'm glad it pleases you. Calvin, meanwhile, sat in one of the horsehair chairs, holding that walking stick of his. Oh, how the sight of it combined with the memory of his nastiness that morning made her want to throttle him. Good evening, he greeted her. Good evening, sir. I hope you're feeling well tonight. I am, thank you. So stiff, formal. No wonder Mark had found it impossible to get anywhere with the man during their ride. It was a minor miracle that a single word had been spoken. Was it because of the way she'd spoken to him earlier? Likely so. He had a great deal of pride, perhaps even more than his grandson. That was saying quite a lot. I hope all that fresh air gave you an appetite, As I understand, Belinda was had at work with the cook this morning, helping to fix our supper. Rather than drawing a pleasant reaction, Mark's announcement caused his grandfather's face to twist up, as though he'd tasted something sour. Do you not have enough help in the kitchen that your wife need join the workers? Mark's arm stiffened beneath the hand Belinda rested upon it. She squeezed firmly before speaking. I enjoy the domestic arts. I always have. Especially pertaining to the kitchen. One would think he'd find this pleasing, since cooking and baking were traditionally performed by women. It was less threatening than reading or having an opinion, she would imagine. He inclined his gray head. I stand corrected. It was ungentlemanly to speak in such a manner. Of all the surprising occurrences. She accepted his apology with a nod, then allowed Mark to escort her to the dining room. Thank you, he mouthed, as they stepped into the hall together. His eyes were warm with meaning, so much so that she thrilled to the tips of her toes. It was a pleasant meal, with Calvin having decided to behave in a more gentlemanly manner. He was making an effort, so Belinda did the same. They passed the time in pleasant conversation about a variety of things: the weather, Calvin's business concerns, the new bloodline, which Mark believed would arrive later in the week. Perhaps I shall be here to see that, Calvin suggested. Mark nearly choked on his roast, while Belinda hid her smile behind her napkin. I don't think that's the sort of thing you'll wish to witness, Mark explained after swallowing his food. Why not? It's not the sort of thing we discuss in front of ladies, he murmured. But it has to do with breeding. A rancher brings in some of his female stock and... It was Calvin's turn to flush red and cough loudly. I see. Our bloodline is considered top quality, Belinda informed him with a proud smile in Mark's direction. The sort of smile she imagined a devoted wife would bestow upon her beloved husband. Ranchers from all around write letters and send representatives to Furnish Ranch to discuss mingling ours with their own. Fascinating, was Calvin's dry reply. She let out her breath, then drew in another. It is, actually. I must admit, I never understood it myself. Not before coming to Carson City and meeting your grandson. But it truly is a great deal of work and what's the word? Strategy. A great deal of strategy is involved. Really now? That seemed to fetch his attention, or at least his curiosity. And how is that? Drat. He would ask just to be contrary, wouldn't he? She could nearly feel the waves of panic coming from Mark. He wanted so badly to take over the conversation, to explain to his grandfather in terms he thought the old man would understand. But that would make him look desperate, as though he were doing everything but standing on his head to win the man's approval. Coming from her, on the other hand. She leaned in, as though the two of them were sharing a great secret. He's told you how many acres make up the ranch, I imagine. So many tens of thousands. That he did. She blew out an impressed sigh. I remember the day he took me out, that I might see some of it for myself. It would be impossible to see all of it in one day, of course. I could hardly believe the sheer size of it. I bet you've never seen anything like it before, not in Philadelphia. This is so. She thought he sounded amused. It was better than disinterest. Mark is tasked with managing all those acres. I'll grant you the foreman and the hands are the ones riding out there every day, repairing fencing and rounding up the herd, but it's Mark who judges which areas should be used for grazing, which feed to purchase and how much, whether the stock ought to be rotated. He oversees their health, of course, and manages the upkeep of the buildings, whether the hands are getting their proper payment and whether their living conditions are suitable. That is quite impressive. Not to mention keeping the books, corresponding with other ranchers, making arrangements such as this latest bloodline mingling. It keeps him busy from dawn until dusk, 7 days a week. But he does it because he loves it so. It's a sort of love a person can't pretend to have. It has to be true, or else all of that work would seem like nothing but hardship. She'd said too much. She'd let her mouth get the better of her. Mark would never forgive her for this. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye, hoping he didn't look too angry. Instead, he was smiling. His right hand touched her left, where it rested beside her knife, fingers closing over hers. He did not need to say a word. That simple gesture said everything. After supper, they retired to the drawing room where the men would have their port and whiskey, and Calvin would enjoy his cigars. That was where they planned to surprise him. "Grandfather Calvin," Belinda said once the men were settled in, "Mark tells me you were quite the violinist. That you were the person who encouraged his mother to learn." Calvin grunted his affirmation. "My father crafted them for a living." "That is so interesting. I've always admired people who work with their hands. I've never been particularly talented in that way. I never learned to play an instrument either, though I wish I had." "Perhaps your husband will see to it that you can have lessons," Calvin suggested, a slight grin in Mark's direction. "We do have an instrument here," Mark said. He retreated to the study, moments later returning with a violin case. Calvin's glass of port trembled slightly. He lowered it to a table beside him before murmuring, "That was your mother's." "It was. I kept it. She still played for years after coming here." Mark stood beside his grandfather, offering the case and the violin inside. "Some of my fondest memories of her playing in the evenings. My father always asked her to play. He loved to listen." Calvin's expression hardened, but only for a moment. When he accepted the violin, Belinda watched his hands glide lovingly over the strings. It occurred to her then that he hadn't seen his daughter before she passed away. They'd become estranged due to the move to Nevada, and only twice had she paid him a visit with her son in tow. Mark's father, on the other hand, was never invited. That violin was the only way he could have a part of her with him just then. That and Mark. "So you still play?" Mark asked, sitting beside Belinda on the small velvet-covered sofa. "It has been a number of years." "Would you favor us with a song?" Belinda asked. "It's been so long since I heard music." It took quite a while for him to tune the instrument, as he was slow and deliberate in his movements. Belinda watched in fascination as he went about his task. There was an art to it. "What would you like to hear?" He sounded like a different man. A man lost in memory, perhaps. Softer, kinder. "A waltz would be nice," Mark suggested. She always loved waltzes. Then he surprised her by standing, extending a hand. "Would you join me in a dance, Mrs. Furnish?" What a strange sensation. For a moment, she might almost pretend she was Mrs. Furnish. He was her husband, and he wanted her to dance with him. He smiled down at her with love, his dark hair and blue eyes shining. Like a hero in a legend, and he was smiling down at her. Her of all women. This was her beautiful home, all 4 floors of it, every last inch, and the gown she wore was one of many others. Wearing such beautiful things, eating marvelous suppers served by her cook. This was her life, and she was in love. She was in love. She nodded and stood, her hand in his, though she'd never waltzed before. "I don't know how," she breathed when her back was to Calvin. 1, 2, 3, he whispered. "Give me your right hand. Left hand on my shoulder." As he instructed her, his right hand touched her waist. She couldn't breathe. How could she dance if she couldn't breathe? His hand closed around hers, where she held the train of her gown off the floor. He looked over his shoulder at his grandfather. Moments later, a sweet plaintive note rose up from the violin. Then another. And Mark began to move, which meant she moved as well. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Calvin played slowly, allowing her to ease into the dance. It was beautiful. The entire thing. The music, the nearness, the way it felt as though they floated on the music as it floated from the instrument. The way Calvin played, which was far sweeter than anything she could have imagined a man such as him playing. Slowly, they dipped and swayed their way around the room. "Look at me," Mark whispered. Not at the floor. How could she? She would forget to breathe again if she did. Her head spun so, and not because he turned her in circle after circle. But if she didn't and Calvin saw, he would wonder why she seemed too unnatural in her husband's arms. And so she raised her eyes to meet his. His beautiful blue eyes. So warm, tender. The room turned around her, turned and turned with the two of them in the center. It was easier, really, to keep her eyes on him. It kept her from getting dizzy. Though he made her dizzy in another way. A heart-stopping sort of way. The last note faded to nothingness, and they came to a stop. As much as she wished the song would never end, she was almost glad it did. She could not have survived much more. Calvin looked at the violin, still in his hand. "Thank you for allowing me to play," he murmured. He appeared confused, as though he'd surprised himself with his song. Mark pulled his eyes from hers, breaking the perfection of the moment and hurtling her back to reality. "Thank you for playing. It was wonderful." And it was. He was quite talented, much more so than she ever would have imagined. When he looked up at them, he was smiling. "I've made a decision." "What's that?" Mark asked. "Being here, near my grandson and where my daughter lived, is something I might never have the chance to do again. I'm going to extend my visit into next month."
Chapter 18. Belinda sat on the bed, still dressed in her gown. She stared at the floor a distance from herself, hands folded in her lap. As though she'd just been given a great shock, which in fact she had. Mark, meanwhile, walked back and forth in front of the open balcony doors. He too was still dressed, though they were supposed to be preparing for bed or even asleep by then. Next month. What did that mean? 3 weeks, perhaps 4. 4 weeks of lying. 4 weeks during which his fake wife was supposed to be carrying his child. How were they supposed to manage that? They certainly wouldn't, knowing Belinda as he did. She would never agree to it. "Say something. Please." He looked at her, still sitting there. In shock, or perhaps denying the entire thing had ever happened. As though she refused to believe it. "Next month." She shook her head with a tiny laugh. "Next month. Weeks. Not 5 more days. Weeks. You don't have to keep repeating it. You told me to say something." He ran his hands through his hair, breathing slowly through pursed lips. They could do this. Couldn't they? They would find a way to make it work. The longer he stays here, the better the chance of him warming to the idea of a loan. A loan you have not broached yet. I was going to lay the groundwork tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, I was going to show him the ledgers and explain the trouble we've had in the last year. I was going to use the bloodline as a way to start speaking on our money woes, how selling the use of our steer will bring much-needed money into the ranch. But it won't be enough. I was going to tell him tomorrow. So, tell him tomorrow. The least you can do is settle it, rather than treating him like a king for the next month and catering to his every whim and leading him into warm, memory-filled moments like we did tonight. Could you truly manage that for an entire month? Would it not exhaust you? I'm more concerned with you. She finally looked at him. Me? You are finally concerned with me. Please. Why would you turn this around in such a way and start an argument? She shook her head. I'm very tired. I don't know what to think. Are you going to have him here? I couldn't tell him to leave, could I? He's my grandfather, who invited himself to stay at your home for weeks longer than he was originally meant to. That's simply how it's done, or how it was done in his time, I don't know for certain. I have the room, so he believes it will be no hardship for him to stay. You expect me to be your wife all this time. You expect me to maintain this lie. I don't expect you to. I hope you will. I want you to. He stopped pacing and crouched before her. I need you to. Don't do that. Don't, please. She turned her face away, toward the wall behind the bed. It isn't fair. You know how I need you. I've made no secret of it. She shook her head. I don't see how you expect me to do this for so much longer than we originally intended. Yet another addition to our contract. How many more will there be? That isn't fair either. Mark? She brushed him aside, standing, going to the opposite corner of the room. She glared at him from that corner. She was so angry. Disappointed in him likely. And it was clear how she wanted nothing more than to get away from him. To end this as soon as possible. For a moment earlier in the evening, just the briefest moment, he'd fooled himself into believing she might care for him just a little. One dance did not mean love. It was time to talk business. It's getting late. Can we try to come to an understanding before going to sleep? What did you have in mind? I was going to ask you. What can I do to make this right? What would make it easier for you? She hesitated, not expecting him to ask her feelings on the matter. Truly. I wouldn't have asked otherwise. As it's difficult to tell exactly when he'll intend to leave, I would require additional payments every day this agreement continues past the original contract. It came out smoothly, quickly, as though she'd thought it through as she sat on the bed. With that in mind, he tread carefully in case she had a truly monstrous amount in mind. How much per day? You don't need to look so frightened. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. No more than I would have made in a day at the saloon. I feel it important to stress that this takes us far outside our contract, and that I cannot keep making exceptions without getting something in return. It meant nothing that she was getting a roof over her head, clothing, food. She wanted money. That was all this meant to her. He would do well to remember that, and keeping track of additional payments, adding up with each extra day his grandfather decided to treat them to his presence, would do it. I'll have the money coming in from the bloodline, so there's no reason why I can't accommodate you. I'll amend the contract tomorrow. He thought she might tell him there was no need, that she would trust him to do the right thing. That they had already spent enough time together to convince her he would not go back on his word. Instead, she replied with a firm nod. Fair enough. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must undress and prepare for bed. By the time he returned, she was already asleep, the blankets pulled up around her chin. He doused the lamp and made his bed, wondering all the while how he could have been so wrong about her. And how she had the nerve to complain about this new development, as he was the one forced to sleep on the floor for the next several weeks. Rather than riding out to speak with Jed the following morning, he waited for Belinda in his study. He'd already made his amendments according to their discussion. She would make a fair solicitor, to be sure. Once she had an idea in her head, she would not stop arguing until she had her way. There was no blaming her for it. In fact, he respected her more than before. She stood up for herself. Too many people did not. With a groan he stretched, his stiff back aching all the while. If he could only sleep in a bed. Even a small sofa in the bedroom would be preferable to the floor. How was he expected to function? The opening of the front door just outside the door to the study brought him to his feet. He'd heard nothing from the stairs or hall, meaning someone was coming in. It was Jed. Mark opened his mouth, intending to explain why he hadn't been out yet, but the man's petrified look silenced that and brought a new question to mind. The baby. Jed nodded. I'm going out to ride for the dock. Do you think Belinda could come? Could Belinda do what? She was just coming down the stairs, buttoning the cuff of one plaid sleeve. She looked lovely as always, even in a simple day dress. Mark's mouth went dry. He wished for the words to tell her how she brightened his life just by being present. It wasn't only the pleasure of looking upon her, though that was a great deal of it, but simply knowing she was there. A brightness, a freshness he'd never known. Instead, he stood like a mute fool as she finished descending, brows lifted in silent curiosity. One look at Jed and she knew all. I'm on my way over now. Thank you, Jed breathed, following her out the door. He was in the saddle and galloping away from the house in the time it took Mark to catch his breath. Not the way he'd seen his morning going. Not at all.
Chapter 19. Melissa? Belinda entered the house without waiting to be greeted, in case her friend wasn't able to do so. It was a cheerful little house, perfect for a young couple with a child on the way. She reminded herself that Mark and his parents had lived in this house for many years, with its walls made of pine planks and windows looking out onto the north side of the ranch, the mountains in the distance. Melissa had likely added the pretty curtains, the bowls of flowers, the hand-knotted rag rug before the hearth. All the little touches a woman wanted to add to her home. The great house was already finished when Belinda had arrived. Like a museum where nothing could be changed. "In the bedroom," came the breathless reply from upstairs. Belinda found her on the bed, lying on her side with both hands over her belly. The cotton nightgown she wore was already sticking to her back in a large patch of sweat. "Good morning," Melissa grunted, then smiled. "It turns out, I'm going to have a baby today." "I'm so glad for you." Belinda had witnessed many births, or rather she'd waited in another room while the birth took place elsewhere. Her father had always preferred being on hand when possible, in case either mother or child needed blessing. She'd heard heartbreaking cries coming from behind closed doors more than once. But Melissa was young and strong, not to mention, she was healthier than the women who'd lived in the settlement. And unlike those women, she would have a doctor to assist her. Until he arrived, she was all Melissa had. "The pain came on so quickly," she confided as Belinda sat on the edge of the bed. "The doctor told me it could be days between the time the first pains came and real labor began, but if this isn't real labor, I don't want to know what is." "What can I do for you?" she asked, leaning close, brushing already sweaty hair from her friend's brow. "I'm thirsty," she said, her voice stronger when the pain wasn't on her. "And I think we ought to have towels and sheets on hand. I keep them in the cedar chest in the hall." Belinda fetched them, along with a pitcher of water and a glass which she kept on the bedside table. She then moistened a cloth in cool water from the kitchen pump, and wiped Melissa's forehead and neck with it in an attempt to make her more comfortable. "Thank you," she smiled. "Just think. You'll be in my place soon enough. And I'll help you. I promise." Belinda swallowed hard, her heart sinking. "I can't lie to you now. It feels all wrong seeing you as you are. We aren't married at all. Mark asked me to pretend to be his wife, so his grandfather will give him the money for the ranch." Understanding touched Melissa's face. She gripped Belinda's hand. "Oh. I'm sorry. You shouldn't apologize. I ought to be the one apologizing to you, since this is the last thing you need to hear at the moment. It's selfish of me to unburden myself now, when you have more than enough to do." Melissa shook her head. No, it gives me something else to think about. Please. Speak your mind. I promise I won't tell." Belinda sighed as she wiped the sweat from Melissa's brow. "He just told us last night that he wishes to stay until next month." "No. I must admit, I don't know how much longer I can pretend. I hate lying. To you, to Jed, to Calvin. You had me fooled, if that helps any." Melissa winced then, another pain coming on, and Belinda gritted her teeth as her knuckles mashed together. Did women in labor always possess such strength? She'd be lucky to have the use of her hand by midday, if that was the case. Only once her grip loosened, and her breathing returned to normal, did Belinda continue. "Except for meeting you, I wish I had never accepted Mark's offer. I've humiliated myself and made light of marriage. Marriage needs to be made light of from time to time. I'm serious." Belinda shook her head as she wiped Melissa's face again. "So is marriage, which is why it needs lightening. I understand what you mean, I truly do. I do not take being married to Jed lightly, just as I wouldn't have made light of it if I married Mark. But I would bet you met plenty of men in just 2 weeks that saloon, who make an even worse mockery of their marriages." Belinda snorted. "You have no idea. See? But I never wanted to be like them." "Oh, you're nothing like them. Because you have a conscience, for one. You're decent." "I don't feel so decent. I was a half-clothed saloon girl when Mark found me." "I know Mark," Melissa grinned. "He wouldn't have brought you to the ranch if he didn't see the decency in you. Bet your life on it. You're a good woman. He sees it as plain as I do. I still wish I'd never come." "No, you don't," I can tell. I could tell yesterday when we were on the porch. Remember? I told you Mark was lucky to have someone who loves him as you do. Belinda cringed at the memory. Yes, but that was when you thought we were married. It doesn't matter. You can love someone without being their wife. And just because you aren't married, doesn't mean you can't love him. Mark is a good man. I can see how you would love him. I shouldn't, she whispered. There's no reason why not. He needs a good woman such as you. He needs to be loved, even if he doesn't know he does. Some men believe all they need is a wife to bear their children and tend their house. To carry on their legacy. And for some men, that might be enough. But for him? I don't think so. Her breathing began to speed up, become raspy. Belinda braced herself for the bone crunching to come. There was no telling how much time passed. Thick, gray clouds covered the sun, and an oppressive humidity settled over the land. Belinda brought a bowl of water from the kitchen, so she might regularly cool Melissa, who was becoming more uncomfortable by the minute. It's going to storm, she said at one point, coming out of a particularly grueling pain. Blonde hair stuck to her cheeks in sticky patches no matter how Belinda, who was also uncomfortable thanks to the humid air, worked to keep her cool. It looks like one is brewing, yes, Belinda agreed with a look out the open window. If only a breeze would stir or the clouds would break. Rain might cool the air some. It seemed to add insult to an already nasty situation for the weather to behave so. I should have known John Carter's child would come into the world on such a day, Melissa groaned. The pains were coming faster, with less time to rest in between. He'd have to deliver one last reminder of the misery he made of my life. She was beginning to panic, to lose control of herself. Belinda leaned over her, smiling in spite of her own rising panic. Where was the doctor already? You don't have to worry about any of that now. All of it's in the past. All you have to think about is that handsome husband of yours, and how much you're both going to love this child. He is handsome, isn't he? Melissa grinned, forgetting the pain for a moment. I never saw anything like this for myself, for my life. Do you know what I mean when I say that? I do, Belinda murmured, stroking the hair away from her face. She kept rolling her head from side to side, making a mess of herself. Belinda exchanged the pillow she'd been using for the one beside it, which she supposed belonged to Jed. It was cool and dry, and she didn't think he'd mind. Sometimes, we don't know something is possible for us until we see it, Melissa groaned, closing her eyes. Her breathing was losing its rhythm, becoming erratic. Jed told me that. He was right. I want you to really think about that. All right? Will you? She wasn't making sense, but Belinda thought that might have to do more with her own ignorance and the fact that her friend was beginning to worry her greatly. The doctor was taking too long. What if the baby came before he arrived? What was she supposed to do? I want to push, Melissa panted. She looked so lost, so pained. Help me, Belinda, help me. I don't know what to do. If I die. No. Don't say that. You're not going to die, you're going to live, and you're going to love your baby. You deserve this. You deserve to be happy. Belinda's voice was thick with tears. The opening of the downstairs door and footsteps on the stairs could not have come at a better time. Dr. Perkins looked like a kindly older man, and his smile was sweet and unconcerned when he saw the condition of his patient. It seems you've come quite a long way without me, he chuckled, washing his hands in the basin on the dresser. Doctor. Belinda went to him, inclining her head toward his. She told me she thinks she's going to die. Poor lamb. He glanced over his shoulder. Worry not, dear. Every woman feels she's going to die when the labor is at its worst. Never once have I delivered a babe whose mama did not declare who she'd wish to take care of the little angel once it came. Belinda sighed in relief, though this did not make her feel better for poor Melissa. She was in utter agony, writhing and rolling her head back and forth as an almost constant stream of moans tore from her. I'll need you to kneel behind her on the bed. Prop her up, Brace her until she is almost fully sitting up, the doctor instructed. He rolled up his shirt sleeves and removed his tie. Forgive me, but it is awful sticky in here. Please, don't hesitate to make yourself comfortable on my account. She went to Melissa then. Come on. Dr. Perkins says you're to sit up some. I can't move, Melissa groaned. I'll help you. And she did, pulling Melissa up and pushing aside the pillow before sliding in behind her. You just lean against me now and I'll help. Will you take care of my baby when I'm gone? Melissa's eyes were unfocused, with dark circles underneath and a sheen of sweat which covered her face. I will. Never fear. She exchanged a glance with the doctor, who was still unconcerned as he got down to the business of spreading towels beneath Melissa's lower half, then examining her. It won't be long now, he announced with a smile. This child is in a hurry to meet its mama. Thunder rolled outside, so strong it rattled the windows. What a day for a baby to come into the world. My father would have said it's as if the heavens themselves wished to announce the arrival of a new life, Belinda chuckled. She was desperate to keep Melissa's spirits up, though she knew nothing would help short of delivering the baby. The doctor instructed Melissa to start pushing. Belinda held her hands, pressing into her from behind to give her better leverage as she struggled. She let out a scream that seemed to split the air in two, and moments later another sharp crack of thunder shook the house. Belinda lost track of time, lost track of everything but the doctor's instructions and Melissa's pleas for deliverance from her agony. They squeezed each other's hands, both of them sweating and breathless, though at least Belinda did not feel the pain. She wanted nothing more than to take it from her friend, for how could anyone survive something like this? The head is nearly out. Doc Perkins smiled over the blanket, which he draped over Melissa's legs. You hear that? Belinda whispered close to Melissa's ear. Your baby's almost here. I wish it would, hurry up. Another pain. Another command to push. Belinda pushed from behind too, as Melissa's strength was lagging and she began sagging more and more. You've almost done it, Belinda urged. Just a little more. You can do this. You've done so much, you've done so many things for yourself. Remember? You lived through everything and you'll live through this. You're the bravest woman I know. Melissa's eyes met hers, and the ghost of a smile floated across her face. One more push, Mrs. Cunningham. One more. The doctor nodded to Belinda, who pushed Melissa upright, encouraging her, begging her to give it one more push. She did, with a harrowing cry, and then it was over. And a new cry filled the air. Belinda wept openly as the doctor held up a red-faced, squalling baby, who looked decidedly unhappy to have been disturbed. You have a daughter, Doc Perkins announced. A girl. A little girl. Melissa wept in giddy, exhausted relief. Belinda wrapped her arms around Melissa from behind. You did it. I knew you could. Thank you, thank you. The two of them watched, crying and laughing at once, as the doctor bathed the baby and wrapped her in a clean blanket. Do you want me to get Jed for you? She helped Melissa lie back down and bathed her face once again. Melissa giggled. I bet he's beside himself. Yes, he more than likely was, as the cries coming from the room would have been enough to make a person's blood run cold. She found him seated at the kitchen table, and he wasn't alone. Mark sat across from him, and there was a whiskey bottle between them. It had been well used already. Poor Jed. He looked downright haggard when he raised his head, where it had been resting in his hands. Is she? She's just fine, Belinda beamed. You ought to go upstairs and see who just arrived. He knocked his chair backward in his haste and bounded upstairs two at a time. She watched, smiling even as her heart broke a bit. He was so happy. They would be so happy together, and their daughter would be so deeply loved. More loved than she would have been had Melissa remained with her first husband, that was for certain. She's taken a chance to better her life, and had come out the winner. Unlike Belinda, who would never win. The scraping of Mark's chair across the floor told her he pushed away from the table. It sounded difficult, he observed as he righted Jed's chair. An understatement. She went to the sink and pumped water with which to splash her face. She was sure she'd die, but Doc Perkins said all women believe that when they get to the worst of things. She looked upstairs again, imagining the happy, tender scene. But something tells me it mattered little once she saw that baby. What is it? A girl. She lifted her head to look out the window over the sink, observing the rain, which was only now beginning to slowly fall in big fat drops. Poor Jed, he muttered. Her head snapped around. Poor Jed? Why? Because he has a daughter and not a son. Mark grimaced. No. I felt sorry for him during the whole thing. The man looked close to death. The least I could do was sit with him, as he agonized over her. I don't know that I'd be strong enough to do such a thing. Yes, she felt sorry for the man who had to listen to his wife's agony. Never mind the blood and pain and sweat from the woman. She would have raised this objection, but was too tired, and knew it would only end in an argument. It seemed that was all they ever did. I suppose we ought to get home, he said. It's nearly time for dinner, and grandfather. To Hades with your grandfather, she muttered, the aching of her heart voicing itself in rather ugly words. She regretted it instantly, but there was no taking it back. Mark's expression darkened. You might do well to remember that it's my grandfather's money which will ultimately purchase the house you've always wanted. I remember, I assure you. Do you? I suppose you do, as the money you're getting from this endeavor is all that seems to matter. Rather than waiting for her, he marched outside with clenched fists swinging by his sides, storming out the door and down the path toward the big house. The big house. The big empty house. This house held love. What did his house hold? Things? He thought she only cared about the money. That said a lot about the person he was, the real Mark. His ranch, his money, his name. His things. While all she could do was want to break down and cry, because she wanted it to be her upstairs. Her baby. Her family. With Mark being the one who'd had to get half drunk, just to survive listening to her screams as she delivered the living, breathing symbol of their love. It would never happen. Not with him, and probably not ever. No matter how she loved him. She stifled a heartbroken cry with the back of her hand before leaving the house. She had no place there. She had no place anywhere, as no one loved her.
Chapter 20. The house was quiet in spite of the deluge taking place outside. Calvin was upstairs having a nap, his morning evidently having passed pleasantly alone while his hosts were at the foreman's house. Belinda had run in not long after Mark had strayed upstairs. He guessed she was tired after so much strain, and that she hated him for what he'd accused her of. He ought not to have spoken to her in such a manner. He should have reminded himself before hateful words flowed from his mouth that she'd been through a lot that morning. She'd likely never witnessed a birth before. From what he'd heard, sitting in the kitchen where he'd taken his meals for most of his life, it sounded like a horrifying ordeal. He wondered how he'd take it if that were Belinda up there, screaming. And how miraculous it would be to hold his child, and look down at her while he was doing so, knowing he held their love in his arms. Fool, he muttered, teeth gritted against his own stupidity. What a pitiful fool she'd turned him into. And she didn't even know it, that was the worst part. She'd never know, for it was bad enough he'd become a heartsick boy in his own eyes. He'd be damned if he'd let her see what she'd done to him. He used to be capable of controlling his temper. It was not for a man in his position to allow emotion to get the better of him. Somehow, that was all he could manage to do when she was involved. Why was that? And lucky for him, he had another several weeks of this torment to suffer. He wondered whether it was truly unadvisable for him to come clean with his grandfather, then thought better of it, almost right away. He could not. They'd lied for days. The man would never accept any explanation, no matter how fervently offered. He was only just beginning to warm to the idea of the ranch. Telling the truth would destroy that. Mark considered apologizing to her, going upstairs right then and there and admitting he didn't truly believe she was only in it for the money. She'd gone above and beyond in every respect, had come up with ideas to please and appease Calvin that he never would have imagined. She'd stood up for him, and he'd been proud of her when she had. It was what made him fall in love with her. He turned to the window, now distracted by the truly surprising amount of rain which fell. A deafening downpour peppered with bursts of thunder and distant lightning. The strangest thought occurred to him then: it would be nice to watch it with her from the porch. Yes, he was a fool, indeed. Another sound met his ears, blending with the pounding of the rain, but just different enough to stand out and make him pay attention. The pounding of hooves. His mouth fell open when he recognized a woman on horseback, riding hell for leather from the house. A woman in a calico dress he remembered seeing on Belinda when she first arrived. A dress which quickly became soaked thanks to the rain. He cupped his hands around his mouth, leaning out the open window. Belinda. She didn't slow. Damn the woman, he shouted as he ran from the room and out into the storm, going straight to the stables. How had she gotten past him? She'd likely tiptoed out through the back door. What did she think she was doing? She'd get her fool self killed out there in a lightning storm. And he'd get his fool self killed by going after her, but there was no other option. He needed her. He wanted her. Star shied away from leaving the shelter of the stables, but he coaxed the horse into running with a sharp tap of his heels. How he hated bringing the horse out in weather like this, hated bringing it to a run without first warming it up. She'd better hope the horses were unharmed after this foolishness. Belinda, he bellowed, following her retreating form. What do you think you're doing? The horse she'd chosen wasn't nearly as fast as Star, either that, or she lacked the confidence to let it run flat out in the middle of such a storm. He caught up easily, in spite of the rain which all but blinded him. What are you doing? He demanded, riding alongside her. Answer me, damn it. I'm leaving. Let me go, please. She was a mess, plain and simple, soaked to the skin. The rain plastered her hair to her skull, and she blinked it from her eyes as it fell against her face. At least, he thought it was the rain she blinked away. Though from the way her shoulders shook, she could easily have been crying. What did she have to cry about? Then again, what reason did she have to leave? Why should I let you go? Stop, please. When she didn't, he rode harder and brought the horse about, cutting her off. She drew back hard on the reins and brought her horse to a stop. Why won't you listen to reason and let me go? She demanded. Reason? Does this look like reason to you? He gestured about them. When you're the one trying to get away, in the middle of what's shaping up to be a flood. I want to go. I need to go. What have I ever done to you, to make you do this? What did I do to make you want to leave? Want to leave me? What did he do to make her want to leave him? He could not go so far as to ask that. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry, Mark. You don't know how sorry. But I can't. I was wrong to even start. She pushed the hair out of her face, wiped her eyes. Please. It's for the best. Tell your grandfather I had to go away for a bit, into town. Or even, that I'm staying in the house with Melissa, until she's well enough to get up and around. He doesn't need to know. The worst was knowing she made a good point, though it would take even more lies to make it work. He shook his head, obstinate. He did not wish to be without her, no matter if Calvin would accept her absence or not. We have an agreement. Remember? You signed your name to a contract. I'm not going to tell him we aren't married. I'm not breaking the contract. I just can't. I can't lie anymore. She looked away, shoulders shaking again. I can't lie, Mark. This is killing me. Please have mercy and let me go. Have mercy, he screamed, straining to be heard over the thunder which left both horses skittish. Have mercy. Has it truly been that nightmarish, living with me? Have I harmed you, mistreated you? Have I ever been anything but a decent man? You don't understand. Then make me, damn it. Her expression was one of disappointed disgust when she kicked the horse's ribs and sent it off at a run. He cursed her silently, bringing Star around to follow once again. When it happened, it was like the world had slowed down to a crawl. He saw it all so clearly, even through the sheets of driving rain. He saw the horse trip. He saw Belinda slide at first, then fall from the saddle. He yelled her name, but a shattering burst of thunder drowned out the sound of his voice. He saw the horse run away, scared half to death, while Belinda lay on the ground. She did not move. Belinda. He dismounted, ran for her, slipping in the mud but managing to fall at her side. Just beside her head was the rock on which she'd struck it, her blood washing away in a puddle around it. Oh no. No, no. He slid his hand beneath her head, lifting as gently as he could, telling himself the warmth he felt there was rain and not blood. Not her blood. Her eyelids did not flutter, even in spite of the raindrops. Her lips and eyelashes stood out against the stark paleness of her face. Belinda. Wake up. Wake up, please. He tapped his fingers against her cheeks, hoping to rouse her. She did not respond. Belinda, please. I'll do anything. Come back to me, open your eyes, tell me you hate me only, oh God, come back to me. Please. I love you, please. Don't leave me when it's all my fault you ran away, and I couldn't keep you. Please don't go. Only when he saw a pulse in her throat did he allow himself to breathe. She was alive. It was a start. He looked around, relieved once again to find that his faithful Star hadn't left them. I have to pick you up now, he explained, though he knew she couldn't hear him. I have to take you home. You can't stay out here in this. One arm behind her neck and shoulders, one behind her knees, and he lifted her. She was so light, even in spite of her sodden skirts. His arms tightened protectively, holding her close to his chest as he carried her to the horse. It wasn't easy to arrange, but he managed to drape her across the front of the saddle before mounting. She sat sideways, leaning against his chest with her head lolling on his shoulder as he walked the horse through the rain and back to the house. When they arrived, he brought the horse around to the rear and walked in through the kitchen door, Belinda in his arms. Cook was hard at work as always, the girls with her. All three gasped when they took in his condition and that of the woman he cradled against himself. He shushed them before they could scream or cry out. Is my grandfather downstairs? Vera went to the door leading to the hall, peering out. She shook her head. I want you to lead the way upstairs. Check in front of his door, listen, let me know if you hear him about to come out. What happened to her? Cook asked, meaty hands crossed over her ample bosom. Fell from a horse. It was all the answer he could allow for now. When Vera hesitated, he nodded for her to move. Then he turned to Georgina. I'll need you to help with the undressing and drying off once I've looked at her head. She hit it, it's bleeding. The blood seeped into his shirt as he spoke. Vera stood at the foot of the stairs and when she saw Mark looking out from the kitchen, waved him on. He darted down the hall, taking pains not to jar Belinda too violently, then waited for the girl to wave him up the stairs. Georgina joined him in the bedroom. Shut the door, he whispered, wondering what he ought to do next. I suppose we ought to get her out of this dress first, so as not to ruin the bed. I don't think she would mind if you saw her in her chemise, Georgina reasoned. I believe she would, but we might not have a choice. He held her up against himself, careful of her head, while Georgina's fingers moved swiftly over the buttons which closed the front of the dress. She worked the wet, heavy fabric from Belinda's shoulders, down her arms. Soon, there was nothing but a sodden mess at his feet. Good enough, he muttered, stretching Belinda out over the bed, laying her on her stomach with her face turned away from him. Bring me the lamp, he ordered, trying to ignore the wide patch of blood on his shoulder and chest. It took time for him to get to the wound itself, as her hair concealed it. When he did find it, he was relieved to see nothing more than a cut to her scalp. No swelling, not even a gash. He didn't think it would need stitches. Head wounds do bleed quite a lot, he murmured. Downstairs in the kitchen, you'll find a box with. I already brought it. Georgina fetched the box of supplies which she'd placed on the dresser. You're a wonder, he observed, shaking his head at the intelligence of the women around him. Perhaps his ranch would be even better off if they'd been with him all along. I'll need alcohol to clean the cut, folded gauze to press against it, bandages to wrap around her head to keep it in place. They worked together in silence until Belinda was bandaged. Then he left the room so Georgina could finish undressing her and dry her off. In the meantime, he attended to himself and tried to keep from asking the question of what would happen if she never awoke. And why the wedding ring still gleamed on her third finger. She'd intended to leave, but she hadn't left the ring.
Chapter 21. When Belinda opened her eyes, her first conscious thought was of a headache. Her headache. She could feel her pulse in her skull, pounding like a drum. What happened? She was on her side, dressed in nothing but a nightgown, no stays, no pantalettes, nothing. Who dressed her? What had they needed to dress her? What went on? Sunlight streamed through the window, the fresh light of morning. A new day, while a half-memory tugged at her mind like a dream which insisted on fading once daylight broke. A memory of rain. It wasn't raining at all just then, the sort of day during which one could forget there was such a thing as rain. She moved as though to sit up, then whimpered as fresh, white-hot pain bloomed in the back of her head and spread through her skull. Trembling fingers brushed against a lump back there. She pulled them away as though her very head burned, unwilling to apply enough pressure to bring that screaming pain back. "Hello?" she whispered, even that a bit too much to manage without regretting it. Something sprang up on the floor beside the bed. No, someone. Oh God. Mark scrambled to his knees, leaning against the mattress. Oh, thank God. You're awake. Why wouldn't I be awake? She could only speak in the faintest of whispers, and still keep her head in one piece. She was afraid it might shatter otherwise. His brow creased. Don't you remember what happened yesterday? Yesterday. He nodded. You were hurt. Who hurt me? No one. You hurt yourself. Not on purpose. You fell from your horse. You were. His gaze dropped to the lace-covered blanket. He couldn't say it. He didn't have to say it. She remembered. I see. And this was yesterday? I slept the entire day away. Slept. If that's what you wish to call it. I suppose there isn't a better word, healed perhaps. You were healing. I hit my head. Did you ever? He looked at her again, his stare intense. I thought you might be dead at first. Oh, Mark. I'm sorry. We never did get around to talking about why you were leaving, or what I might be able to do to make it better for you. But I do want to make it better. I don't want you to be unhappy. Yes, she remembered it all now. Melissa's baby, her aching heart, the burning jealousy of knowing she'd never experienced that sort of happiness with Mark. Deciding to change into her own dress and flee before he noticed she was gone. Deciding anything was better than the torture of living with a man who wouldn't love her. Who wouldn't let her love him. She wasn't sure which hurt more, one or the other. Now she could hardly move without excruciating pain turning her stomach and making her vision blur. A wonderful job she'd done in trying to escape. She eased herself back onto the pillow, resting her head as gently as she could. It didn't look as though she'd be going anywhere for a while. I'll have one of the girls come up to see to your needs. He got up, gathering the pillow and blankets in his arms. You stayed with me even though I wasn't awake yet, she whispered, watching him. Oh, of course. You had to maintain appearances. He flinched as though she'd struck him, replying without turning around. I stayed with you all day. Grandfather thinks you're ill, which is not far from the truth. He left her alone before she could apologize. She wasn't ill for long. The pain faded within another day, and within 2 days more the bandages on her head were no longer necessary. Yet another week passed, and still Belinda did not leave her room. And she locked the door against Mark, who had more than likely created a story about her illness and how he did not wish to disturb her. Belinda left it to him, as he was better skilled at deception than she. She had not seen him, or even heard his voice in the week since he'd woken on the floor. Mr. Furnish will wonder again why you don't come downstairs. Vera helped brush Belinda's hair as gingerly as possible. As always, her chest clenched at the mention of him. At the thought of him. Mr. Furnish will simply have to wonder. I don't feel well enough to be around others now. You're around me. Vera's dark eyes smiled at her in the looking glass. That's different. It's always different for women. I heard Mrs. Cunningham is doing just wonderfully well, and that she wants to bring the baby to see you. There was a softness in the girl's voice, a fondness. A flood of emotions surged through her. Do you wish to see the baby? Oh, ever so much. I love babies. Don't you? I do, Belinda whispered, remembering the anguish Melissa went through to bring that baby into the world. Do you know her name? No, I haven't heard. Well, perhaps you should go to their house later on, after breakfast is cleared up, and tell Mrs. Cunningham that I would be happy to see her in my room. If she's up to making the walk, that is. Thank you. The girl beamed as though Belinda had given her a great gift, instead of asking her to perform an errand. It was easy to please her and Georgina both. She supposed they would both be discarded once Calvin left. Just as she would be. But at least she would have $10,000, plus the additional daily sum Shed insisted on, and hoped Mark didn't renege on, simply because they'd never gotten around to agreeing on an amended agreement. In hindsight, it seemed a silly, stubborn thing to do. Insisting on money for each extra day. But she'd been so tired. Feeling as though he'd taken advantage of her. Determined to show him she was not the pushover he mistook her for. Now? It felt petty. Small. Childish. She ought to give a portion of her earnings to the girls, that they might be able to do something for themselves. It was the least they deserved after taking care of her when she was sick. Something good had to come from her disappointment. It wasn't until a few hours later, as she sat by the window with one of the books Georgina had brought up from the library, that there was a faint knock at the door. This couldn't be Mark, as he would knock more loudly. It couldn't be Calvin, because he wouldn't dare knock at her bedroom door. The girls would step in after knocking, a habit she'd allowed to develop and now didn't know how to instruct them against. It wasn't as if she'd ever had people waiting on her before. Melissa? The only other possibility. Sure enough, she entered, all smiles. Belinda was quick to snatch the baby from her, and immediately in love with the sweet angelic face and wide, wise eyes. My goodness, she's beautiful. I find all babies beautiful, but this one is truly perfect. I'd have to agree with you. Melissa sat at the foot of the bed, watching with a fond smile as Belinda walked the baby up and down the length of the room. What did you name her? Laurel. Oh, what a pretty name for such a pretty girl. Yes, you are, she cooed, stroking the downy cheeks. She's so soft. Take a smell of her head, Melissa sighed. Belinda did, and her heart ached worse than ever. So sweet, she whispered, wishing with every bit of her being that she might hold a baby of her own. I'll miss you when I'm gone, little girl. Belinda. We both know the time has to come, she shrugged. I know we haven't known each other very long, but even I can see how hard you're trying to convince yourself that it doesn't matter. I can see how much it does too. There's nothing I can do about it. He doesn't care about me, only what I can do for him. And that's why you haven't come out of your room in over a week? When Belinda shot her a look, she smiled. Vera told me. And I know about you trying to run away, and I know how you hurt yourself. I didn't hear about it until after you'd already awoken. You know news travels on a ranch. She rose, placing her hands on Belinda's arms. Dear, why don't you tell him how much you care? How this isn't just about your agreement, how you hate the notion of leaving the ranch. It wouldn't matter. He wouldn't care. Then why else did he bring you back here, all soaked and bloodied as you were? Yes, I heard about that too, she added at Belinda's gasp of surprise. Because we have a contract. That's what he said before I fell. Do you truly think he would open his heart to you in such a situation? With you trying to run away. Naturally, he would boil it down to hard facts, or else risk being hurt when he told you he wanted you here because he wants you. She wanted to believe it. She'd wished with all her bruised heart over the past week that he would kick the door down and demand she listen as he told her his true feelings. Granted, she would have told him to get out of her room and possibly scream the house down, but she did wish he would at least try. You didn't hear what he said to me in your house after I sent Jed upstairs. That was why I left. I can't speak of it. As it was, her throat constricted at the memory of his anger, his hard expression, the clenched fists. He'd hated her then. She'd known it at the time, and she knew it still. You can't stay locked in here forever, Melissa warned. And there's no sense in running from your troubles. They'll follow you. Trust me, I know. I just can't face him. Belinda's eyes welled with tears. I can't, after I made a fool of myself in trying to run away, after knowing how little he already thought of me. Melissa enfolded her in a gentle hug, Laurel between them, while Belinda's tears dampened the baby's blanket.
Chapter 22. Mark? He looked up from his work to find Melissa standing in the doorway to the study. She held a swaddled bundle close to her chest. How could a woman so maternal, so tender with the child in her arms, look so ready to strike him down? He stood and went to her. Please sit. I didn't know you'd come over. I was out riding until just now. I came to visit with Belinda. She sent one of the girls over to ask me to call. She sat across from him, in the chair Belinda had taken after arriving at the ranch. How is she? He asked. If you weren't such a thick-skulled man you would know, she hissed. Instead, you hurt her to the point where she won't leave her room. How did I hurt her so badly? She won't tell me. If she did, I might at least try to make it up to her. The two of you, she scowled. I ought to knock your heads together the way I'd knock my brothers together when they were behaving badly. If you've come to insult me. No, of course not, she murmured. But I am angry with you, and I think I ought to be allowed the chance to tell you so. I consider you both friends, so I hate to see you hurting each other. She looked down at the baby, whose face was covered by the cheerful yellow blanket. Might I at least see the baby? He asked, hoping to turn her mood around. Naturally. She leaned forward, holding her daughter out so that he might see her. He'd expected the baby to be asleep, as she'd been so quiet thus far. Quite the contrary, her eyes were wide open, observing everything around her with quiet solemnity. She's very beautiful. Much like her mother. Light downy hair covered her head and composed her eyebrows. Thank heavens, she didn't take her coloring from her natural father. Don't think you can butter me up that easily, Mark Furnish. Though I agree that she's beautiful. Sometimes I look at her, and I think she knows something she wishes to tell me. It does look like she's thinking, he chuckled, allowing the baby to wrap her fingers around one of his. What's her name? You never did tell me. Laurel. Laurel Jane Cunningham. And I'm sure her daddy is just the proudest man alive. Mark would be too, if he had a sweet little daughter like this one to call his own. Melissa held the baby close once again, eyeing him up. She told me the truth, you know. Belinda. While I was struggling to bring this one into the world. His mouth fell open. I hadn't expected that. Here's something else you don't expect then. She glanced over her shoulder before continuing, making sure they were alone. She cares for you a great deal. A very great deal. She believes you'll discard her when this is over, not that she has any reason to believe otherwise, as that's the confounded agreement the two of you came to terms on. I believe that's a lot of the reason why she's hidden herself away. It's the lying, the pretending she doesn't care for you because she's afraid to show it, and something nasty you said to her which she didn't want to share with me. He winced, remembering exactly what that was, when he'd accused her of caring about nothing but the money. Was Melissa right? Did Belinda care more than that? For if there was one thing he'd learned when she fell from that horse, it was that he loved her. And if she'd died, he would have wished to join her. She'd driven herself that deep into his heart. Which meant the last 10 days had been little more than torture. Knowing she was up there, unwilling to see or speak to him. Knowing this would be his life without her. He could have gone without her if he'd never known her, but now. He might as well contemplate life without his right arm. It was the height of injustice. He escorted Melissa to the door when she said she had to take Laurel home. "Promise me you'll do whatever you can to make up with her," she murmured, her gaze darting to the stairs. "I know you mean well and you'll do what you feel is best, but she's hurting. She's been hurt and taken advantage of so many times already. Keep that in mind." He would, he decided, as he returned to his study. He wouldn't go straight upstairs, as Belinda would surely take this as evidence of Melissa having spoken to him, but he'd do what it took to make things right by the end of the day. As it turned out, he wouldn't have been able to see her straight away, even if he'd intended to. No sooner had Melissa left and he'd settled down behind his desk than his grandfather rapped on the doorframe. "I need to speak with you," he announced, striding into the room. As always, there was no questioning whether Mark had the time to see him just then. He simply assumed, sitting opposite where Mark did. With his dark suit and stiff formal posture, he might well have been entering a business meeting. "What can I do for you?" Mark asked, willing himself to sound welcoming rather than put off by the man's intrusion. "What goes on here?" Calvin asked, positioning the walking stick as he always did, with the silver lion's head facing forward. It glared almost as coldly as its owner did. "I don't know what you mean." "Mark Furnish, you are a grown man, no longer a child. I refuse to accept your lies any longer. I've known for days that something here is wrong. I refuse to pretend you've succeeded in deceiving me. Belinda is ill." "The child? Has she lost the child?" Calvin scowled. "I'm a grown man and these things happen. You need not hide it from me if this is the case. I'd be sorry to hear it, of course, and I'd hope Belinda would recover well. That would have been the perfect excuse, wouldn't it? But it would only mean more lies. No. It isn't that. She's simply ill. Why did she accept a visitor this morning? Not just a visitor, but a woman with a newborn babe. What sort of illness could she have that would not be considered dangerous to a newborn? The baby. Of all the things to sink them. It was a baby. Her illness is not of the sort which you describe, Mark mumbled, thinking fast. Belinda would hate him for this, but it was better in the long run. He had to believe it. Calvin's eyes narrowed. A nervous condition. Is it serious? Is it safe for her to carry a child with a nervous condition? What if she harms herself? Another complication. The doctor believes there will be no trouble. Calvin nodded slowly, then stopped, eyes fixed on his grandson. Now. Tell me the truth. This is your final chance before I become furious. Grandfather? Now. The crack of the walking stick against the floor made Mark jump. There was no getting around it, and frankly, he no longer had the strength to do it. Not with Belinda no longer speaking to him, or even allowing him to see her. Not with the lies upon lies, so many he could hardly see his way through them. His shoulders slumped, his head rested against the back of his chair. I'm in trouble, grandfather. A great deal of it. Now we're getting to the heart of the matter. Calvin raised his brows. Well? What sort of trouble? The ranch. It's not doing as well as it could be. It's been a difficult year, the first difficult year since my father started things here. Difficult times come to every business, I imagine. Indeed. Especially when you have nature working against you. He explained the problems with drought, with the illness which spread through the herd. The drought ended, the sickness was managed without losing the entire herd. But as a result, we lost a great deal of money, lost livestock mostly. I won't be able to sell as many head this year as projected, meaning I'll lose even more. I won't be able to keep up with the cost of paying the men, keeping them fed and housed. I see the general point. How long do you think you could stay in business? Honestly, I don't think I could make it another year without selling off parcels of land. Quite a few of them. And that still wouldn't be enough. What would be enough? Ensuring I have enough in the bank, that there's a safety net for at least the next several years. We can focus on breeding to replenish our stock, and with any luck make up the difference within 2 or 3 years. And what does this have to do with anything I've seen here in the last 2 weeks? It was time to come clean once and for all. I'd hoped to ask you for the money. The bank turned me down. I have nowhere else to go, and I'm at risk of losing the thing that matters most to me. More than anything in the world. More than your wife and unborn child? Grandfather? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath. She isn't my wife. I brought her here too. Calvin roared. You soiled that young woman? You had her live under your roof as your wife? I didn't soil anyone. Mark held his head in his hands. Nothing inappropriate ever happened between us. I slept on the floor. God, this is humiliating. You deserve to be humiliated. You used that young woman to deceive me into believing you had a family here, when it was you on your own. I knew how important it was for you to see me settle down. And it is important, but not at the expense of that young woman's integrity. She lied for you. No wonder she refuses to leave her room. Why did he have to be so right? What had seemed like a good idea at the time was suddenly shameful. Now you know. The two men regarded each other. Now you know what this has all been about. I wanted you to approve of this. I know you never did, when my mother agreed to my father's dream of owning a ranch. It was not his dream. It was a whim, Calvin scoffed. A whim which he made a success of. It was he who built this. He loved my mother. He worked night and day to make a life for her here. But no matter how big or grand this ranch was, you never accepted his success. It wasn't good enough because it wasn't your idea of business. Calvin pursed his lips, his brows drawing together. I admit I lied. I forced Belinda to do something she felt uncomfortable with, worse than uncomfortable. She hated it, because she's a decent, honest woman. I took advantage of the fact that she was in a tight spot, jobless, with no prospects. I convinced myself it was an arrangement to benefit both of us, and that I was being generous. Calvin stood, hand tight around the lion's head. I'm disappointed in you. Not because of what's happened here, as it was outside your control. But because you dug a deep hole with these lies, and for what? Do you believe you deserve my money after lying these 10 days? No. I don't believe it. Mark could barely bring himself to look into his grandfather's eyes, but he managed. Because that was what men did. Calvin's gaze softened. But the men on this ranch do. It isn't their fault you lied to me, and thought I was far enough into my dotage to believe you. Hope sparked in Mark's chest. Could it be? I'm prepared to make arrangements for a transfer from my accounts back east. Whatever it is you feel you need. He looked around the room, and even in Mark's overjoyed state of mind, there was no missing the touch of wistfulness on his grandfather's face. I would hate to see the ranch that separated me from my family go under. It would mean all that lost time was for nothing. Mark stood. You mean it? I mean it. I don't go back on my word. He held out his hand, reaching over the desk. Mark accepted it, certain this had to be a dream, and they sealed their agreement. Now, I'll share with you the news I received this morning. A telegraph came from town along with the post. My San Francisco office has requested my presence. There's a meeting next week with the board of directors, so I'll need to leave on the morning train if I hope to make it in time. So soon. Now that their business was settled, Mark was stricken at the thought of losing his grandfather so soon. While the man wasn't exactly pleasant company, he was someone in the house to speak to. Belinda would certainly never speak to him again. Perhaps to accept her portion of the money, but that would be that. For even if she cared the way Melissa said she did, he'd likely strangled those warm feelings until they died.
Chapter 23. Belinda dared open the balcony doors, to allow the cool night air into the bedroom. She needed to feel as though she was part of life again, even if it meant running the risk of seeing Mark outside. Perhaps she wanted an excuse to see him. To see him noticing her. To see what his face would do when he did. Whether he'd look relieved or aggravated. Or worst of all, disinterested. If he was, would it be her fault? She certainly hadn't helped things by locking herself away. Melissa's advice had given her a lot to think about, and she hadn't liked herself much by the time she was finished. This entire series of events began with her making a mistake in San Francisco. Running away from home with that shiftless, immoral salesman. She might have been ignorant, backward, hopelessly in need of affection after a lifetime spent without it. But the mistake had been hers alone. That mistake had led to this. Another mistake. Though her true mistake was falling in love with Mark. Once again starved for affection with a heart yearning to love. If only she could have refrained from turning that heart toward him. But that wasn't his fault. She couldn't blame him for not loving her back, when it was she who'd been foolhardy yet again. Her steps were slow, tentative, eyes sweeping the area as she drew nearer the wooden railing which sat at the end of the balcony. He wasn't out there, and that was likely for the best. She could only take so much strain. The air felt so good against her skin, and she closed her eyes to take in the sounds and scents around her more clearly. She could hear the horses in the stables, the door sitting open as it was. She'd never been overly fond of the animals, especially the scent they carried with them. They served a purpose, nothing more, but after spending weeks in close proximity to so many, she'd never look at them the same. Just as the sound of frogs and grasshoppers would never not remind her of evenings such as this, when their songs carried on the sweet soft breeze. The tall grass rippled in that breeze, sending its scent up to her, and she smiled. At least Mark would be able to keep this for himself. Even if she could no longer enjoy it, he would be able to. Jed and Melissa would raise Laurel here. She smiled at the thought of a little girl with blonde curls like her mother's, running through the grass and picking wildflowers. As for Belinda, she would find her own way, with her own land and her own home. Everything she dreamed of when Mark first approached her with his idea. Except that wasn't all she wanted anymore. Certainly, a home in which to settle down would be a blessing, as she'd never had a true home of her own. Security, knowing no one could take it from her. All of this meant a great deal. But it wasn't a man to smile at her from across the breakfast table. It wasn't having someone to talk to before going to sleep. Or dressing herself up just for the thrill of seeing a man's face light up at the sight of her. She'd never known these pleasures before coming to Furnish Ranch. Now the idea of living without them and so many other little joys, smelling cologne, feeling a man's presence in the room, exchanging little pleasantries, was worse than the idea of never having anything of her own. What was she going to do with her life? She sighed, staring up at where the full moon hung heavy in the dark sky, lighting up the land until it was nearly bright as day. How could she clean up the mess she'd made for herself? The moon had no answers. No one did. She'd been alone her entire life, or just as good as. It would simply be a matter of adjusting to loneliness once again. The brisk knock at the bedroom door spun her in place. She stared into the room, across it to where someone was waiting on the other side of the carved wood. It could only be Mark. What had convinced him to take this chance, when he hadn't so much as attempted to see her in days? Another knock. Louder this time, along with a voice. "Belinda? I wish to speak with you." Her arms wrapped around her middle, as if this would calm the shaking which began the moment she heard him speak. What could he have to say? What would she say in return? "Belinda. Don't make me break this door down." She darted into the room at this, though she stopped halfway across. "You wouldn't dare," she hissed. "Wouldn't I? What would your grandfather think?" "Belinda." His voice was heavy. "He knows." She gasped, falling back a step. He knew. What did this mean? Curiosity and surprise were enough to send her the rest of the way to the door, to open it to him. "How? Might I come in?" As I own the house and therefore the room? She sighed. He hadn't lost his dry humor or his arrogance. Please do. When she stepped aside, he strode in and settled in the chair by the balcony doors. What happened with your grandfather? She kept her distance, sitting at the foot of the bed, careful to keep her shaking hands concealed in the folds of her skirts. He's no fool. I must give him that. Mark ran a hand over his cheeks, a wry smile touching his lips. He knew there had to be a reason for you to have yourself locked away like this, but when he noticed Melissa bringing the baby to your room, he knew we wouldn't allow something like that if you were truly ill. She closed her eyes, the air leaving her lungs in a great burst. No. Of all things. That's exactly what I thought. He must have been furious. I'm surprised I didn't hear him from in here. He was indeed. We had quite a long talk. In the end, I admitted the entire scheme. What must he think of me? That I soiled you for one, but I set him straight on that. Another wry smile. Suffice it to say, he knows you're blameless. If anything, it enraged him more to know how I wrangled you into this. I ought to speak with him, to set him straight. You'd better make it soon, as he's leaving first thing in the morning. Just when she thought she couldn't know deeper disappointment than she already had. Tears welled in her eyes, quickly overflowing onto her flushed cheeks. It's all my fault. I ruined everything. Within moments, she was sobbing. No, Belinda. No, you didn't ruin anything. From behind the hands she threw over her face, she sensed him kneeling before her. Belinda, everything's just fine. He agreed to give me the money. His words slowly sank through the fog of her grief. Even though Calvin knew the truth, he was going to give Mark the money. She lowered her hands by inches, afraid she'd misheard. Even though we lied? Yes, even though we lied. He gave me quite the dressing down, and I deserved every word, but I think he understands why I did it. He was never anything but bitter and dismissive toward my father. You saw for yourself how he felt about this place, about ranching. I can just imagine how he must have been. He was dreadful enough in front of us. I suppose he's come around. I think playing Mother's violin did it, and I have you to thank for that. It was all your idea. You remembered the violin in the attic. But you gave me the inspiration. His head tilted to the side. Would you allow me to compliment you, please? I've never known a woman who didn't wish to be complimented. She relented. Now you'll be able to keep the ranch. You must be so relieved. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for both of us. When her gaze shifted away from his, he noticed. He would always notice. Why did you look away? I thought you had dreams for what this money would bring you. I did. I do. What's the matter then? For one, that you still think all I care about was what I would get from you. I care a great deal about you, what you want, I mean. This was pointless. She was tripping over her tongue and making a fool of herself. She rose and returned to the balcony. Her cheeks needed cooling off, and she needed to get away from his probing eyes. Why are you running away from me again? He followed naturally, but she kept her gaze focused on the horizon. Speaking with him was easier when she wasn't looking at him. But he was so near. His strength, his warmth. The spicy cologne she'd fallen in love with, before she ever fell in love with the man who wore it. The fact that he was so near and yet outside her reach was agony. Talk to me. Please. I know. I've hurt you. I know I've said terrible things. I've made a fool of myself from the very start. It seemed all I did was apologize. Remember that night at Ruby's? She smiled. How can it seem like a lifetime ago? It does, doesn't it? But I haven't changed much, I'm afraid. You make me very clumsy. I just don't know what to say when I'm with you. Her pulse quickened at this, no matter how she warned herself against it. She could not allow herself to fall further than she already had. When she didn't reply, he continued, I shouldn't have accused you of only caring about the money. That was wrong. You work too hard to help me win my grandfather's approval for this to be merely a matter of dollars and cents. You're right about that, she agreed. Forgive me for that, please. I was angry and hurt. I shouldn't have reacted like a child, but it's too late to take it back. I was rather childish that day too. She looked at him from the corner of her eye. Why were you hurt? I don't remember now, to be honest. Which makes my viciousness even less excusable. Well, I accept your apology. It seems we both tend to lash out without thinking first. You've lashed out at me for over a week. That wasn't anger. I haven't been angry with you, not really. Well, perhaps a little bit. What was it then? Why have you hidden from me? And why won't you look at me now? She sighed. Why do you insist on making everything difficult? I don't want to end things between us on a sour note. End things? She did turn to him, and when she did, it was with a doleful glare. Yes. Because Calvin's leaving in the morning. It's over now, I served my purpose. His blue eyes looked so much bluer in the moonlight, and they narrowed at her statement. Will you ever tire of speaking for me? Of assuming you know what goes on in my head? Because I came up here to speak of something far different. The intensity in his voice cowed her somewhat. I thought you came to tell me we were a success. Calvin is leaving, the deed is done. Yes, and we ought to be celebrating right now rather than talking in circles. We have a talent for that. I'm going to come out and tell you what I ought to have told you before this. He took her by the arms. His hands were gentle but firm, denying her the option of breaking away. I don't want you to leave. It's the last thing I want. She gulped. It is. It is. His stern expression melted, turning tender. I don't know how I ever lived without you. This had to be her imagination. It simply had to be. Well? He asked, one corner of his tempting mouth quirking up in a smile. At least tell me I have no right to say these things to you, or to touch you this way. That would at least be in character. I'm not used to you being so quiet. Her mouth moved but no sound came out. She'd forgotten how to speak. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? He whispered, searching her face for something, a hint as to what she was thinking perhaps. She found her voice, though it came out as a croak. I don't know. You don't want me to leave? He chuckled, the sound rumbling in his chest. That's part of it. But do you understand why? Oh, I suppose not. Why am I so terrible at this? Just say it. Please. Make it clear, so I don't have to guess anymore. I'm not good at guessing. His laughter was rich, sweet. All right. Belinda Blevins, you are the most precious thing in the world to me, and I love you with all my heart. His hand slid down to take hers. I've made a mess of everything because I was too proud to tell you what I felt. I hope I haven't destroyed anything between us. I'd never forgive myself if that were the case, because I can't imagine the rest of my life without you in it. Her chin quivered. Tell me I'm not dreaming, please. He smiled down at her, his eyes warm, tender. If this was a dream, would you consider it a good dream or a nightmare? A good dream, she laughed through the tears now coursing down her cheeks. The best dream of my life. He cupped her face. Does that mean what I hope it does? That I love you most terribly? Yes, that's what it means. She was laughing and crying at once when his mouth found hers, and her arms rose and locked around his neck of their own accord. This was everything she had longed for, but hadn't dared dream existed for her. Not with him. He wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her close to his warm, unyielding body. His heart hammered almost as wildly as hers. She clung to him as she'd cling to something to keep from drowning, for that was what she felt was happening. She was drowning, sinking like a stone into some swirling, shimmering pool of light. Or perhaps that was in her head. She certainly couldn't think straight while her heart was near ready to burst, and everything she'd longed for over these last weeks was coming true. His mouth was as warm and firm as she had imagined, moving over hers as skillfully as though he'd been kissing her all his life. He would be for the rest of his life, for she would never let him go. When it was over, and she was able to breathe again, she giggled softly against his shoulder. It's a miracle. A miracle that they'd found each other, that they'd put their pride aside long enough to admit the depth of their love. He leaned back, smiling down at her with the fullness of his sweet, honest, faithful heart written in his eyes. You're a miracle. They both turned their heads, looking out over the ranch together as they had before Calvin arrived. This time they were in each other's arms. Ours, Mark whispered. This is ours. I know now that you were all that was ever missing, and even with this money, knowing the ranch is secure, it wouldn't matter half as much if you weren't here. I've never had anything to call my own before. That's going to change as of right now, or rather tomorrow. If you aren't opposed. Opposed to what? To marrying me the minute the preacher can make it here. He hooked his fingers beneath her chin, turning her to face him. She was sure she'd never tire of his touch. Because I want to marry you. I thought you weren't the marrying type, she teased as her heart swelled with unimaginable joy. He kissed the tip of her nose. I just never found the woman capable of changing my mind. Until now. Epilogue. Belinda stood at Mark's side, the two of them watching as the driver loaded Calvin's bags behind the buggy and secured them with crisscrossing lengths of rope. I believe that's everything, Calvin announced as he strode from the house. Considering that he'd only just visited for the first time, he had a way of looking as though he owned the place. Mark turned toward him, hand extended. Thank you for what you've done. Not just for me, but for everyone on the ranch. Including. Belinda cleared her throat with a shy smile. Calvin's eyes widened. Tell me this isn't another deception. It isn't. We decided last night, she whispered. I'll be your granddaughter, after all. Nothing would please me more, my dear, and I mean that sincerely. He took her hands, patting them before leaning in to peck her cheek. It does my heart good to know I'm leaving my grandson with someone who will take care of him. And knowing you'll be here, and that the two of you might build a happy life here with my help, makes me very happy indeed. She teared up, giggling softly. I've cried quite a bit since last night, and you'll get me started again. By all means, we wouldn't want that. Calvin exchanged a look with Mark, and the two men shared a smile. It did her good to see that. Calvin clapped Mark on the back. I'd be even happier to stop back here, on my way home. Your room will be ready and waiting, Mark promised. When do you plan on the wedding taking place? They exchanged a look. Today. I sent for the preacher to come out. Today. Calvin looked pleased and crestfallen all at once. I wish I didn't have to go. I would like to see it. But the train won't wait, and neither will the board. As I said though, I'll be back, you'll hear from me soon. They watched the carriage roll away, waving one arm about the other's waist. Who would have thought I'd be sad to see the old man go? Mark chuckled. I know how you feel, she murmured, resting her head against his shoulder. I'll be glad to have him back, especially since we won't have to lie. And I won't have to sleep on the bedroom floor, he added. She giggled. Now, Mr. Furnish. One thing at a time. Ready? Melissa beamed as she stood back, looking over her handiwork. It's much easier to get into this dress when I have a little help, Belinda giggled as she turned to view herself in the looking-glass. The green silk gown was as lovely as it had been the night she'd first worn it, and the curls Melissa had arranged on top of her head made her feel regal. She even held her head differently, as a result of them. They placed a few roses here and there, tucking them in among the curls. She'd finally have a rose garden, just as she'd always wanted. So many of her simple dreams were coming true today. Melissa took the baby from the bed, where she'd been cooing and kicking contentedly all the while, and went downstairs to wait with the other guests. This was it. She lingered at the top of the stairs. The sound of whispering and shuffling feet floated from the drawing room, where the ceremony was to take place. They were there for her and Mark. Walking down the stairs was more like floating. She could hardly feel the boards beneath her feet. The drawing room was full to the brim with ranch hands, all of them holding their hats out of respect. Jed and Melissa stood near Mark, both of them smiling from ear to ear. The sight of Jed's hand on Melissa's shoulder, so near the baby, warmed her heart. He'd taken well to fatherhood. Mark would too someday. God willing. She looked at him, standing before the fireplace to the preacher's left. So handsome in his black coat, a white shirt standing out against it. His dark hair nearly shining in the sunlight coming through the windows. She knew it was her imagination, that he was just a man. But to her he was more. Her savior. Her all. The pride on his face was unmistakable. Pride in her. That she was walking to him with a clutch of white roses held tight in her hands. She and no one else. And she was proud of him. Of them. Of what they'd already accomplished together, and what they would one day accomplish. His dream had become hers, and a shared dream always grew twice as big. When he held out his hand, she took it gladly, and they turned as one to face the preacher. It was time to start the rest of their lives. Together.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.